I do know that the first person to actually do a death vote was, hey, what's up, guys? I'm back. We are back. What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? I'm gonna do another listening thing, like I did yesterday. You guys are welcome to listen in. There's been some more stuff that's been released today, so let's just get into it and go listen to my girl, see what she's talking about. Another episode of What It Do, Nancy. What's up, Miss Smith? How you doing, baby? We, we did in real time, like true mystery solvers and true detectives. In real time, we literally that Jonathan Audie obituaries, right? In real time, we What up? What up? What up? In real time, we connected the chief of police, 16 officers, with being frequent patrons of the Dancing Bear, which is the freak golf depot of Florida. Y'all, we did a lot of work last night. We talked about the Freemasons, but baby, the biggest thing is I told y'all I'd be back. I told you I'd do my research. I told y'all, I got some more juice, and baby, it is good. Where y'all want to start out? We talking about what really happened to Jonathan Odie. I got a question for everybody. Where is Jonathan Odie? There's so many people that want to sit there and be like, what? It's shared on my community page. Not true. That's not true. Then, baby, what is true? Where's your research? What are you doing? Because we were the first people to debunk the death hoax in real time. We were the first people to actually get real information and real links. Well, what up, everybody? We are coming back at it. And we're going to actually look at what is going on with Jonathan Audie. Where Jonathan Audie. All right, so the connection between the reason why I'm picking this up and we're listening. Hold on. Diddy is included in. All right, so the reason why we're gonna listen to this video. Okay, so if you guys remember, I've been talking about a guy named Jonathan. Jonathan was a dude. He's not white. He's like, I don't know what he is. But anyway, he's got an accent. Anyway, he came forward a while ago, a long time ago, and was talking about how he was Diddy and them sex slave. He would have to pay, or Diddy would make him have sex with Cassie and other people. So anyway, everybody was like, oh, this dude's crazy. This dude's nuts. Then in 2023, there was this big thing of that he was dead. Everybody's like, where's Jonathan? Nobody's seen Jonathan since the interview of the Miami. He was in Miami with the police. He had a hospital gown on and stuff. And he was telling it all. Every single thing that are in some of these court dockets, this man has talked about, right? And before he was just some guy, everybody's like, oh, he's on drugs, he's crazy, he's this, he's that, because that's what they do, especially in these type of cases. If there is, a witness or there's a victim that is not credible because of maybe they might think they're mental, they might think whatever, but not necessarily any of that. They're actually telling the truth. They just want people to think they're fucking crazy. That happens a lot, especially in this field. So anyway, so yesterday we talked about how Jonathan has reappeared. Well, he's not reappeared. Okay, so they sit there and said that he had died or OD. That's what they said. Well, then doing some digging around, people have noticed that there's a court doc that keeps popping up every couple months, but then it gets pushed back. So yes, we might be jumping to some conclusions, but the way that Diddy has harassed people, the way Diddy has blew cars up, the way Diddy does anything to intimidate his witnesses, I think, and she thinks, and people that are doing their shit thinks that he's in protective custody. So when I woke up this morning and see my girl was at it again, I listened in a little bit and I said, you know what? Let me share this with everybody because there's some more information in this that people need to hear. I can tell you guys things, but you know what? Why not hear it from someone else too? Because just because I can tell you all things, you know?
So we're going to go into this and listen to what she's saying. You guys come in, out, all that stuff if you want. I've shared her on my community page. Again, I don't listen to people unless I know that they are good on their research. I don't just listen to people that put shit out there, because just because you put shit out there does not mean that it's right. Just because it's sounds good in your head doesn't mean that it's right. So I like people that do their research and can articulate it well, and I just like her a lot. So anyway, we're gonna get in this video. I've shared this video on my community page if you decide you want to come back and watch it later, or go dive into some of her other pages or her other videos. She has a really upbeat personality, and trust me when I tell you, she does her research. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sharing her out. Or you could go check out Gene. He's live right now as well. I've shared him on my community page. He's one of the bodyguards for Combs for a long time, and this man's been talking for years. So go check the community page out. I am going to also post the thing about Meek Mills and the so Meek Mills just yesterday in a post I'd said, and I finally checked all the people. Well, most of them. I think maybe one I forgot, but I think it's fair to say that all of them have stepped down. And so that's been a big thing. A lot of people are saying, why are these big time CEOs just all of a sudden, since this cases came to a bar, why are they stepping down? I'll give you a couple guesses why they're stepping down. Fuck it. I ain't going to give you a couple. I'll give you one. They're on fucking video. So their asses is all trying to run and cover their asses. And so it's really, if you just sit back and you watch, and you know what circles to look in, it's the silence speaks volumes, baby. Have you ever heard silence scream so loud? Well, just saying. So anyway, I'm going to post that too. I was supposed to post it yesterday, but I still wanted to look at a couple things, because just because I post stuff does not mean I don't go and double check what I'm listening to. Does not mean, and everybody should. Just because somebody sounds good, just because it looks good, doesn't mean that it's true. So I'm going to tell you, even when you listen to people, even when you do your, go look for your own self. All this shit is very easy to find. You can get FOIA reports. You can get, there's a lot of shit that you can find. So do your shit. All right, let's get in and see what she's talking about. By the way, let me give a quick shout out to the chat. Miss Smith, Garrett, Lindsay, Casey, Jonathan, B. Say, how you doing? And lurkers and jerkers, hit that thumbs up or hit the thumbs down. Either way, hit something. It's free. Let's get into this. Get me back up. There we go.
His fairy godmother, definitely God kids to his children. We're gonna actually get into that because y'all know.
Just a little bit better.
Guys, I'm back. We are back with another episode of What It Do, Nancy Drew. Y'all, remember the live we had last night where we did in real time, like true mystery solvers and true detectives in real time. We literally looked at that Jonathan Audie obituaries, right? In real time, we debunked it, and in real time, we connected the chief of police, 16 officers, with being frequent patrons of the Dancing Bear, which is the freak off depot of Florida. Y'all,
yeah, so the Jonathan dude is in Florida, right? And so there's been a lot of people that's been digging, because we just feel like shit's not right down there. Obviously, we all know that. And the way that, so if you watch the interview, which, damn, that's something else. I'll look for that. I gotta post that today too. I forgot, y'all. My bad. I went and hung out with my friends last night and over on TPP, and I honestly forgot to do what I said I was gonna do. So I'm gonna do that today. But there's a video of Jonathan's interview. Now, what's odd about Jonathan's interview is he's sitting there telling everything, right? You would think these are officers, these are detectives, these are, you know what I mean? You would think that if somebody's sitting here telling you that they've been a sex slave and all this other stuff, even if they're a little whoop whoop or seem a little whoop whoop, it is your job as to take this person seriously. And there was plenty of times in the interview he would get to talking about stuff, and it was almost like the detectives wanted to interrupt him, or they wanted to derail the conversation or something. I don't know. It was just a little weird, and I thought it was odd. And so a lot of other people thinks it's odd as well. And I think it's because, well, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this video where she's talking about, because I didn't see that one last night. About the cops in Florida. So we'll see. I'll catch up on that one. But I was just explaining a little bit, like, kind of why her and a lot of people that are deep diving in this shit is like, that's weird. You're a sex crime fucking detective. You're this, that, and you're trying to stop somebody from saying something. Why would they stop somebody from saying something? I'll give you one guess. God damn it. I hate this boat.
We did a lot of work last night. We talked about the Freemasons, but baby, the biggest thing is, I told y'all I'd be back. I told you I'd do my research. I told y'all, I got some more juice, and baby, it is good. Where y'all want to start out? We talking about what really happened to Jonathan Odie. I got a question for everybody. Where is Jonathan Odie? There's so many people that want to sit there and be like, what? That's not true. That's not true. Then baby, what is true? Where's your research? What are you doing? Because we were the first people to debunk the death hoax in real time. We were the first people to actually get real information and real links. Well, guess what, baby? We are coming back at it. And we're going to actually look at what is going on with Jonathan Audie, where Jonathan Audie is, also the connection between Ron Burkle, Diddy. Ron Burkle is Diddy's, it's been quoted in articles, his sugar daddy, his fairy godmother, definitely god kids to his children. We're gonna actually get into that because y'all know when y'all don't see me post all day, you know I be in those streets digging. We discovered so many things. And for the record, what is the first thing we said when we looked into this? We did this as a team. This doesn't seem to be legit. We pulled the Indian videos. We did everything. But the next question, outside of being like, guys, I looked into it. That's not true. Okay, I did it. That's not true. The next thing to ask is the question we asked in the live. And the question I said I would investigate. What's going on with Jonathan Audie? Who are these people? Why?
And personally, I think he is a huge asset to this case because, again, this man started speaking a couple years, a little bit back, and he everything that's pretty much in the lawyer reports, the Fed reports talking about the male prostitutes and different things like that. I mean, I'm just saying, all his shit adds up. And so then for Jonathan to just disappear, but this is my theory on that. Maybe I've already said it, but I'm going to say it again. I think that people, the feds and stuff, seeing how dangerous Diddy and his people can be. Again, they, Cassie tried to move on with, and I guess Kid Cudi liked Cassie for a little bit, and he blew up his fucking car. You know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of real extreme bullshit that these people do. So a lot of people are like, okay, when Jonathan just kind of disappeared off the map, or was like, what the fuck? Now I can't prove it. And I don't think she can, or any of the other people I listen to can prove it. Maybe she can. Maybe this is the information she's going to bring out today. But usually when people are in federal protection, we're not going to be able to know about it. If it's that easy for us to find out, then it's probably not. They're probably not. I don't know. It's probably not a good thing. So, but the assumptions, for me, is that that's where he's at because, yeah. All right, now let me shut up and get to the video. Sorry, y'all.
Want us to believe that he's not around. Now, let me tell y'all something. Anybody that is new to anything with media, if you've just been like a regular citizen, you know how Google searches go, okay? People, and this is from Ariana Grande,
Right.
Kim Kardashian, down to anything, right? Even FBI, CIA. I'm not saying it's getting there, but we won't get there. What they tend to do is just throw out BS in Google searches so that it buries stuff. It buries evidence. It buries the truth.
Yep.
So if you have the analytical skills of a blind hamster, right? It's easy just to be like, especially when your only goal is to debunk Tisa from saying something that she never said, right? When that's your only goal in life, to debunk me, baby, you better talk to God about that one because he dropped some new stuff in there. I actually did what I promised and I started looking into the Jonathan Odie because I kept saying, where is he? Why does it seem like people want us to believe that he is no longer there. Now, some people said they clicked on the site and they got an error message. Dummy, you clicking on the wrong link. Because plenty of people will say when you put in Jonathan Odie obituary, there's 10, 11 sites. Again, it's been debunked. But do you know what I did notice while I was looking around? Let's get into detective story time, you guys. This is going to be a long live. I found a lot of information. I found a link. It goes all the way up to the Democratic National Party and rock the boat. Baby, buckle up. And if you didn't see the last live for what we discovered with the police chief and the way that they were one of the biggest clientels of the Dancing Bear, who was basically the Walmart of freakos, freak-offs, the freak-offs emporium, right? Everybody wants to talk about something we debunk, but who is, wait, that's right, they can't talk about the evidence because
when's the fight, Theo?
They don't want to talk about it. Okay, so let's get into this, right? Anyway, so I started doing investigations because I was like, honestly, somebody, whether it's somebody playing in our face, right? Shout out to Erica De Niro, just pop in our faces. Somebody is playing in our faces. And instead of just being like, oh, I solved it, let's actually ask the questions. Why are you doing this? Who's playing in our faces? And what exactly are they trying to hide? Because it's not enough to be like, oh, I solved it. No, until you have answers, you haven't solved anything.
Right.
So I started doing a little investigation.
And this shit's so deep. Ain't nobody gonna be able to. Every time you think you've gotten somewhere, it's like, oh, there's another little hole. Oh, it leads over here. Oh, it leads over here. Like I found this morning when I was playing around, dude, I found so many fucking pictures. It's almost aggravating and disgusting to me because, and I get it, people say, Summer, well, just because somebody's in pictures with somebody doesn't mean, okay, I get it. But you know what? If, like, I don't know, I don't know, y'all. You can't just tell me that people are in every fucking, you got to question when they're in every single Predator, every single, yeah. Nope. Sorry, y'all. I ain't buying that shit. I was like, okay, let's see if we can find Jonathan Odie. Now, people did say that he is being held in what is it? The Miami-Dade, West County Miami-Dade Detention Center or something like that, okay? Right. Mid-County. That's where the court dockets keep coming up that people are finding. Because again, everybody's like, where the fuck is he? So usually when somebody's missing, what's the first places you check? You check hospitals, you check jails. At least I do. And somebody keeps noticing that his court docket will pop up and then it'll go away. It'll pop up and it's like every 3 months. You know what I mean? There's no reason of why, no going to court, no anything. And they'll say that, oh yeah, he's an inmate here, but then they'll say, no, he's not an inmate here. It's just a lot of weird shit. And he's being held somewhere in Miami, all right? Let me not start at it, okay? Of course. And a lot of people are like, that's it. There can't be anything wrong with them because I don't know the American, baby, I'm American and I know our Constitution. And baby, best believe, just like I'm covered in the blood of Jesus, I'm covered in the blood of the law too, okay? Let's actually get into something that people don't know about Florida, all right? This is something important to know as we move into this, okay? Now, of course, whoever put those obituaries up, whatever, that wasn't the real story. We do know that Odie, right, is not currently listed on well, let's move on. I'll come back to that. Y'all know I made a PowerPoint presentation. Oh, I'm so glad that you are out of the hospital, beautiful. I'm so glad that you're doing well. Hopefully I will see you soon. Thank you for stopping by. Maybe later on today if you get some free time. We'll be live for a little bit, so you can always come back in and say hi. They know people involved are too important to prosecute. Well, you know, I don't know, girl. We'll see. Now, like I've been saying, I don't think what's sad about it is in every single one of these situations, Weinstein, Epstein, Cosby, you know, all these different people, right? And all the ones that, you know, are not celebrities and are still doing the same shit. What was I gonna say? I just lost my train of thought because I was reading something that just came in. My bad. Let me catch that train of thought real quick.
hold on, let me get into this. Okay.
What the fuck is that saying?
You knew, right?
Right.
This came up in my live.
Still early on. I just woke up.
Being held at the detention center. And I said, really? That's so odd because I have been investigating a lot of things too. Okay. And remember when I said, yo, I'm going to investigate this detention center thing because it's not enough somebody teach a sense.
Oh, I know what I was going to say.
I can pull it up.
There are always going to be the people, you know, Miss Smith, behind the scene that are never going to get convicted. You know what I mean? Like, we can see them in all these pictures, we can see them on lists, we can see them in all these different places and all these different avenues, but they're not because the people behind them, they're handlers, for better words. Yeah, no. So there's always going to be the fallout people. There's always going to be the ones that get thrown under the bus. But you know, like I said, what's going to be interesting is he's starting to say he wants to squill. He wants to squill. He wants to squill. He wants to squill. Yep. Oh yeah, 100%. They'll push that shit down so you can't see. That's why even, you know, when people do research, don't let Google search be your only tool of information. There are tons of things, DuckDuckGo, there's all kinds of different like little things that you can use to deep dive, you know, because you know sometimes Google shit is placed. So
well, you really have to analyze and try to think, what do these things mean?
Yep.
Can they be verified? And if they can, what data points can be connected to each other?
Right.
So of course, he is in the Miami-Dade West County correction thing. Don't quote me, but it's MDWC or something or other. Except here's the problem, right? He's still there, and he's still waiting trial. And anyone that knows anything about the U.S. Constitution,
freaks out and unbelievable,
would already know something's not quite there.
Yeah.
Because this offense happened in 2018. We're about to get into 2024.
Right.
What is an offense that didn't make federal charges? So just to let you guys know, the federal government declined to press charges against him, even though he was saying stuff about Trump and he shot up the hotel.
Yep.
I did not think it rose to the level of an actual threat of POTUS or anybody near him actually being in danger. They looked at it as the rantings of a crazy person. So that was my first tip off. Okay, so you're in my...
And again, when you see this video, if you have not seen this video, that's exactly what they did. They tried to label him as a crazy person. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy's delusional. He's a junkie. He's mentally ill. He's all these different things. But when you hear this interview, and I'm going to fucking find it. I meant to do it yesterday. I'm going to find it today and post it. It's my last day off, so I have to find it today. Anyway, and when I post it, you're going to be like, everything that man is signing up said that long ago literally is everything we're talking about right now. I don't think that man was crazy. I didn't think that man was crazy when he was in the interview.
Miami-Dade County. You're not in federal. Okay. That's interesting. So why, if you're in Miami-Dade County, are you haven't come to trial? You guys, you have to remember something. This happened in 2018. Now, again, I'm not saying anything untoward. I am saying that what we're going to do on this live is I'm going to take you along on this live, show you what I found. And when I say this is going to be a Sixth Sense plot twist, those of you guys that are on my live know that my Sixth Sense plot twists always come to fruition. Y'all ready for a little bit one? You know what? Let me hit you with the stir of echoes plot twist, right? So I started researching a little bit. And here's what people need to realize about Florida. I do not believe those obituaries, but I do think that there's something odd going on. I think everything with Jonathan Odie is odd. The interrogation about Diddy was odd. I think the way it was handled was odd. I think the wait time was odd. I'm going to actually detail how weird it all is. And
yeah, it's odd because
connection between Ron Burkle.
Because there's people, and I'm sorry, we're gonna go back into this. Of course, it's odd because there's people that they have to protect. There are people that are caught up with the in some sense, for better use of words, there's people that are like of stature that are like mingling. Now, none of these people are, well, all these people that are involved in this is actually low hanging fruit. They're all pieces of shit. But in their minds, right, we're going to go from what they look at. You have these people that, you know what I mean, that are behind the low hanging fruit, that, you know, the Diddies and all them that are out here just doing whatever the fuck they're doing, and they're at these parties too. These 1%, for better lack of word, we're gonna call them the 1%, because they're very powerful, very very rich people, very no, you know, supposedly they're the shit, right? But that they're doing shit like this, right? So I mean, really, how much of the shit are they? Anyway, the powerful people. So it's, you know, okay, let me pause. Or let me play, but let me shut up.
The Democratic Party. But let me just say this, right? I know people are so proud, you know, to pull up like little, looking like little drown rats, to pull up this whole thing. I do want you guys to know that if anybody had just taken the time, instead of trying to debunk something I never even said, something that we debunked on live, to actually Google what state law is, they would have known that even all their barking didn't make sense. Because in the state of Florida, and this is common in a lot of states, you might not know this, a criminal court case does not close on the death of an accused.
Right.
Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that just like a civil case, if I sue you because you stole my house and you died, my case doesn't go anywhere. I sue your estate. Much like that with a criminal case.
All right.
In the state of Florida, okay, when a defendant passes away, right? And this is in not just Florida, but most jurisdictions, the death of the accused does not extinguish the charges against them. The case can still proceed, and the defendant can be found guilty posthumously, okay? Florida's survival statute states that no cause of action, that is the reason for the lawsuit, dies with the person. Lawsuits can be initiated, prosecuted, and defended in the name of the person who has passed away. Now, what does that have to do with anything? I just thought that was really, really interesting, and I just wanted y'all to know that, baby, taxes and the court system is something you can't get out of. So, but I know what you're saying. Batista, they're saying that he's being held in the Miami correctional thing. All right. First plot twist that I thought was really, really interesting that I actually wanted to share with you guys. This is a memo from the Florida State Attorney. Let me pull it up on my phone so I can read it. Haters, please, now would be the time to screenshot and zoom in, because you have the information to quickly get it from the state. I want to go to the state government to get it from Florida State Government. This is directly from an internal memo from the Florida. Let me just pull it up so I can see it, because it's blurry for me right now. This is a memo from the State Attorney, 11th Judicial Circuit of Florida, E.R. Graham Building. It is marked April 8, 2019. It is directly from the desk of Catherine Fernandez Rundle. She is the State Attorney for Florida. It is directed to Chief of Police Hernan M. Orgonvides. Does that name sound familiar? Does that name sound familiar? Does that name sound familiar from the last thing when you put it in with the dancing bear? But it was at the police chief at that time. Enclosed is our final report regarding the investigation into the police-involved shooting of Jonathan Odie on May 18, 2008. I'm sorry, May 18, 2018. The officers involved in this incident were Luis Celis, Albert Tellez, Scott Demby, Raphael Kuhn, Joseph Arzar, right? I'm doing some investigations into them, but just listen, right? The investigation has determined that these officers were legally justified in the use of deadly force by firing their weapons. In that case, no criminal charges will be filed. Now, why would they need to file criminal charges against cops for using deadly force against a man that was in the Trump Doral talking about some run up and get done up? Well, that's when you come to this interesting tidbit. And this is what started my rabbit hole and it was the first plot twist. This is directly from the interoffice memorandum. If you guys don't know, interoffice memorandums, when they are part of investigations, are published as public documents. They are released to the public.
And again, this video is shared on my community page. So if you want to go and you want to look at what she's talking about, you want to screenshot it, you want to zoom in, you want to see what she's talking about, you're more than welcome to.
Again, this is directly from the office of Catherine Fernandez Rundle, state attorney. Y'all can screenshot it, zoom in, do a Google search, baby. If you want, I'll put a link to the exact place off of the Florida website. I got it. This is public record, public information, okay? The date is April 2nd, 2019. But zoom in a little bit more and let's see what it says, because this is the first thing that really got me going. I don't know if I can make it bigger, but we'll make it bigger. Let's just forward to the part I want y'all to see. 1 second, y'all. Here we go. Look at this memorandum. It's signed by the governor, by the this, by the builder, the baker, the coffee maker. But do you see what we have in the line? Right? Damn it. I'm ruining my own reveal. Trying to give y'all some drama. And it's just going down. Okay, right here, if you see, right? This is Ari, the police shooting closeout memo. Case number SAO 621805-18005. Do you see what's right under there? See, here's the thing. And this is the thing that made me wonder about the whole Jonathan Odie thing. This isn't the first time that there's been a death hoax on Jonathan Odie. Now, when I heard, people put stuff on the
internet. And you have to ask yourself, why do they keep doing, quote unquote, as she uses, death hoax on this dude? Like, why do they keep doing that? I can tell you why. Because he's a dangerous ass witness, that's why.
Play in their faces. Yeah, people do.
In my opinion.
But to what end? To what end? It's not enough to say, people are playing in our faces. Yeah, we're not dumb. We figured that out in 2 seconds. We need to ask ourselves, to what end and why are they playing in our faces?
Right.
Because when I went down this rabbit hole, and this is the first of many surprises, we found out that the very first death hoax that was placed upon Jonathan Odie, the man that sat there and ratted, well, I don't know if he ratted, he claims he ratted on Diddy, Rick Ross, DJ Khaled, all these people, right? Politicians.
Yep.
The first time a death hoax was visited on this man was from the state attorney, Catherine of Florida, Catherine Fernandez Rundle. If you notice right there, they accidentally, after he was taken into custody and after he was interrogated, after you saw that video where he gave up all those names, okay? We see that that he's listed as deceased. Do you see what it says right there? This memo is April 2nd, 2019. This is the police shooting closeout memo. This is the memo she made about the officers using deadly force, clearing them of any criminal charges. You see the case.
What the fuck?
And then you see, who are we talking about? The deceased Odie Jonathan. Y'all.
What the fuck?
Again, it leads me back to my first point. What is going on with Jonathan Odie? Is he the man that knows so much? Is Diddy the tip of the iceberg?
I think
because
so.
As much as people want to talk about that whole thing that popped up mysteriously on Google, trying to bury and basically send people off on red herrings, because it worked. People started to think, gotcha. You ain't get shit.
Right.
Because you didn't even take the time to research. The very first time a death hoax happened about Jonathan M.F. and Odie was with the state attorney for Florida, Catherine Fernandez Rundle. And baby, this ain't no allegedly. This is written right here on an official memorandum. And listen, screenshot it, go Google it. It's right there. If you want, I'll put the link in the description box just so y'all can have some content. All right? So again, this goes back to my point when I was thinking, who exactly is Jonathan?
Oh, shit's getting.
Who exactly is Jonathan?
And why do they keep trying to bury him when this man's still alive?
Jonathan Odie. Jonathan Odie in protective custody. I'm not even joking.
That's
Is
what
he in protective custody?
he has to be, dude.
Because this showed up along with the report that the state attorney wanted us to see. I have the whole report. I'll show it to you. Okay? But he was arrested May 18th, 2018. By April 2nd, 2019, even though he was in police custody, according to them, even though he was in the detention center, according to them, the state attorney put him down as deceased.
Right.
Now, I did a little digging, and a lot of people have gone into it. And I'm not saying he's in witness protection. I'm not saying anything.
Shit.
I am saying that I'm trying my best to actually get you guys, right? I'm trying to get you
It's the
guys.
only thing that makes
What I
fucking
do
sense.
on my lives is I really do. I research, but I talk to you guys so we can figure it out together, baby. This is a what it do Nancy Drew mystery. Y'all know I stay with some Nancy Drew books, right? Like literally. So I want us to actually think through this together. I have a lot more evidence, but at the end of the day, I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm not here to condense things for you guys. I mean, I'm happy to. Y'all know I do that. But at the end of the day, you guys can think for yourself. Half the time, y'all be thinking with me. Let's actually get to the bottom of this because regardless of what you think is going on between Diddy, Ron Burkle, John Odie, we have to admit, and as I get further into the evidence of this live stream, we will see something is just not adding up. It's just not adding up.
Yeah, it's not adding up. Number one, they keep throwing death on this man when
actually talk about it.
this is weird.
Listen, y'all.
This whole fucking thing's about to get real weird.
That he told us that a few weeks ago. Takeoff mom is being sued. Ari bank assault against Takeoff, who's been gone since November 2020. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're 2022. Exactly. Just because somebody passes away doesn't mean that the case stops. So just because you pull up court dockets and whatnot, great. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But forget all that because that is all noise and chatter.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out where Jonathan Odie is. I'm trying to figure out where Naughty Love movement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I'm trying to figure out, right? Everybody concerned with the dumb death hoax on what is it, Google, or YouTube. But if you had done any research, you eventually would have found this and been like, wait a second, that's not the first time a death hoax has happened.
Right.
At all. Chris Nicole, thank you again so much for blessing me. That's not the first time a death hoax has happened.
He's a bad motherfucking witness, I'm telling y'all. They keep trying to kill this man.
Now, I did do some research into witness protection. I'm not saying he's in witness protection, but I will be remiss.
Okay, I'm just going to play with some ideas right now, right? Because my brain's like, blah. So, okay, they keep putting fake death hoax on this person, right? Now, once you hear the interview, you will hear the interview. If you haven't heard the interview, you will hear it today. You listen to the interview, and then you think and you listen to all the charges and all the paperwork and all the different things that have came out, right? Either this man is in so many videos, they can't deny every single thing this man has said, and this man has been one of the male prostitutes, not only for, you know what I mean, like P. Diddy and his girl and whatever stuff they did, but not stuff they did, shit he forced people to do. But also, I would have to think, and my little mind can't help but sit here and wonder, what politicians do they have this man with on film? What higher ups, what big wig motherfuckers do they have with this particular man? Because they have all the videos. We have to remember, they went and raided. I mean, I don't know if they have all the videos, but they have videos. They have videos, they have videos, they have videos, right? Because P. Diddy not only recorded, you know, he had different, many angles in every single one of his parties so he could get everybody. And that was kind of what he used in some sense, in my opinion, allegedly, to blackmail people, right? So, like, I can't help but think, like, okay, they continue to keep putting these death hoax on this man since he's came forward. Why is that? Is the people that are like, you've heard me and even other people say, like, there's going to be people that are never going to get named. Or is this man in video with them? I don't know. Just something to think about. Just a little conversation for your brain.
Not to point out that this is often how witness protection stops. They either try to make it seem like they're deceased, or if that can't work, they basically say, oh my God, we have you in custody, but the court date hasn't come up yet. So everybody thinks they're in custody and in federal or state or whatever protection. And meanwhile, they're rebuilding their life somewhere else. Keep that in mind about we have you in custody, but your court date never comes up. Because this court date that everybody starts talking about, I actually went to the docket.
Right.
And not just looking at the day of the court date, I actually looked at the whole MFing docket. This docket was about 20 pages long. And baby, let me just get through my PowerPoint presentation, okay? Let me do this right, okay? So we go into that, right? Let's talk about what exactly Jonathan Odie did. Because when you tie into what he actually did, and you tie that into
Crazy Katrina,
something ain't adding up, and not any maybes. It's just not adding up, okay? Here's the thing with Jonathan Odie. As I said in the last live after we debunked those rumors, right? The one rumors that weren't rumors that we were able to confirm is the chief of police and about 16 officers, maybe more, were clients of the Dancing Bear. The Dancing Bear is a well-known freak off depot, escort agency, P agency, excuse the pun, where people that are bi or straight pay women to, they have blank for women, but a lot of times
I'll be seeing your face in a couple days.
He said that he was one of Diddy's and Kathy's escorts. Now, here's the thing about why that memo from the state attorney is so weird. Okay, one, that mess that happened between him, Diddy, and Cassie, he said something happened sometime between 2010, 2014. He said that there were 15 occurrences. I believe he hinted that at least 13 were taped, but he definitely said he had 15 occurrences. And he made a deal with them, and he was supposed to hand over all the filming he had of it, but there was one particular document that he still had that he kept that proved everything. That is what he was saying. Now, is what he's saying true? I don't know. It hasn't been proven in a court of law. He claims he settled with Diddy. We don't know if he actually settled. We know he went on a cash buying spree for houses shortly after.
All right, so to update you guys a little bit of what she's talking about now. So there has been rumors that Diddy settled with this Jonathan guy, right? Now this guy had no money. Like people would look into his bank account and stuff like that, because a lot of this shit is public records. People don't realize that, but they are. I guess apparently he had like this major, or somebody released it, I can't remember who. He had this major amount of money come in his bank account. Now, the reason why people say that, because public records is what you buy. He went and bought, I think they said 7 fixer-upper type of houses or whatever. So this man went from basically nothing, no money, nothing in his bank account, to then this quote-unquote settlement, came out between him and Diddy, and then he went and bought all these houses. So, and I'm sure she's going to get into that right, here in a second, or whatever she's going to go, because I'm watching this video for the first time with you guys as well. But that is something that, yeah.
He settled, and we also know that prior to him alleging he settled, he only had negative 1,800 in his bank account. Okay, circumstantial evidence for sure, but baby, we like circumstances around here. Okay, so the Diddy stuff happened between 2010, 2014. Diddy and Cassie were well known to be in Miami.
Okay. Right.
They were well known to be in Miami. Diddy was like the king of Miami. Mace was down in Miami. They were at Club Story all the time. Baby, it's everywhere. Just Google Diddy, Cassie, Miami. You gonna see what it do. Diddy was out there hawking Ciroc. Interesting enough, Ron Burkle was also out there hawking Ciroc. And also, according to this lawsuit that I'm going to bring up at the end that ties all this together, making Diddy pay the devil for everything the devil had put into his life. Assuming you think Ron Burkle is the devil.
He's the devil. Now, he's a handler.
That happened to
He's somebody that I call a handler.
Fell off for 3 years, went a little crazy, okay? He was living his life. Everybody said he was so nice, so focused, whatever. Then just out of the blue, he was either in the middle of making breakfast or washing dishes. He stops what he's doing, runs out, with a bang bang and American flag and shows up at the Trump Doral Plaza, Trump Doral Hotel. Now, this is the part that I need to actually get into a little bit more because I feel I keep glazing over it, and I want to break it down for you guys, okay? The issue is, this is directly from the eyewitness. It appears that we're talking about, of course, Jonathan, was trying to engage our police officers in some type of ambush type of attack, trying to lure our officers into this gunfight. This is the director of the Miami-Dade Police told reporters at briefings. This was Mr. Perez. He did succeed and he did lose, and that's the bottom line. So the funny thing is, they always tried to make it seem like he went in there all crazy and started shooting at civilians. But at the end of the day, even the documents show that he pulled the fire alarm because he wanted everybody to get out. He went into the lobby and went bang, 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 didn't shoot at anyone, just directed but that's scary enough. Then told the people at the front desk to call the police. He allowed everybody to evacuate, and he even pulled the fire alarm to actually get out of it. Okay, they engaged in the shootout with them. Now, what does that tell you? This goes back to the first interesting thing about how deep the police was in the Dancing Bear.
Okay, so he didn't want to hurt anybody else. He didn't want to hurt any of the civilians. He didn't want to hurt anybody else. Listen, y'all.
Yesterday, I kind of hinted at it, but today I stand 10 toes down. I do not believe that he went to the Doral just as a random, like, ba 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 ba. I believe that he went there for the intent purposes of not accosting anybody, but law enforcement. Let's not forget that the police chief and officers were exposed for literally being some of the best customers at the Dancing Bear. This is the same place that Diddy and Cassie frequented, according to Odie, for male whatever. Okay, so I find it very, very interesting that he ran in and created, according to the director of the Miami-Dade Police, it appears he was trying to engage our police officers in some sort of ambush. To me, it makes him look less crazy, and it makes it look like he basically just freaked out and wanted to get vengeance on maybe some of the same men that were having Diddy style freak offs with him. Allegedly, right? This is what he alleges. We don't know. But again, even the Miami police said the goal wasn't to shoot civilians, it was to have some type of ambush style. But y'all, it gets deeper because we're going to tie back into the death hoax that the Florida, since y'all want MF and receipts, I'm going to give y'all what y'all need, right? This is what research looks like, baby. This is what authenticity, okay, I can't even say it, so I'm going to shut up. But baby, that's what it looks like. That's what it feels like. Smell it, taste it, screenshot it. It's the closest you ever going to come to being able to do any type of research or speak authoritatively on anything.
Anyway, she does really good work, and a lot of people try to come for her, and that's why I like her a lot.
Anyway,
because she comes with the receipts, baby.
Hernandez Ruiz, the state attorney, the first person.
Because you'll know she'll come with the receipts if you do your own research as well.
Folks, on John,
so that's how you'll know who to listen to and who not to listen to.
This on Jonathan Oddie. Let's continue. All right, let's listen. Let's continue. So anyway, they have the report. They do all this stuff. They find that the police didn't engage in any deadly. It was justifiable deadly force. Again, when they actually said that, it was so odd the way that they kept trying to make it seem or hint or imply that Jonathan Oddie was no longer with us. But at the same time, she actually put that he was deceased. Again, y'all can screenshot it, okay? Now, he did hit 2 officers, all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. We can get into that later, okay? I just want to get to this point. He waited for the police officers in the front of the lobby to engage them. He made a lot of rants, not just about Trump, but about the Democratic Party, about Democratic donors, about ada. That's going to tie in with Diddy and the sugar daddy in a moment. Let me just get to the end of this. So I said, what's a girl to do? Something's not adding up.
Yeah, because there's people on both sides that have been playing. Just saying.
On one hand, they're saying he's in custody. On the other hand,
and there's always both sides. It's never, it's the Democrat, it's the Republican. No, they're both dirty.
There was an internal memo that said he was deceased. Now, I don't believe that he is deceased because after they said he was deceased, they set a trial date for him. However, I did find that information that they do criminal trials even if you're not allowed. However, I do believe he had an arraignment, even though I can't find proof of that, but he must have had an arraignment because charges were brought up against him. And baby, oh, the story the charges told. This is where things get super, super interesting. Let me just pull this up for you guys. I got to get into this. I need to close up screen, put my reading glasses on. These charges were actually.
And again, this particular video, if you want to look at any of the documents that she's sharing, is on my community page. And you can look them up. You can go research it and see what you find.
Weird and very.
I will always tell you, no matter if you hear something from me, if you hear something I'm talking about that I've heard from somebody else, or we're listening to a video, always go double check. Always. But just know that I don't really listen to people that don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Let me just pull this up really quick. It's important.
Occasionally it happens. But.
Here we go. I said so many things to myself. Anyway, hold on. Okay, here we go. See, this is what everybody screenshot and literally just didn't even bother to go a little bit further. We have the court case. Yeah, we have the case status. Got it. Jonathan Adi, we got it. His birthday, I guess, is February 3rd, 1976. What does that make him? February 3rd. Is he? No, he's an Aquarius. He's an Aquarius. The age of Aquarius. He's an Aquarius, right? This was filed on
if y'all didn't know, it's
21st.
The year of the Aquarius, baby.
Mind you, the report that the state attorney filed was actually filed on April the 2nd, 2019. Again, there was a death hoax that just happened, but the first death hoax was back then. Again, if he had passed away in police custody, if he had done anything, there would have been something that actually said, okay? So why'd they write it? He has a defense attorney. His defense attorney is Christopher DeCoste. Christopher DeCoste, I researched him. He has been a criminal defense lawyer in Miami for over 17 years. Keep that in mind because you're going to need that little information. So just put a pin in that, right? There is a judge assigned to the case, Judge Carmen Cabarga, right? However, there's a hearing time, which everybody keeps yelling about. There's a hearing. Oh my God, guys, it's not. There's a hearing. January 9th, 2024. And the first thing I said, because I said I wanted to research, because when people were telling me there's a hearing January 9th in the live chat last night, I researched everything y'all say. I was like, that kind of doesn't make sense because if you know what I know, and you know what I know about the American justice system, and you know what I know about jurisprudence, this event happened in 2018, mid-year. We're about to hit 2024. And y'all know I'm not good at math. So 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. You mean to tell me that this mofo that nobody can find, that don't got, according to them, has zero family in the U.S. He's South African by way of Argentina. But nobody can find his family in Argentina, and nobody can find his family in South Africa. But whatever, maybe I got to look harder, right? But you're telling me this mofo, who is an American citizen, who walked into the middle of a Trump Dora hotel, ambushed, according to the police, not me, ambushed the police with the extent and purposes of ambushing. And according to Mr. Perez, who is high up in the police, he was successful at ambushing. He hit 2 cops. I think he hit 2 or 3 cops. Definitely no less than 2, no more than 3. Actually hit 2 cops. You mean to tell me this mofo has been sitting in a detention center without seeing a judge for almost 6 MFing years. Now listen, I know that people might not know about the justice system, but do you really honestly think that somebody did that to a cop and those guys and literally has been sitting waiting for trial for 6 years?
Not happen.
But that's another thing where I was like, okay, something's not adding up. The attorney general is saying that he's deceased, even though when they do say he's deceased, that is sometimes what they do for witness protection. Also, what they do is they say, oh, we have you in custody and we're waiting for your trial, right? But the trial never comes up. So now and again, I'm not saying this is the case, but I am saying I was investigating, trying to make sense of these facts. So there's Jonathan Oddie, who bang 3 police officers. The state attorney said, oh, no, he's deceased.
And I completely understand why she is trying to break down this whole situation surrounding this particular witness, because if you know about him and then you know about the stuff that he said and then you listen to the charges and you listen to other victims and you listen to other people that may have been around and the things that they have said, it all ties in together. And because he's a witness, because he's a victim, just like any of the other victims, people are trying to tear them down, trying to make them discredible and everything like that. And one thing that I do appreciate about her is she's laying out like, okay, well, this is why, like she did it. What was it? The guy, Little Ron, I think that's his name. And excuse me if I got it wrong, I'll correct myself later. But she's broke down, and she actually did an interview with him, but she broke down all the different things about him. Same thing with Cassie. Same thing with this guy, because there's a lot of people that are, going to try to discredit victims and say this and this and that. And there's a whole lot surrounding in the background. And a lot of average everyday people aren't going to know this, especially if you're not, you know what I mean? If you're just watching surface shit. So if you want to get a better understanding of things, well, this is a pretty good understanding, in my opinion.
And magically, oh, he's
I
not
appreciate it.
standing trial. Okay, right? Now, mind you, when she would have said, this is important to know, let's just say what she said was true.
It's like one of our people on TPP, Mitchell, last night, he was like, man, shit's really getting weird around this case. There's a lot of weird shit. And that's why, too, I want to, sit there and let you all hear this, too, because I want you all to understand there is a lot of weird shit that's going on. There's a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. And it's not with just him. If you, because I'm going to play videos like this to where you guys sit and hang out if you decide to, and listen, because there's a lot of shit behind the scenes people just don't know. And it'll make sense if you know it.
I think that's even more damning than a fake obituary, because that means that a year after that interrogation video,
and I'm pretty sure anybody that follows me or anything like that knows that, the government can do some really shisty shit.
Surfaced where he blew the
especially when they're trying to cover up their shit.
Everybody,
especially when they're trying to cover up their shit.
You finito, that should have been ringing the bells right there. But again, it's not my contention that he is deceased. It's not my contention. My whole contention is, where the F is this mofo? You can't tell me he's been waiting for trial for 6 years. Because get this, because I did a little bit more besides just screenshotting the top, okay? I actually went, because y'all know I'm petty. I went and I screen recorded his whole case file. What is the case file? Whenever anything happens in a case, whether you're arraigned, whether it's discovery, whether there's more charges, whether there's witnesses, whether there's anything, when that happens, it must be put in the official docket. So that anytime you're the public, unless it's sealed, your lawyer at any time can go online and see exactly in real time what is happening on your case. It is part of the U.S. constitutional jurisprudence, so that you can never be caught flat-footed. Let's just say they put in a motion to dismiss, and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know, no, and the motion's granted, and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know, run it back. The courts will say, no, it was put in the docket. It is your responsibility to check your docket every single day to see if there's any new motions filed, any paperwork. The docket literally is a snapshot of what is going on in the case procedurally and where you are in the case procedurally. Procedurally is exactly the way to describe Jonathan Odie, because get this, not only has that mofo been sitting in jail, no, the detention center, for almost 6 years, but I actually went through his actual docket and screen recorded it for y'all. Look at this mess. Look at this mess. They subpoenaed over 200 people. They moved the trial date over.
Oh yeah, 100%. Anybody, and that's the thing. If you, even if you don't like pay attention to stuff like this, there's plenty of times, especially in courtrooms and stuff. There's all kinds of weird shit that goes behind the scene, and the average person may not know what they're looking for. The average person may not understand. You know what I mean? Like certain things or whatever, and they're betting on that. They're betting on our ignorance in some sense. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that in a bad way, but I mean, if the knowledge is there and we're not aware of it or looking into it because or don't understand it, then our ignorance works. They use that against us, because that's what the system does. So don't ever think none of this. Those that know, and I'm pretty sure like I said, a lot of people that follow me, they've either had their own personal experiences or someone around them that they have seen this shit kind of, maybe not to this extent, but some tampering with dockets or whatever's going on behind the scenes, right?
The prosecutor changed out 10 times.
So I would continue to say knowledge is power. You don't have to go to college. You don't have to be a fucking lawyer. You don't have to be anything. All you got to have these days is a fucking phone and time. That's it. So
every single time. And if you guys don't know, one of the things that slows down a case is when you subpoena new people. You need to find new witnesses.
Yep.
You need to do this. Why is this 200 to 300 people? Look at this. It's still going. This is the file. This is all the entries that they put in for a simple shooting that was caught on camera with not one, but at least 2 injured officers.
What's up, Robert?
This starts from 2018 all the way up to present day. Look at this. And get this. It's not like they can't find witnesses, because one of the things that actually slows people down is they're like,
Yep.
oh, we subpoena witnesses, but they have an answer, so we can't go to trial. No. Every subpoena witness that they show, they literally have.
And even because I've had people even victims and stuff that I help, whatever. Because I try to get them as an advocate, I try to get anybody that I'm helping understand that you are your biggest advocate, right? Like you may not, people, oh, Summer, I can't do what you do. I don't know the stuff some of the stuff I don't know, but I'll tell you what, if there's words in some court papers I don't understand, I'll go look at the definition of those words so I can understand what that word is. There are plenty of ways that, or you can, we all got smart friends around us. Go to them, say, hey, what's up? I don't understand what this says. Can you break this down for me? And I always say, my team, I have a team, the Hot Mess Crew. I'll be like, I don't get this. Can you break this down in summer language? You know what I mean? So then I can understand it. Then the next time that I hear it, my brain goes, oh, okay, wait a minute. I learned that. You know what I mean? So again, don't let anybody ever tell you that you can't learn something. Don't let anybody ever tell you that just because you didn't go to school or anything like that, that you don't have brains or common sense. All you need is a phone these days. That's it. And you can teach yourself anything.
The date saying they acknowledged it, and they have given their statements. They are ready to go. But see, here's the thing. This is how you slow down the trial. This is how you do. Now, let's talk about that trial, because this is where things get really, really. I know I'm getting deep into the law and whatnot, but y'all know I love this, so I just want to share this with you. Right?
And it's a good thing for people to understand.
Here's the interesting thing. When you actually get to look, we're still going through his trial docket. Do you know in all of this, he has not been in front of the judge? Do you know that for 6 years, they have just been filing paperwork, and he has not been in front of the judge once? Not once. Not effing once. Do you know that Jonathan Oddie has never stood trial for anything that happened in 2018? Do you know the trial that's happening January 9th, 2024 is the first time he will be held accountable for what he did? And do you know that Jonathan Oddie has had no less than 16 trial dates? Look at it right here. He has had no less than 16.
And if you haven't, she did premiere this video. This is what I'm thinking that she did. I think that what she did is yesterday we went over a bunch of stuff with him because he kind of came back up in the situation. If you're not a member, you can go and become a member and you can listen to the video that we did yesterday, right? Today, this is a video that she premiered. This is a deep dive that she did in Jonathan earlier. And she wants people to understand everything surrounding around it. And so that's why this is being replayed again. And that's why I'm replaying it so you all can hear, because I keep saying Jonathan and people are like, I don't know who Jonathan is. Well, here, let's break it down who Jonathan is and why he's a key player in this situation, why there's a lot of weird shit going on around this particular victim.
Trial date. Damn it. I always mess
And
up my
again,
own flow.
his role in all of this is he has said that he was P. Diddy used him as a male prostitute to have sex with people.
He has had no less than 16 trial dates set for him to actually be held accountable for what he did. And do you know, every single time it's time to go to trial, there's always an excuse and trial needs to be moved.
Mm-hmm.
There's no postponement. There's no anything. They just give a new date.
And even since his January 4th court date, there's been new shit. The same cycle's been going. That's why there's people that think her. I think it's an idea that I'm definitely playing with. He probably or may be in protected custody because his shit's not making sense. Why? You know what I mean? Like, why is he going to be sitting in a detention center for 6 years? Why do his court dates get pushed back? They say he's deceased, but yet he still has this shit going on. Now, granted, yes, she talked about how you can be sued and stuff, even though you passed doesn't mean that stuff can't still happen. But these motherfuckers is shady. And again, as you heard, there were some officers that were involved in all his shit that were tied to some of the stuff that goes on down in Miami with the freaknik shit or freak offs.
They just give a new date and they assign a new prosecutor. Now, when I said this, I said, okay, this is weird.
Right.
So Jonathan has been in the corrections facility for 6 years, right? Because you guys, we got it. Case closed. No, dummy. Case isn't closed. Case just opened, right? So Jonathan has been in a detention center for 6 years, which you guys know is unheard of. If you guys don't know, if you're an American citizen, you are actually owed a fair and speedy trial.
Yep.
I actually looked into Florida legislation. They say anything under 175 days is acceptable. Anything over 175 days is infringing on your constitutional rights. Last time I checked, a year has about 365 days, give or take a leap year. That means that they basically have been holding him unconstitutionally. Because you know, if they don't give you a speedy trial within the realm, speedy doesn't mean quick, but it means as quick as possible.
Right.
That you can actually sue the government for them to release you because they have violated your constitutional rights, and a lot of people have gotten off like that.
And that's why they, and you know, I know, and then it isn't the right word for it, but that's why they did that, because back in the day, people were sitting and never getting out, so that they came up with the speedy trial thing, and it's your constitutional right.
There's even something on Rikers Island.
Now, not everybody takes it. So you have a choice. You can say, I want a speedy trial, or I'm not going to go with a speedy trial. So that's also a thing.
Where they were holding people for years that they shouldn't have. So I went into the Rikers Island stuff, and I was like, okay, so if that happened on Rikers Island, maybe this is what's happening with Jonathan Oddie. Because you know me, I'm like, let me actually see. But no, here's the funny thing. With the Rikers Island stuff, it doesn't apply to Mr. Oddie. You know why? Because the people in Rikers Island were too poor to afford an actual lawyer, right. Unfortunately. The city of New York, it's one of the most, I can't even say a shameful piece of the history because it's still going on. They were so poor that they were relying on their public defenders to file the motions to get them out.
All right, now I'm going to say this. So those of us that know who Eli is, right? This is something that I believe that Eli is trying to show all of us in his cases. As we know, he is, if you follow Eli, the people's guy, he's an auditor or whatever, and he's got some cases going on. And first of all, they shouldn't even be cases. Like if there's video, he did nothing wrong. Like there shouldn't be any cases, right? But now this man could get a lawyer. This man, he is those of us that support him, like he wouldn't even have to worry about a lawyer, right? There would be people that would help pay for the lawyer, everything. But he has chosen to show people what the court system can do to you when you don't have money, right? So they have tried to ask him to settle, hey, just pay. I think it was like I forget the fines. It was like one amount, $90 was the amount of a fine, and then I think they did another one or whatever. But they're trying to get you to take the plea deal, because then if you take a plea deal, then you can't turn around and sue them, right? Because then you kind of admit fault on your end. So Eli's trying to show, and his lawyer, he shows the whole process. All you have to do is go tune into the people's podcast. Yes, it's a podcast and we get a little crazy at times, but we also talk about a lot of really good shit. And one thing that Eli does try to show people is like, hey, his lawyer didn't file motions. His lawyer wasn't doing shit, right? So what she's talking about right now, that follow Eli literally are watching it fall out in real time. And she happens to be talking about New York, by the way. So just throw that out there because that's where Eli is. So, yeah, watching this happen in real life. So when she says it's a part of their history, but it's still happening, yes, it's definitely still happening, because in all honesty, the situation, like there was a girl that was all jacked up and high and all this other weird shit, and he just tried to help her so he wouldn't fucking hurt, she wouldn't hurt anybody or anything like that. He didn't do anything wrong. If anything, this chick, you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? But he got some real asinine charges, and he shouldn't have. And then they try to keep plea dealing him down, and like I said, his lawyer's not filing motions, and they keep, pushing the court date out and pushing. He'll go to court. Okay, guys, we're going to court, and he gets into court. Lawyer can't make it because he had to schedule one thing, or just bullshit shit. So now again, he could make it all go away. He could have bought a lawyer. He could have got a lawyer, or he could have settled or whatever. But he's like, no, fuck that. I want to show you guys what they do to people that don't have money.
And the public defender was like, we ain't got time for this. And so they were just being, basically, in my opinion, Rikers Island being held hostage. Now, just to pose that with Jonathan Adi. Jonathan Adi has a lawyer. He has a lawyer that has been in the game for 17 years. And from what I can tell, he is respected in the Miami-Dade area. It's not the point of whether his lawyer could sue to get him out. It's the point that you have a client that is paying you.
Right, and he is sitting.
You make, the more money you get.
Right.
Not only that, a client can sue you for malpractice.
Right.
If he has been held for almost 6 years without never once.
So these are all the reasons why, at least I think, and I think she hints to it too sometimes, but this is some of the reasons why I think that he has to be in protective custody, because this shit is so. Now, again, we all know, but then again, it's like, I say that, but then my brain goes, but Summer, these courts are fucking dirty, and so they'll do shit right in front of fucking people's faces. You've seen it 100 times. You know what I mean? So, like, and one part of my brain goes, he has to be in protective custody because this shit is so blatantly, like, are you fucking kidding me? For anybody that really looked into it, right? So you're like, okay, he has to be in protective custody. But then, like I said, the other side of my brain's like, no, bitch, you've seen this shit play out. Not in maybe this particular situation, but in many situations. So it's, I don't know, man. It's fucked up.
Having a trial date,
but it shows how fucking deep this shit is with the whole Diddy and this whole situation, and how many, y'all
held awaiting trial when there was no murder. Yes, there was a 2 cops, apparently, maybe, right? But at the end of the day, it's not whether the lawyer would have won the motion. It's the fact that any criminal attorney worth their salt when they saw their client being held in the state of Florida over 175 days, which is generally acknowledged as the cutoff for, okay, now you're dragging it. Like, are they going to trial or not? Because if they're not, you're going to have to release them, right? Anybody that had a client that was being held for more than 175 days would have put in a motion.
Yes, he went on at Suicide Watch. I'm gonna say the day before yesterday. Sometimes my days kind of blend in together, but I want to say the day before yesterday he went in. It was right after he did his second bond hearing. I think that next night he went on Suicide Watch. I personally, and I've talked about this in some of my other videos, which gotta become a member. But I personally think, shit, I gotta stop reading text messages when I'm talking, y'all. My bad. What was I gonna say? What was I saying? Oh, I personally think that the Suicide Watch is to gaslight the judges and them to try to get him out of the situation, to transfer to another jail. Because they tried hey judge, turn my mansion into a prison. We'll put cameras, no visitors, blah blah blah. And the judge was like, "No, take your ass back to jail." Like, you ain't getting out. What the fuck? And so then he started this, I can't stand getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Something about he's being made to mop and all this weird, funny shit. But it's like, dude, you haven't even been in there. At that point, he hadn't even been in there in fucking 36 hours. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? But I think he's doing this to try to gaslight, because this is what he's done in this whole situation. Him and his lawyers. His lawyers ain't shit, in my opinion. His lawyers went on the day after his first bond hearing, went on to different news outlets and was basically fucking victim shaming. And then after his second bond hearing, his lawyers and him, I'm gonna sue Cassie, da 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 da, all this weird shit. And then the feds came out and was like, you know what, you keep your shit up. And that's when they released that, because everybody's like, oh, well, he don't have a bond because of flight risk. No, he doesn't have a bond because he was harassing victims. And I'm going to explain that one more time. So there's the Danny Decaying chicks or whatever, right? Everybody had lawsuits. There's tons of people that have lawsuits that are trying to sue him civilly. The feds asked them not to drop those lawsuits until they were, doing their shit, because they did not want him to know who some of the victim, people were. He didn't want to, they didn't want anybody to be in danger. Well, one of the chicks from the group, her and her lawyer went and filed a lawsuit, and the lawyer went public with it. As soon as that happened, him and his associates started harassing victims. Calls up to 100, I think it was like 111 times or some shit like that. There were threats. They were trying to bribe people to not to testify, not to show up to court, all this kind of shit. So that's why and the whole time, now mind you, the whole time this is all going on, he's in New York, he's hanging out, trying to see people, I guess, whatever. And there's plenty of clip shots of him being around New York before he got arrested. But like I said, they're harassing people the whole time. But he's gaslighting everybody and saying, oh, his lawyer's like, oh, we came up here because we want to cooperate with the courts and, all this other shit, right? But really, you wasn't. You're trying to make them think that, you're this good guy, you're an upstanding citizen, and you have all this shit together. Well, the Fed said you have till Tuesday to surrender, right? So if you surrender, the court gives you have a bond. You can get a bond. No, like they can't say no bond. But if they pick you up, they can say no bond. So because of him harassing victims and all of this, right? The feds went in to his hotel where he was staying at, got his ass, went into his hotel and found drugs. They found guns. And again, they knew that he was harassing. So while he and his lawyers are trying to feed to everybody that he's this upstanding citizen and he's there to, cooperate, because he thinks he's such a narcissistic psychopath that he thinks he's got this. These motherfuckers don't know shit. So that's why the feds was like, oh, really? So that's why he got arrested. And the feds put it out there the following morning after his second bond hearing because, like I said, he's using his lawyers to basically fuck with victims, because they're going on news things saying that she was an accomplished, a part of all this, and da 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 da. Talking about Cassie. So the feds came out the next morning and was like, clap back, bitch, because this is why actually you're in trouble. It's, yeah, sure, the flight risk, I'm sure, was a thing, but when you're actually actively, right, harassing victims in cases like this, oh, honey, that's a no-no. When you're trying to intimidate them, when you're trying to bribe them, that's a no-no. So that's why it got picked up. All right, sorry, I know that was a little tangent and it was kind of off thing, but I want to keep reminding people that because I get in different areas and, not even just where I hang out mostly, but even just regular people like, Facebook and like people I actually know, and we're sitting here talking about this and they're like, oh no, it was a flight risk, Summer, that's why they did it. No, they didn't actually. I mean, yeah, it probably took a play, again, I'll say that, but no, he was being a hoe bitch. He thought he was still running shit. That's what it was. That's what it boils down to. He thought he was running shit, and the Fed said, nah, we're going to clap back and show you you ain't running a damn thing. And when they released that shit, they basically was like, keep playing and you and your lawyers need to get it together, because if you continue to do this shit, we're going to bring up more charges against you. So just saying. He thinks he's in control. So that's why he's on the suicide watch, because he wants to gaslight people again and he wants to get moved. And I don't think he realized that when you go on suicide watch, you get put in a cell with nothing but a toilet, and you got this little thing they call a turtle suit on and nothing underneath it. So I'm sure he's like losing his shit, because he's talking about like there's big rats, the food's horrible. I mean, to be fair, this is supposedly one of the worst federal holds in that area, and supposedly like one of the worst, I guess, around. Um, a lot of celebrities have been there. I think when she did a thing earlier, a couple days ago, was it maybe the second or third day? I think that just that week, like last week, there had been 4 people stabbed. So there's a lot of stabbings. There's a lot of, dysfunctional shit that goes on in that prison. Apparently, there's, it's in New York, so you got rats as big as fucking cats in there. And oh well, buddy, you shouldn't be doing the stupid shit you were doing, because you were given a life of privilege, and you use your privilege to then turn into power and control and abuse people. So go fuck yourself. All right, I'll just get back to the video. Y'all think I feel some type of way about this? I do.
Either get their client released or to get all charges thrown out. And it has happened plenty of times before. This is American jurisprudence. So when people say, oh, I don't really know, okay, fine, right? The fact that if you look into this whole docket, which lets you know everything that has ever happened on the case, his lawyer, who is a trusted...
And if you don't know, because I know there's people out there that don't, if you have a case, you have a docket on that case. Each case has a docket. Like she said earlier, it is your responsibility to know that and to keep up with it, so they don't pull no bullshit on you. It shows every single thing, everything that is happening. What's up, darling?
Professional has not made not one motion.
You're right. Trump did win. He won Loser of the Year. I heard about that too, Dolan. Isn't that really awesome? I'm so glad he got that award.
That tells you something. Now let's get back into him being held so long, right? He's never been in a trial. Ever. Do you guys, I don't know if you know anything about legal delays, legal this.
What pod, babe?
Unheard of. When I say it's unheard of, I 100% stand on business. It is unconstitutional to hold somebody without a trial. You might get away with somebody that doesn't have a good lawyer. Jonathan Odie actually hired a good lawyer, right? But again, it goes back to, where's Jonathan Odie? So let's look at the weirdness that we have so far. The state attorney lists Jonathan Odie as deceased on the actual report, saying that the cops were justified to use deadly force. Okay, maybe it was a typo. It's a weird typo. It's one you would want to pull down. He pops up in a detention center. All right, you committed a crime. You were arraigned. Bond was denied because you banged 2 police officers. I mean, come on, that's to be expected. So you chilling in this detention center. You go through, I think, 2 criminal defense lawyers. The first lawyer tapped out around 2021, never made any motions. The second lawyer came. He is well respected. He has not made any motion. He does not care. There has not been a blip on this case. But yet, for 6 years, a case has been kicked down. A case of cop getting bang bang.
Yeah, I mean, like, think about that, right? When have you ever heard of anyone that allegedly shot at some cops and hit 2 of them, and there's no movement on their cases? And then some of the paperwork that's put out is that they're actually deceased. But they're not. How can they be deceased, right? Because he's got lawyers that keep coming in. Now, they ain't doing shit, but they keep coming in. The court dates keep happening. They keep getting pushed out. It's just weird. A lot of weird shit. When the boys, when them bitches, fuck 12, the system, all of them, the corrupt system, and I'm not just talking about the system of police, I'm talking about the courts, the powerful people behind the scenes that are doing all the stupid shit as well. This just all tells me, this is what this tells me, and we still have some more of this video left. But what all this tells me, from what I know, from what I hear, from what all the different people close to him have said for years and decades, this is deeper than any of us. We all thought like there was a lot with the Epstein shit. I continue to say this, and I've said it even while since the day of his raid. This will be bigger than Epstein. This will be bigger than anything we have ever seen if it is done properly. Now, because of all the mojo behind the scenes, it won't be. I don't think that. I think that there's handlers and powerful people that will never be held accountable. And that's really fucking sad. I think what happens, in my opinion, in these type of situations is, I mean, you had, like you look at Weinstein, you look at R. Kelly, you look at, Diddy, shit. I mean, Jay-Z. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it out there. I feel like he's gonna he should get busted, right? Now this is the thing, right? Because Jay-Z and P. Diddy are right hands. They've always been right hands. One's the left nut, one's the right nut. You know what I mean? Like they do everything. He was a contributor to these parties as well. It wasn't just P. Diddy parties. These were his parties as well. He was fully invested in these things. He was fully invested in all kinds. I mean, the rumors on the streets, in the mill, in the industry. Now, if there's no indictments on him, what's that tell you? Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you guys heard, but like, Diddy got arrested by the feds a long time ago, like a long, long time ago, and that's when everybody said that he became an informant. So, why'd they let so much stuff happen for so long? They've known about this. As happy as I am that they're being, held, it looks like a little bit of accountability. It's really not, because when you really step back and you look at the bigger picture of things and how long people have been talking and how many people are involved, this is not just music. This is not just, rap or, urban. No, 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 no. That's what they want you to think. Because if they feed that to you and that's what you think, then you won't see the politicians, the world leaders, Wall Street, all these people. Now, I will say that some of these people, not people, but entities have been named in this. So it's going to be interesting to see which people out of these certain groups, because, well, since they're being named so heavily through things, somebody from those avenues have to be sacrificed, I guess, for a better word of words, or thrown under the bus, or, take it for the team. It's what you see is never what it is. There's so much more behind the scenes.
During Trump, well, at this point, I don't think Trump was. Was Trump president? No, he can't have been. I don't know why I thought this was the year 2040. Sorry, sorry, y'all. Let me get my mind back in the game. And this happened right when Trump was about to leave office in 2018. So he was about to leave office, but I don't believe that had Joe Biden taken over. It doesn't matter. Let's move on, right? because
it doesn't matter because all of them are involved in it.
Right? So again, let's go back to this,
What's
right?
up, Sam?
Let's go.
We are breaking down this. So this particular one is, and this is on my community page. If anybody wants to watch, she shared a lot of receipts. You should go look at them. I'm on my phone, so I'm not good with sharing and everything. And plus, like my crew, they're doing shit. All of them got to work and everything like that. So I don't want to bug them when I'm just doing stuff like this. So we just listen to the audio, right? But this is on my community page. What this video is for anybody that's just tuning in. So there is a victim in this whole shebangs of Diddy. You hear a lot of people talk about male prostitutes. Well, there's this dude named Jonathan that has made the scene a while back. He was arrested for some shit that happened down in Florida, and as he's, they're there to interview him about, like, what you went and, I guess, apparently shot at some cops or some shit. In the interview, he just switches it all up. He's like, this is what happened. Diddy and them are, I'm their male slave, prostitute. I'm forced to have sex with other people. Da, da, da. He just starts and I'm going to post that video today. But anyway, a lot of people think that he's crazy. They think that he doesn't know what he's talking about. Da, 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 da. Well, there's been a lot of funny things, particularly around this one particular victim, and that's what this video is breaking down. So, Freak, just so you know, if you think this is a Democrat or Republican issue, then you're a part of the problem, because they all are the ones that are involved in it are all involved in it. So, you're going to have to come with receipts, though. We're bringing receipts. Everything that is being said, like I said, everything that's being said in this video or anything that I say, I post receipts for them. So you can say a lot of things, but you can't just say shit here without receipts. So go get the receipt, and I'll make sure that it gets played. How about that?
Let's go back.
Because if I say that I've seen Oprah and Diddy in pictures, or if I've seen Trump and Diddy in pictures, guess what? I've got plenty of them. Would you like to see them? Or if I say there's this, situation that they've all been tied at, or there's this situation they've all been tied at. Okay, well, here's the proof of what I'm saying. Like in this video that we're listening to, there's going to be a Democrat person that's going to be talked about. And there's receipts for that as well. So here, if you're going to talk your shit, just make sure you come with what you're talking about, not your assumptions, or they won't be taken serious. So just FYI, just thought I'd throw that out there. And by the way, freaking, thanks for the view.
So what's actually happening with Jonathan Adi? Where is Jonathan Adi? And I'm being...
Yep. 100%.
serious. So when you look at, right, we see his YouTube channel where 4 years ago, somebody made this whole thing and put it up. But I don't think it was...
And by the way, right now we're talking about Florida and New York, not so much California. So if you want to know where we're talking about this, we're talking about Florida and New York right now. So
Jonathan Adi, right? Because I know what you're saying about, oh, it's from a correctional facility, this and that. Maybe they have Wi-Fi. Maybe. But he put this little montage to himself up. Or maybe somebody was trying to put a montage to throw people off, especially putting it to CeeLo. Does that make me crazy? Oh, it's not over. There's more. There's more. There's more. Jonathan's wife was a lawyer that amicably divorced her. Outside of his wife, who was a lawyer, there is not a friend besides the guy that was on the scene. There is not a family member. There was a girlfriend who was mysteriously out of the country. Okay? Just to let you guys know, in case you think I'm bullshitting, in the United States, including the state of Florida, the right to a speedy trial is protected under the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. However, there isn't a specific number of days or months defined universally of what constitutes a violation of this right. Determination of whether the right to a speedy trial has been violated depends on several factors. Hold on, y'all. Let's get into this a little bit more. Florida has its own rules and statutes that also govern this right. Under Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, specifically Rule 3.191, a defendant in a felony case is entitled to a trial within 175 days of arrest, or in a misdemeanor case within 90 days. However, these periods can be extended for various reasons, such as requests for continuances, unavailability of essential witnesses, and other court-related delays. There has to date, and you can look on the docket, never been any witness they subpoenaed. And again, he shut up the lobby. The lobby was not holding 200-300 people in that hotel. So at the end of the day, it's ridiculous that they subpoenaed that many people. But again, it seems like they're trying to slow down the trial. But I would go so far as to say it seems like they never want that trial to happen.
Right.
Here's the whole thing about his lawyer. In any case, if the defendant feels the right to a speedy trial has been violated, they can file a motion to dismiss the charges. The court will then evaluate the situation based on the above factors to determine if the right has been infringed. It's important for anyone concerned about this issue to consult a legal professional for advice specific to their situation. Again, why didn't his lawyer, any of them, file a motion to dismiss the charges? It doesn't matter whether he's guilty or not. Any good lawyer would have to file that because you've had your client sitting there for 6 years. Now, let's just juxtapose this with a little bit more, right? Let's just move on and juxtapose this because I want to get to this point. Let's look at somebody else who did a crime that was very similar in the same year, literally a month or two apart. Who am I talking about? We're talking about Cesar Sayoc. Cesar Sayoc was Jonathan's co-worker at the Dancing Bear. He had the same experiences, I'm guessing, that Jonathan did.
Oh, I agree, Joy Knocker.
Okay.
I agree 100%. I think, so with the knowledge that we have with the things that happen in the private jets and different things like that, and honestly, I'll sit here and say, like, I've seen pictures with international people, princes. I've seen pictures with pretty predominant people. So, yeah, I think this could definitely be an international thing. What they'll do with that, I'm not for sure. You know what I mean? Like, this is all, there's so many, and that's the crazy thing about, that's why I said this will be way bigger than Epstein. Because there's so many different entities. And this isn't just trafficking. As happy as I am that, you know, they're being held accountable for some shit as far as trafficking goes, this isn't just trafficking. You know what I mean? Like, he has drug trafficking. The three biggest crimes in the world are human trafficking, drug trafficking, and gun trafficking. Those are the most crimes that make the most money, right? Like, that's they're the most inefficient. It's just what's the biggest three, right? I'll just say it, keep it in Summer's language, fuck it. And he's with all of them. He's being investigated for all three of it. Because again, let's remember, he had the guns that had the shaved serial numbers in his hotel room. He had drugs in his hotel room, and this is just when he got arrested. The same kind of drugs that he's been accused of. Well, you don't have no receipt here because you don't have a mod. You're not a mod. So, again, freak, you know, we don't click. So, don't come over here. You can listen and you can learn. But again, we're not talking about California. We're not talking about Kamala. We're not talking about any of that. So, you're going to have to email me that proof because you're not a mod in my chat. So, we don't see anything. And you will never be a mod in my chat. So, if you want to send me the receipt, send it to my email. And then if we get to talking about California when all that was going on and she was the, you know, whatever, if it comes up in this case, which it hasn't, it has not. So we're talking to B Diddy case. Then we'll do that. But if you want to send me the receipt, then send it to me in my email, which is summerdickerson79@gmail.com. Because yeah, you're not a mod here, so we don't see your shit. I believe P. Diddy and Epstein will walk the same path. I do too. Door knocker. Then send me the receipt to my email. How about that? I believe that it's definitely going to be bigger than Epstein. I think it's going to be bigger than anybody realizes. And I do think this has nothing to do with political parties. No, it doesn't. And anybody that tries to make it, this person, this Democrat or this Republican, there's people from both sides. So anybody that tries to make this one-sided situation, I really don't give a fuck what you gotta say because you're a part of the problem. You know what I mean? Like, you have to understand, and especially if you're going to use the words that say it all ties together, then you have to understand this is not a political thing. And when people come to me with a political, oh, this person on the left or this person, no, These are all people. There is people from Wall Street. There are people from, like, there are pastors. There are actors. There are sports people. There are, you know what I mean? Like, this is too much. So don't be a part of the problem in dividing. There's things that don't need to happen in this situation. We don't need crazy fucking QAnon shit. Because guess what? There's so much fucked up shit in this case that is so extreme, you don't need to make anything up. Second of all, there are so many powerful people that are involved in this. Drop their, drop their names. I'm cool with that. But if you're going to drop their names, show the proof. Because I don't go off of fill-ins. So this is, when it comes to shit like this, sorry guys, but the political shit, I mean, because one person could say Kamala, one person could say Trump, one person could say Obama, one person could say Clinton, one person, you know what I mean? Like, it's bigger than that. And that's what they do to try, even in situations like this, they want to get videos are worth more. 100%. 100%. And so if you think you have things, my email, here, let me show my email. I'll look it, but don't send me no fucking dumb shit, because I don't have time for dumb shit, because I'm going to research it. And if it's just some crazy off the wall theory that doesn't even go with anything, again, you don't have to make things up in this, because guess what? There's people on all sides and all aspects that are fucked up. This is about the victims. This ain't about a political party. This ain't about how you pray to. This ain't about none of that. This is about people that have had serious fucking power that is harming people. I don't give a fuck who they vote for or what seat they sit in. If they're a part of this, they need to go down. Period. All right, let's get back to listen to this. And I do love the way that's why, and like I said, each time I'm going to do anything I can, because I can tell you all things, but you know what I mean? Like, that's why I like her, because I know she does her research, because it's the same shit not now. Some shit I learn new, but most of the shit lines up because we both do research, right? But she puts it in such I'm not good at pulling fucking, showing receipts, and like, I don't know, I know how to get them, but I don't know how to fucking upload them on StreamYard, because I am not computer illiterate. So I like her because she breaks it down, and you can, and like I said, I've showed the video is on my community page. But we're going to break down each scenario, each situation. And today we're breaking down one of the victims, that is the male prostitute that came out and said that he was a sex slave. If you know anything about this case, that rings a little bit of a bell to you. They labeled him as crazy. He was in a hospital gown in an interview office in Miami. And there's a lot surrounding him. So we don't know if he's in Fed custody or if he's just sitting in a fucking thing. Like, but I believe they're trying so hard especially with these victims, to make them not credible, unalive them. All these kind of things happen. This is things that really happen. This is not a conspiracy. Victims and witnesses die all the fucking time. So they put out that this man has been, there's been like 4 death hoax on this guy. We don't know if he's in protective custody. During the grand jury thing, there was like a surprise. There was like 2 surprise witnesses, but they're not named. So it's just trying to figure some shit out.
Caesar Artillery Sayok.
I don't think we'll be able. So you can't FOIA anything while the case is going on. So once everything is settled and all of that, I would have to ask. I don't know, because it's federal. I can't. I think, yeah, you could FOIA some. Let me check in that. I've smoked and I'm chilling, so my brain's not all the way real, and I don't want to give you the wrong thing. But I think if you can, it has to be after the case. I do know that much. You can't request all that stuff, like the evidence part, I don't think, until after the case. And then you can get like the transcripts and stuff like that. I don't know exactly how, like, what they'll be allowing out or whatever. I don't know that aspect. I mean, I think there'll be people that will probably end up with some of them, or already have ended up, because there's some that are going around. There's some that's that's out there. You got to dig really fucking deep to see some of the ones that have been out there. But Yeah.
Was
Well, some of them got leaked out. You know, there were a couple people I think that leaked some of them out. Not many of them, but some of them out. But yeah, the feds has got them. And I don't know if the feds will let you FOIA report that. Now, I do know like you can get transcripts and shit. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna ask my lawyer that later.
sentenced to 20 years in prison in connection with the smelling of 16 improvised explosive devices to
And
victims
yes,
across the
I
country.
keep a lawyer on hand because yeah, I can't. I know shit, but I can't. I don't know how to do the proper shit in a courtroom, so I make sure I have a lawyer.
Okay, so Caesar went to jail. Caesar was convicted, but let's look at the timeline to justify that with that's Jonathan's attorney, right?
Yeah. Well, see, you know what? Door knocker, this chick, and again, I've shared her on my community page, so you can go subscribe to her. Please go subscribe to her. She's just as good as Nancy Grace, but without the fucking annoying. And don't get me wrong, I watch Nancy Grace because I mean she does her fucking research. But God, she gets on my nerves sometimes. I agree with you on that. But that's why I like this chick because she does her research too, and I can completely relate to. I don't know. She's just more easier for me to listen to.
Let's look at the timeline to juxtapose that with Jonathan. Okay,
And there is a victim. I'm gonna before we let this play. There is a one of the victims that has a lawsuit that is a key player, a key witness in this case as well. Is Little Rod. She actually did an interview with Little Rod, which is on her page. You can go watch that for yourself. And honey, does he spill the fucking tea?
Felonies for mailing 16 improvised devices in connection with October 18 domestic blank account. Now, again, why am I bringing this up? Because let's look at this. Caesar worked at the same place as your boy. We're not even counting the other people in that same year that were arrested for murking people that worked at the Dancing Bear along with Jonathan. So let's just line this up because my head at this point was like, what is going on? This is so weird. Caesar committed.
Well, I'll debunk that theory because Weinstein didn't get away with it, Epstein didn't get away with it, and Maxwell didn't get away with it. They are the fallout people for people. This is not a color issue. This is not a political issue. This is a you're buying and selling human fucking beings, and it's not okay. So, sorry, Jonathan, but again, not. If I'm not gonna buy it for, if I'm gonna tell you, if I'm gonna tell freaking to bring proof, you got to bring proof too, because there's been white people that's been held accountable for this as well. And they're going to be white people in this particular case that will be held accountable as well. And, you know, a lot of them are flipping evidence. Flipping to the feds, though.
65 felonies. Jonathan only got 4.
No, you don't have to apologize. I'm just saying, like, yeah, that's not. That's like I had somebody on my Facebook come. I was like, y'all just hate black men, blah, 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 blah. And I wrote a whole post on my Facebook and said, no, we are not fucking doing that. We are not doing that because I know tons of black men that are amazing and would never do something like this. I know tons of white men, Latino men. Like, I know men that would never do this shit. And then there's men out there that would do this shit. So it's people are just fucked up. You got to be a special type of breed of fucked up to get this. Yeah. Summer, I saw today JC has 99 problems and the feds are 1. Yes, it is, baby.
Oh, he's because he was in the lobby, right? I remember.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. His asshole's so tight, we can feel it. He's scared. I think he's waiting. I really, really, really am waiting for that indictment to drop on him.
Seen on the thing. Jonathan has all these things stacked against him. Okay? Jonathan actually banged 2 police officers.
Yep.
Caesar, on the other hand, had 65 felonies. Do you know how long and hard it is to prove 65 felonies, to gather enough evidence to convict you of 65 felonies? These are all making individual kabooms, okay? He had use of weapons of mass destruction, interstate mailing of explosives, blah, blah, blah. He had a list of heavy charges. He was arrested in October 2018. Oddly enough, Caesar and Jonathan and those other guys that murked someone all committed their crimes within months of each other and all were employees of the Dancing Bear. Caesar was picked up in October 2018. He was convicted in March.
The Dancing Bear is an escort service, if you want to do your research on that, in Florida.
2019. He was found guilty in 2019 and sentenced to 20 years in prison.
20 years for 65 felonies? What? Sorry, because I know she's about to go in. What?
Just sit back and I gotta say this. I honestly don't know where Jonathan Odie is. I honestly don't know what's going on with the hoaxes, why there's so much drama. I do know that the first person to actually do a death hoax on Jonathan Odie is the state attorney. I do know that they've been holding him indefinitely in jail for charges that literally were light work, no reaction to the prosecution. I do know that he had a coworker that not only committed similar, but more bad crimes, because maybe he melted this up to Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi. He had a list. He was like in with Nas, one mic, right?
That's Jaguar, sweetie. That's Jaguar. Listen to what she has to say. She knows what she's talking about. She has been around for a long time. She was in she knows that circle very, very, very well. She was a singer. She was a backup singer. Like, she's very, very familiar with what is going on. Her and a guy named Gene, which is also a bodyguard. I've shared his stuff on my page. Jaguar has been speaking for years, and they've chopped her up as she's crazy. She don't know what she's talking about. She's an addict. She's this, she's that. I mean, any and everything they can to defame this woman, right? Same thing with Gene. Same thing with Gene. And listen, they talking, honey. They are talking, and they've been talking. And if you listen to them, and then even if you listen to stuff that I'm saying and the stuff she's saying, then you go listen to them, you're like, holy fuck. Holy shit. So, again, this goes Foxy Brown days, Aaliyah days. This goes way back. Tupac, Biggie days. This goes, honey. And it's a lot to carry that kind of shit around. And then you be screaming and you're telling and you're begging people to listen to you. You're begging people to do shit. You're going, listen, this is what's going on. And nobody listens. They call you crazy. They don't believe you. You stupid fucking whore. This, that. And all these decades later. So it is it's a escorting organization down in Florida that this guy Jonathan and some other people belong to, and it was. I have to refresh my brain with it. But if I'm not mistaken, there was a big ass bus down there. There was a bunch of cops that was, got tied into being like clients or whatever. It was just it's a whole situation. And I have to refresh my brain with it a little bit. But I do know one thing I can't remember is that it was an escorting thing there. And like this other guy, this guy that she's talking about, Caesar or whatever, he was also an escort there. That's why she's a coworker or whatever. Now, he was there. Apparently, he went to a hotel. I think it's a Trump hotel in Miami or Florida, down there. And he went in, he pulled the fire detector, and he tried to get everybody out, and he shot at two cops. Like, you know what I mean? And so there's with all this investigation and all that, there's a whole lot of really weird shit. So it's kind of hard to kind of figure everything out. But there's escort, there's cops, there's a shooting, and they're tying a whole bunch of shit together. So what I'm going to do is I'll refresh myself on that because it's been a while since I've thought about that. The whole Jonathan thing just came back around a couple days ago. So I was just like, because I was wondering too, like, where's the dude in the hospital gown? Like, what the fuck happened to him? And like I said, they arrested him for one thing. And when you see this video, they arrested him for the shooting, but then he took the interview and took it completely way out of the shooting. He started talking about P. Diddy, he started talking about being a slave for them, Like, basically, I had a nervous fucking breakdown and did all this shit because this is what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of in some sense how I took it. So, you can Google it and do some research on your own, but I also am going to Google and get more refreshed about it. Oh, yeah, she spits fire. Jaguar ain't no joke. And it's all truth.
Right, and names on his holotip, right? Mad bodies, it's for politics. He was ready to go. The things he did were more in depth, harder to prove, collecting evidence. He was convicted for 20 years.
Right, 20 years. A year later. 65 felonies.
Caesar, I'm sorry, not Caesar, Jonathan. Nobody can get an idea on him. Nobody really knows where he is. The state attorney says he's deceased. The correctional facility says, no, we have him. He has no family or friends in America, so he has no visitation list. How do I know that? I tried to get on it. I'm just joking. That would be bad to actually do that, right? He has no friends or family, so there's no visitation list, right? In America, at least. He has been scheduled for a trial that has been going on, not even going on. You have been waiting 6 years.
It keeps getting pushed out.
A judge.
Right.
There is no docket on his arraignment, because usually when somebody is arraigned, there are minutes in the courtroom. However, maybe they did it in absentia. I don't know, right? And it's 6 years. And when you look at the docket, it is almost 20 pages of nothing, of stalling. So why? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? When they can easily, because he assaulted,
two officers.
Because he assaulted two police officers with a bang bang, and they actually ended literally, he bang banged two officers. They could easily put him underneath the jail. You know how it is in America. You talk back to a cop, you're looking at a year. You hit a cop, you're looking at how long. You bang bang a cop, maybe you had 2 cops, 3. You ain't never getting out.
I'm going to tell you right now, the only time I have ever seen well, there's been a couple times people got away, but that I have seen firsthand and watched it go, well, I didn't watch the shooting go down, heard the shooting go down, but watched the fight for Kenny's freedom was in the Breonna case. When Kenny's boyfriend shot down because somebody was coming through his door, he didn't know who it was because the police didn't announce itself, and he ended up hitting John Manley. This man, they arrested him. They, tried to do all this crazy stuff. When it came down to it, all charges were dropped on him and he won a lawsuit because he didn't do anything wrong. So you don't just go around shooting cops and get away with it. It doesn't happen like that. You usually end up dead. You're lucky if you make it to a jail, I guess. And if you do, you're probably not getting out. But 90% of the time, you end up dead. They're going to kill you. And they're going to say it's a justifiable shoot because, well, you shot it, though. Just saying. So it's weird that this man went into a hotel before, this is before he came out with his interview and all this stuff. He went into a hotel, he shot it, cleared it out, ended up shooting 2 cops, told the hotel, call the cops. He got all the people out of the lobby and told them, call the cops. He wanted the cops to come. He wanted to do what he did in some sense. I mean, that's the sense I get out of it anyway. But, if this man has went through so much crazy shit and maybe he's tried to tell people and no one's listened to him, he snaps. Then he gets into an interview room and they're questioning him about, what happened. And then the man, like faucet water running, just says everything. You can even hear in the cops' interview, like when they're interviewing him, they try to change the subject back to the cop shooting. Because it was like they didn't, you would think that the detectives would be like, well, wait a minute, what you talking about? Willis? Jonathan? Let me hear it. But there were parts in the interview where they're like, trying to tactically move him back in the conversation of what took event that day. But he didn't. So, again, we're just reminding you all who Jonathan is today and what key role he plays and how much weird shit is going around this particular victim. A lot of weird shit. His friend had 60 some odd felonies, got 20 years for it. This man shot 2 cops. 6 years, still waiting on a court hearing. What's going on there? Is he in protective custody? What's going on? That makes sense to me if he was in protective custody. But I don't know.
Forget about that. You should have went on with Caesar. It would have gotten you less time. So why? Why is this happening now? Why is it happening? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. And if anybody has the answer, I would like to know. Y'all want to do that. Now let's get into the Ron Burkle. Hold on, let me read some super chats.
Okay,
and then we can get into this. Hey, what's up?
Oh shit!
Donald Trump is not going to let.
Hey,
Man, don't.
African by way of Argentina, any paper and 75-day clients. Okay, friends or files, right? They are
Okay. I just want to show y'all something real quick. Now, my phone, I've told y'all yesterday, this phone I'm using, my backup phone that we're listening on, I dropped it. I broke it. So the coloring's really jacked up. But this is who she's about to talk about. Let's get into it.
wrapped up within a year. So it just makes you wonder, okay,
What's up, beautiful?
Why is this case so complicated? Y'all
You know, we ain't doing nothing but breaking down these fucking weirdos. Love you, sis.
Proof. Y'all got the security camera footage. You have the police testimony. What more do you need? Is there something else we're missing? Unless, and this is where I speculate and just get into pure gossip, unless Jonathan Odie, for whatever reason, is in witness protection, unless Jonathan Odie, they wanted to make sure disappeared a long time ago. I will say I'm going to be very, very interested to see if he actually goes to trial.
Yeah.
If he actually goes to trial on January 9th. Because just like, and I quote, let me read
and he did
dates.
Again, this is a recap to kind of update people to understand who he is. Shit got pushed back, just so everybody knows.
2019 in, what is this? February of 2020, in the fall of 2020, just like in still fall, spring of 2021, fall, spring of 2023, and just like even in this time, February 2023, just like in April of 2023, just like in July of 2023, just like in August 2023, just like in October 2023, just like in November of 2023. How much you want to bet that January 9th case
in
2024 gets postponed again?
And it did.
I'm not going to say what I'm saying, but I am going to act on it. Who wants to make a bet that we're going to revisit this in the year 2030 and Jonathan Odie's case will still be trying to get in front of a judge? Isn't that, if you think about it, the perfect cover? You in jail, we have custody, it's no problem. Okay, well, where is he? Because we need to lay eyes on this mofo. Oh, you'll see him at trial, but y'all rescheduled the trial over 20 times in the last 6 years for no reason. Y'all.
Kara, welcome back, babe.
Y'all, listen. Somebody said, there is.
Yeah, there's a lot of pictures to start from.
There is a 2030. I'm praying on it. But anyway, let me get back to these super chats, okay? Veronica, thank you again for the super chat. Also, D. Vander Boomkamp. Thank you again for the super chat. I know I already shouted you guys out, but I just like your name. D. Vander Bovenkamp. I love that. Sounds elegant. Okay. My side said good stuff. Miss Jenna Knight said, thank you for the super sticker. And also, Kareem King said, Caesar for president. What a freak. No, okay, so let's get into the link between this. So if you guys don't know, in his interview or interrogation with the police, he kept talking about conspiracies, taking up to the very top of the DNC, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. Y'all, remember how we said that Ron Burkle was Diddy's sugar daddy? Remember how, what's his name? John Odie said that Diddy was on the phone, taking phone calls, doing this, doing that, doing business, why the F-offs were happening. Now, here's the thing. Around this time, Ron Burkle was investing heavy in Diddy. He had invested over, at this point, $300 million into Diddy. There was $100 million in Sean John, this, that, and the third. All right? So all this stuff is going on. Sorry. Granted, Ron Burkle and Diddy look so cozy. Ron Burkle hosts Diddy's coming out thing. That's that's Diddy's words, not mine. The thing you need to realize is when you talk about Jonathan Odie and those connections to the Democratic National Party, okay? And he kept mentioning Diddy in with that too, in the full video. He kept wrapping Diddy up in that. And the interrogator kept moving him away from that. Like, oh, come on, come on. Tell me about yourself. Tell me about you. Where'd you go to school at? Where'd you grow up at? Which some one of y'all said, and I forget who it was, said that actually piqued their attention because they said it looked like that the interrogator was trying to find out more about who his friends and families and allies was because he wanted more information on. I found it odd, and again, maybe the interrogation, they kept moving it because it just sounded like hooky to them, right? But when you actually get into Ron Burkle and the ties to the Democratic Party that Jonathan Odie claimed that Diddy also had, on top of moving weight and moving liquid this and doing that, and the F-offs, right? The funny thing is about the F-offs, when you listen to what's his name, the freak offs, when you listen to Jonathan Odie talk about it, he's not really being like, oh my God, I was a victim. No. He's not trying to claim that. He's trying to claim that why it's going on, Diddy is sloshed, like he looks like he has a problem with substances. Cassie also alleged that Diddy had some sort of addiction at that time. He also said that they were running some type of trafficking ring. And if you listen to the full video, he's saying that Diddy has ties politically, ada. It sounded a little bit hooky until I dove into Ron Burkle's ties to the politicians and to Diddy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I submit for your viewing pleasure the Rock the Vote. If you guys don't know what Rock the Vote was, does anybody remember this? This is when Diddy went out of his way to jump.
And I'm going to say again, if you want to see the things that she's showing, as you see, my phone's jacked up. You can, it's on my community page. You can rewatch it. You can fast forward it. You can do whatever you need to do, but it's there.
To politics. This is where Diddy was handpicked by his very godfather to jump into politics. Now, why was he handpicked by his very godfather to jump into politics? How do we know this? Well, we know that Diddy was backed by Citizens for Change. It was a slick thing, Citizens for Change. Unfortunately, as we all know, Citizens for Change is the pet project and the political project of one Mr. Ron Burkle. One Mr. Ron Burkle. And unfortunately for Mr. Burkle, it looks like Citizens, right, for Change and Diddy with the freak offs, it looks like that was actually, they were actually sued. Diddy was sued and Ron Burkle was in fact sued. We're going to get into how and when they were sued for this with the political ties, all right? If you remember, Citizen Change sponsored 6 vote or die rallies in 3 swing states before Election Day. A rally in Wayne State University in Detroit featured respondent actors, respondent Diddy Combs, actor Leonardo DiCaprio, and rapper.
Well, we have to see what other.
I didn't say one thing.
Garrett, we have to see what other connections, right? With her, was she at the parties? Is there any proof that she's at the parties? I mean, and that goes for all of them. Every single person that's in a picture, right, left, musician, whatever. Look and see, besides that picture, what else is going on? Like, where are they? What they doing? Is there tons of things happening with them? Are they supporting each other's events constantly? Are they, stuff like that's the kind of stuff that you want to look into because these are celebrities, there are going to be people and politicians and all these different people. And I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying just look. I'm not really a Taylor fan. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, she's all right. Now, I'll say this. Her music, not really my thing. Her humanitarian work, I think is pretty cool. But other than that, like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Just not my genre. But yeah, and that goes for anybody. Like, okay, you see a picture, all right, cool. Go and see what other things. See if they, how much money they're donating back and forth. These are all public records. These are all things that people can look into. Really? Just put moisture on my.
Capital's name popped up in so many federal lawsuits, but he's never the one getting in trouble. That boy knows how to stay in trouble. Okay. Let me find the stuff that it's on page 4. 1 second.
You can see what lawsuits they're tied in together, like, just different things that they're tied that brings them in together. And that's what she's doing right now. She's going, oh, well, this person's in a picture and this person's this, but oh, you know what? They got sued together.
Okay. Here was the issue that the government had. But what and who is behind citizen change anyway? I told that grocery billionaire, Democratic donor, and Clinton enthusiast Rob Burkle is the guru guiding Sean Puffy Combs' recent conversion to political activism. A chance meeting in Miami last year put Ron in the fashion business when he crossed paths with Sean Diddy. The pair hit it off, and Ron wound up heavily investing in Sean Combs' clothing line. It's no coincidence that Diddy abruptly started his Citizen Change charity last month. Okay? They said Diddy struck gold with a $100 million deal with Ron Burkle on the Los Angeles-based You've Got Bias, whatever, brothers, with Burkle's involvement, quite possibly to give Sean the spurt to grow the line. Okay, so anyway, he gave him the money. Okay, the point is they got sued. Let me find the exact thing where they got sued. They literally got sued for basically election interference. I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's long. I'll put the link in there, right? They got sued for election interference. Now, the thing is about this that makes it so big is the fact that they were basically trying to say that Diddy was Ron Burkle's puppet to mobilize the Black community. Once Burkle invested with them, okay, and who knows why, Burkle decided to use him as a straw man to be able to leverage the Black vote, leverage community vote. But also, around that time, there were a lot of politicians. There was a lot going on. There was also a lot going on with the Clintons, a lot going on with Democratic leadership, and unbeknownst to everybody, a lot going on with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I'm not saying that Diddy and Burkle and all those people were involved in Jeffrey Epstein. I am saying that Jeffrey Epstein's Florida residence was ground one grooming center before they sent everybody out to the island. Jeffrey Epstein, it has been proven, had deep connections in politics. That's one of the reasons why he never got prosecuted in Florida and why he never got prosecuted in New York. Because, baby, don't forget, didn't y'all see the documentary? They were even cool with the police chief in Florida. The same police chief that was frequenting the Dancing Bears, literally making burner email accounts with city employee addresses, like at .gov Miami or whatever, dummy, right? But he was doing all that. So let's actually get into this, because this is the connection that it sounds like that what's his name, Jonathan, was trying to make before the interviewer kept cutting him off. When you say that seems pretty far-fetched, that they would try to get into campaigns and influence elections of presidents, elections of senators, elections of congressmen, does it really seem that far-fetched? Because again, one of the reasons why
isn't that what they all do
in Miami or in New York is because he had everybody from the state attorney, the attorney general, the district attorneys, from the mayors to the police chiefs. Again, I cannot stress this enough. The fact that everybody's talking about the death post, but not the fact of the police chief. The same police chief that was a frequenter of Dancing Bear, the same police officers that were the frequent customers of Dancing Bear, the same people that were ambushed at the Trump Dorel Hotel by one of the escorts that worked at the Dancing Bear that wanted to take out the police in Miami-Dade. Okay? And when you look at how insidious Epstein was, Epstein kept a book of blackmail for politicians so that whenever he needed a favor, whenever he needed to get out of jail free card, whenever he needed something done, he would just use that as information. A lot of people do think that Epstein is was some sort of CIA operative. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of do think that too. Because when you hear about the way that Epstein passed away, you said, "Ain't no way." Maximum.
Hey, y'all, are y'all listening? Do you know who else they think works with with them peoples? Take a wild guess. Guess who's getting investigated? Guess who's sitting in jail right now? Guess who's sitting in the same jail that Epstein, the cameras moved and everything, because this prison's, it's special. The cameras can move all on their own. That's right, unknown is the winner. There was talks a long time ago that the feds and everybody ran up on him and he started to work with all the people. There's even conversation of that's why he videotaped everything. So I'm just saying, it's just conversation, but just saying.
Security, all these cameras. There's supposed to be 3 guards looking at the cameras at all time and a guard right there. The guard in front of your cell leaves. The guards are supposed to be watching you on the closed circuit, the security surveillance, leaves to go on break. Another guard doesn't relieve them. Then on top of that, while they're gone and ain't no eyes on you, either from the video or from from outside your cage, the surveillance cameras mysteriously get cut off. When they
get cut off and moved because they were moved as well.
Deleted yourself, and then once you deleted yourself, when people are like, you gotta do an autopsy on that.
Did they not do it?
Turned around and said, whoops. And everybody's like, whoops, what? And the coroner was like, oh gosh, guys, I thought you guys said cremation. And everybody's like, what? And I'm like, we thought you said cremation. We wouldn't let you do an autopsy, but we
second autopsy, cremation. I can see how you get that mixed up.
That's what happened to Epstein. Right?
Right.
But anyway,
that's exactly what's happening. They playing on.
One of the things that he taught everyone, and he was so good with politicians, is when you have political power, you basically are a god and you can do what you want. Ron Burkle was hanging around Clinton and Epstein hard. As a matter of fact, even that year that it happened, Ron Burkle had given an estimated 2018, 2019, an estimated $15 million to the Clintons just because. That's also not even counting what his hedge fund actually gave them. But Bill and Hillary, one thing they gonna do is con the nation, right? Say what you want, whether you like them or not, baby. They always went to where the money resided, right? So now we have Ron Burkle, who was mentioned by Sam Odie with the puppies trying to get into blah blah blah. He has all these powerful friends, blah blah blah. Puppies trying to get into politics, right? You got what's his name? Jeffrey Epstein showing them how it's done. Think about it. He's showing them how it's done.
Showing them how it's done.
This and this. Ron Burkle went in on that action. He somehow magically starts pumping money into Diddy, along with maybe some other stuff. I don't know. But he's definitely pumping money in, right? And then all of a sudden, Diddy decides to get actively involved in the campaign. He decides to get actively involved and create a charity called Rock the Vote. Citizen for Change, Rock the Vote, and literally go out of his way. I know y'all remember that, to mobilize the minority group. You guys, has it ever occurred to you guys that what Diddy was doing down in Florida was pay for play? When we looked at who are these people that let Diddy get away with it, who turned the other cheek, Diddy seems like he was fine to be a tool. Diddy seemed like he was fine to sell out the community. Diddy seemed like he had high aspirations. And in return for Diddy going along with to get along, Diddy got to do whatever he wanted.
100%.
Police got involved, just like Epstein. Nobody could say anything, just like Epstein. People got hurt, nothing happened, just like Epstein. Right? And now, right, when you actually look at this, and this is the part that's crazy to me, you have Odie in an interrogation room letting you know where everything's buried, and the cops didn't even try to investigate it. I know what people say, oh my God, it sounds crazy, but from what I understand with cops, aren't they supposed to do it like a little tertiary? I expect that from like whatever. Guys, you guys, look, case closed. But outside of that, you know what I'm saying? Again, it's interesting that, and at the end of the day, when Puffy did try to mobilize, they actually got sued because the things that they were doing.
Oh, I'm glad you're still home freaking. I just wanted to say, do you see now that like even when I do listening sessions. That's what this is. We're doing a listening session together. We're gonna learn together. We're gonna hear together. Whatever, right? I don't show stuff that is favorable to Democrats or favorable to Republicans. I show what's there. So just so you understand, regardless of how you think I am, I don't chop it in politics, and I hope people understand that and don't do it either, because it does not work well for the victims. I don't give a fuck who they are. They're doing this shit, they should go down. And if I can have any part of it, whether it's sharing information or fucking helping them go down, so be it. I'll own that shit every day. I have no no being in my body thinks any of this shit's okay. I don't care if it's somebody, an actor I like, a musician I don't give a fuck. Because we all been gaslighted.
Or even talking about the way funds were handled, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, let me actually get into what else is there. I got to make my next story. Hold on. He wanted to get the vote out in Detroit. Oddly enough, it was Diddy and Mary J. Blige. They were rolling hard together. He was honoring activism. He was doing everything he could. I think we could think maybe Ron Burkle was trying to create a power nexus, one that rivaled the power nexus that Epstein had built. Again, people like Ron hung around, you look, you listen. Epstein was a little bit too creepy to you, but you definitely had political aspirations. He even has political aspirations now, but to become a power player. Diddy was fine to do that. Again, Jonathan Odie, the man that has been sitting there without a trial.
Keyword, power. He wanted that power. That's what all this is about. Because again, Diddy, you know what I mean? Like his dad was a, D-boy or whatever. And for those that don't, drug dealer. But Diddy himself, like after like he died and stuff, his mom put him in private schools. She really, really did everything she could, to give him a better life. He's really, he's really a simpleton. He met people along his life that, was heavy in the game. And I mean, even Gene, like the person I tell you guys to listen to, shit, if it wasn't for him and some of the people around him back then that knew people, Diddy wouldn't have been in the circles to now where we're fast forwarding, where she's talking about basically, Epstein was on the way out and who was being groomed to take over. Right? Because eventually Epstein became too hot. Too many people was talking about Epstein. Well, who's being put in the same circles? Who's being put in political circles? Who's being put in Wall Street circles? Who's being put in music? And not just in the circles. Because hell, I've been in some of those same circles, but never on the level that he is. Because, simpletons like us, we're the only time people are allowed in, which I've never with anything with P. Diddy, but yeah, have I seen celebrities? Have I, when I was in all that shit? Yeah. The only people that are let in are people that are trafficking or sex workers, because prostitution and trafficking are different. So it's just a lot, dude. Y'all gotta pay attention to this shit, man. It goes way back, and I strongly believe, and I've never really cared for Diddy. I think his eyes I'm an eye person, so if I see your eyes and your eyes are fucking evil, and he's just always been that way. And you can watch on his come up, or you can watch on your research when you go back and look at it, how he was positioned in some of these avenues that he had, like he should have never been in. But over time, grooming and putting placed, and you know what I'm saying. He was putting he had to do shit. He probably at one point had to do some shit. Well, I mean that's what made him into the monster he is. So I know he did. It's just that simple, dude. That fucking simple. How all this can just spiral. And like I said, if you really look at it, you have to ask yourself, like, okay, well, damn. Around the same time Epstein started getting a lot of fucking heat on him, that's about the same time P. Diddy came in the field in the same circle. I am looking into that. Freaking, I didn't today because I am today. I'm actually doing it after this. Um, and I don't. We are cleaning our backyard. We put judges and police officers in jail for trafficking all the time. This just happened. Obviously, it's getting looked into. So I just honestly, as far as local goes, I've been busy with a DV helping a DV victim and her children. So today's the first day that I'm getting to be lazy, and I work third shift. So you know, I can't put a cape on and save everything and everybody. It's not my job. But I am looking into it because I'm sure, yeah, there's some shit going on. There's been people that have said some shit locally. So until I look into it, I try not to speak on it too much because people can say this and that, but information can get tossed upside down real quick. But yeah, obviously he got shot for a reason.
For no reason,
because from my understanding, the judge is not, you know, wasn't letting him get away with his shit. But then, you know, I don't know. I don't trust that either one of them are completely clean. That's just my. I'm going to. Oh, you thought I could? Yeah, well, no, that's not my job. I help where I can and where I can be effective. What's up, Diddy? Not a lot of info regarding the sheriff and judge at this point. Like I said, it just happened, so. And when real life victims that are tangibly in front of me, they have to get my attention first, so. Damn it. We putting you under the jail, Diddy. We putting you under the jail. Fucking
sure.
Screen
even though he got a criminal attorney, a man that the state attorney has listed in the paperwork as deceased. That was the first death hoax, because if you believe he is alive, at this point, I just want to see him. I really want to see if he shows up for trial on January 6th, but I just want you guys to know he has been scheduled.
And for anybody that's coming in, he did not.
20-something odd times.
They rescheduled it.
Each time the trial comes and the trial goes and nothing happens. Let's see if he actually makes it. On January 6th.
Oh, you didn't block him or anything, did you?
Life, because at the end of the day, the last
he's good.
Anybody,
I can't see on StreamYard if you did or not, but if you did, will you undo it? Nobody needs to be timed out.
Interrogation video. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, cool.
Again,
I was like, no, he's actually fun to. He was over in TV's chat yesterday. He's cool.
When they want you to disappear,
he doesn't go too far.
And the perfect cover is
all right. Bye.
Being held, right? You're being held in a facility awaiting trial. Even go look at the crime families. This is what they do. Like with
Diddy can kiss ass.
For you, it's like if it's like, oh, what word? Tisa's released and she's snitching. Where's she at? Let's go find her. They don't want you to look at it. They'll say, no.
Hey, listen. Women are the best, whether it's Nancy or don't ever get it twisted. Women, listen. Women are the best. They work better than the fucking FBI, okay? Especially if you're a mother. But women have that intuition. Well, most women anyway. At least the women I fuck with. Yeah, you can't play games. You can't play no games. They work better than the FBI, baby.
Oh, pressing charges against Tisha too. We have her. We're holding her for 6 long years. And then after that, they don't look for you anymore. You get reassigned, you do whatever. Again, I'm not saying he's in witness protection, but I would like somebody to actually give me an answer as to what is actually going on. Leslie Ann Nori said, don't forget Ice Cube has publicly stated that the same people who own the record labels own the jails in America. B, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What's up, B? How you doing, girl? Thank you so much for joining me. You always here. I'm keeping you up late, but thank you so much, B. So let me get to the comments, right? Because I really do want to hear. I got a little bit more tea to spill, but I'm going to wait because, you know, I'm gonna wait. But like honestly, so what really is
All right.
going on? Does anybody have any theories? Let me get to the comments, right?
All right, so this is pretty much the end of this video. Let me see what else we got to listen to, because I'm cleaning and listening, so I ain't doing shit. So let's find another one we can listen to. There was, hold on, she did one video that I was interested in watching. I didn't listen. She did it last night. All right. Diddy's Freak Off Hotel. Let's see what this is about.
What's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
All right, so this one is about an hour long. It says Inside Diddy's Freak Off Hotel. I'll put this on the community page later too, or you can just go on her page and sub and find it.
We have found your favorite Freak Off Hotel, and guess what? The employees are talking, baby. They was wading through puddles of baby oil, and they said it was dirty. But forget all that, y'all. We gotta talk about it. We found Diddy's
Mr. Rummy's been around.
Hotel. On top of that, and this is the killer. On top of that, we also found a blind item from 2011 that one of the employees had written about what was actually going on with Diddy and that hotel, y'all. Let's get into this because you cannot make this up. We can't make it
what's
up.
up, babe? We're just listening. You know how we do sometimes. Just listen and learn together.
Diddy Home was literally out here doing whatever, making a fool of himself at his favorite spot. Okay, now if you guys don't know, here's what the streets are saying, right? I actually talked to some people that were actually around at that time. Okay? Here's the thing. I said the same thing y'all said. How is Diddy around? Why is Diddy at a hotel doing all this freak off stuff if he has not one but two mansions on Star Island? You don't even have to be there. Plus, it would have been at least like, I don't know, you could have made people sign NDAs and there wouldn't have been that much proof, even though Diddy takes everything. Well, they said the thing is, hey, everybody, thanks for waiting also. Sorry I'm late. I'm going to try my best to read the super chats, but I don't know, there's something wrong with StreamYard. I hate StreamYard. Anyway, and then your B said, Brother Lube, a.k.a. Cuff Daddy, a.k.a. the Dirty Diddler. I know that's right. Brother Lube. Anyway, y'all, apparently the deal is why Diddy was always at the hotels is because of two things. One, he's like really maniacal about cleaning. If you watch the interview I did with Little Rod, and that's the man suing Diddy, he said that one thing about Diddy is he was kind of like OCD with cleanness. Meaning, yeah, he liked things to be clean, but Diddy would go over and above. The place will be spotless. And if they knew that Diddy was coming to the studio or coming anywhere, the cleaning people, even if they had just vacuumed and dusted like a few hours ago, would go in and clean it all up because Diddy demanded that everything be pristine, spotless, all this. He didn't like the smell of food. He didn't like the smell. He didn't like people eating in front of him. And why is that important? Because the hotel employees were going to get into it. When they ordered room service, it was never for food. It was always to bring more water. It was to bring more Red Bull. We'll get into that, baby. We got all of the details, okay? But I know what you're asking, right? What's the name of the hotel? Drum roll. The name of Diddy's favorite freak off hotel, if you guys want to, I don't know, go there, the Mondrian Oriental in South Beach. Now, he also liked the Mondrian Oriental in the UK. He also liked the Mondrian Oriental in Los Angeles. He also liked the one hotel in South Beach, and there was one other.
Who owns that chain? He clearly has a relationship with that chain. Interesting.
Hotel. I forget the name. I'm not going to search through. We are focusing on the Mondrian Hotel. That is where the freak off of all freak offs happen. That is the one that Cassie is referring to. These are the streets are saying. This is where all the magic, if you want to call it, went down at the Mondrian Hotel at South Beach. Now, before I get into what the employees are saying, right? They said they walked through puddles of dirty baby oil. Let's walk through this little hotel and see how it was set up. and what had happened, okay? This is this the Mandarin? No, that's the Mandarin. This is the Mandarin. It's the Mandarin Oriental in South Beach. Now, here's the thing as we go through it, right? The hotel's cute. It has its own little like private beach, private bay. There it is over there in the Miami Lights. This is like the little, where you can go and get a bite to eat, get that shellfish.
What's up, Fry? How are you doing, sweetie? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Right.
So we're just doing some listening things. And right now this particular one is just talking about like some of the hotels that he had his parties at. Diddy had his parties at. Some hotel staff is talking and shit like that. I'm cleaning while we're listening. I'd be doing it anyway, so I figured I'd have you guys with me. Everything's going great. Chilling, relaxing. Today's kind of get my house clean, laundry caught up, listen to different things, and hang out with you guys for a little bit. So I'm good.
Monduriental. You might be saying, yo, this hotel doesn't look that luxurious. For Diddy, the way he's always flashing out. The thing is, the Mandarin Oriental is a luxurious hotel for 2009. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
It's still a good hotel. It's not like the Fontainebleau or like the
but if he has a partnership with whoever, so if whoever is, let's per se, having so they're letting him to have the freak off parties there. So they there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure they're probably involved in all that because you can't have that many people and that much stuff and that much conversation and people don't. Yeah, it just people know. People that run hotels know everything, whether people think they do or not. As an ex-call girl, I can tell you that.
Right? But in 2009, the Mandarin was popping. I actually think in 2009, the Mandarin Oriental and the Satai were the only hotels really popping in South Beach.
What's up, Chris?
The Fontainebleau might have been what? I don't even think it was constructed back then, right? Anyway, let's walk through the hotel really quick before we get to the workers recounting. This is an interesting clip that actually came on Late Night with Conan O'Brien. This is where Diddy, here's the thing about Diddy, which I do kind of believe maybe he might be a narcissist.
You think?
Diddy likes to tell on himself all the time. And when I say all,
and that is, see, that's, okay, I'm glad he's caught, okay? I'm not giving criminals a piece of advice or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, you know why motherfuckers get caught 98% of the time? Because their own fucking mouth. Their own arrogance. Their own stupidity. Shut the fuck up. Just saying. Now, I mean, really, I think if you get to this big a scale, what'll happen is people will still know, but he's so unreally disrespectful, unhidingly about it, like in your face. People are like, yeah, he's not doing that shit. Yeah, the fuck he is. He's telling you. When a motherfucker tells you who they are, you should believe it. Just saying.
All the time.
And if you're doing shit you shouldn't be doing, you need to shut the fuck up.
I mean, all the time. He literally
so we can know, and then you get in trouble for trafficking people.
Late night.
I'm cool with that.
Around the time where he was deep in Miami, him and Cassie were pretty much living in Miami, and they were having freakouts at the Mandarin Hotel. Again, he had the freakouts in his hotel and not his house because he is a clean freak. He didn't want all that baby oil, all that lube, all that stuff around. The employees are even saying that they would actually bring in boxes of that stuff through the what do you call it? The loading dock. They would literally have the you know how you get the little bin and like the thing that the bellhop puts your bags on. They would go to the loading dock, right? And they would input boxes of supplies, of party favors, all this on it, and they would have to literally take it and go up to the hotel room. Now, it wasn't a hotel room. No, it was literally he would rent the top 2 floors. The suite, the penthouse suite, starts on the 19th floor, and I think the 20th floor. Either that or the 19th is the top floor and the 18th. They said that they would literally have to take boxes and boxes up. Diddy would have extravaganzas. He would literally have, like, there would be like party supplies, um, all this stuff coming up. They said even one time when they were bringing things up, we're going to get into the reports. It was a blind item that was all the way back, I think, in 2010, 2011, that a box of oil and also party favors fell over. But listen to Diddy. As we get into this, I want you to hear it out of his own mouth. Then we are going to go to the walk through the hotel, show you how it looks, and then we're going to get into the report. Okay, let's go.
Alcohol. Right. Alcohols. Right. Not just one alcohol. Alcohols. Right. Just different blend. You need the ladies, you need the booze, you need some water. For watering plants? No, I don't know if guys have noticed this, like a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They right. Just, so you have, if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. Right. Gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors.
Did y'all hear that? He loves on the truth.
Like a lot of ladies drink water.
And he does this shit all the time. If you follow him, if you've listened to him or anything like that, he will do that. And you hear hee hee ha ha, everybody's laughing, right? No, bitch, he's telling you what the fuck he's doing. He's telling you, these type of people will tell you exactly what they do. And we, as a society, that's, all of our minds are being trafficked and pimped out, just saying, groomed and all that good shit every day by big corporation. Anyway, yeah, he does it. He does it every time. He tells you who the fuck he says he is. He tells you what he's doing, and everybody's like, oh, he, of course. Like,
at parties, so you have, if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. Right. Gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors. It is sounding kind of dangerous now. It's a little kinky, but very but just right. Check it out. You need a lot of heat. Heat. Yeah. Heat. You mean that?
Listen to this mofo. He liked it funky in there. A lot of heat. Even Conan said, "You need a lot of heat." Listen.
Physically, the place has to be hot. You don't have no air conditioning. No air conditioning. No. Why is that? Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects, like, everybody gets a little bit more comfortable and loose. Builds up a nice little sweat. That just sounds disgusting. What do you want? Depends on the way you look at it. You start getting kind of sexy. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you sexy.
Okay, so again, whatever. With the right person, you might be into that. They hear Diddy talk about having to get sweaty, turn the heat on, a room full of people getting sweaty. You like it the way it feels against your skin. Ugh. And you got baby oil. I know that place was a mess. Anyway, Coca 162.
Now you know, Chris. Now you know.
50 Cent and Nicki Minaj knew about Diddy's ways long ago. Nicki only did one song.
And now you can tell a friend to tell a friend.
Good question. Nicki Minaj has been in the industry. She's a beautiful woman. I don't see why Diddy wouldn't have tried it. Plus, whenever Diddy makes somebody, like, help someone, he usually wants to take them straight over to the casting couch. Nicki Minaj has been adamant that she didn't have to casting couch her way through her career. So maybe she does have stories to tell. But I don't know why she don't get on Queen Radio and tell them. She be telling about anything else.
It's a nice
right? But maybe she does. Maybe she does. I do want to say this that I thought was so interesting, right? I've been on, like, a lot of TikToks, and people are like, oh my God, Diddy's going to get off. This is just a PR exercise. Diddy's going to get off, just like Harvey Weinstein did. And I'm like, but Harvey Weinstein is still in jail, and he got convictions in the state of California. Right. I don't know. First, people said Diddy wouldn't be.
People just say whatever the fuck they want to say. That's what they say.
All these lawsuits are going to be thrown out. Then he said, when the raid happened, well, nothing's going to happen. Then when he got indicted and perp walked, yeah, but blah, 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 blah. I don't know why.
Then when he didn't get bail, not once, but twice. Oh, well, da.
I don't understand. There's a lot of weird things happening in the industry. Okay, so let's get into this, right? So this is the hotel. Again, I know what y'all saying. When I saw this, I was like, oh, this looks like the Westin. I don't know, right? But the reason Diddy chose this is in 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, 12, This was one of the poppin' hotels.
What up, 420? How you doing?
It hasn't been renovated. What was 2009? Shut up. Y'all know my math. It hasn't been renovated in over 13
This is why I like her.
Exactly, right? So, of course, it's like old, ran through now. But back then...
Because then I don't feel so bad when I'm talking to y'all and I go scroll or whatever.
That Diddy did, okay? With the Mandarin Oriental South Beach, okay? All the penthouses are on the either 18th and 19th floor, like the 19th is top floor, or it's the 19th and 20th, okay? Those are the very top.
Nice ass room.
Here's the thing. When you rent a penthouse suite, I believe they have 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom penthouse suites. What Diddy would do during the freak-offs with his assistants, Christina KK, they would rent out the whole floor. The whole floor. On the 19th, the whole top floor on the 20th. So you need a special elevator key to get there. The penthouse, you just can't go up. That would be at least 1, 2, 3, 4. So they basically would rent out 20 hotel rooms, okay? All the suites, so they have the whole floor. These rooms, even though this hotel looks ran through, these rooms are going for like about 6,000 or 7,000 a night, even though it looks ran through, because it's like 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. They would take up all the suites. The suites have interconnecting rooms. So what they would do?
How they ran through? I think it's alright, you know, though.
The top 2 floors, a lot of these rooms are interconnected. The front door of the rooms would be open because they were, the only ones on the 19th and 20th floor. And all the rooms that could be interconnected, the doors were open. So they would come in and not just bring boxes and boxes of lube. They would also bring like party planning stuff to stage everything.
I think it's a nice
so
suite.
when they invited their guests for these 3-day long, 4-day, however long he could get them to go, they would just be like walking around. Imagine if like it was a private. Imagine if you have the hotel to yourself, all the doors open, all the rooms open. This is what was going on. Now I do want to say that they said Diddy had to pay a pretty penny for damaging the hotels, because as you see with the Mandarin, they like a good cloth. Mandarin, they like a good cloth couch. They like a good textile couch. And they have rugs everywhere. Diddy likes a good baby oil.
Right.
Diddy likes a good lube. Diddy likes to literally, can you imagine in the Miami heat, Diddy literally keeping all, they said Diddy kept all the windows, not windows, but the balcony stuff closed because he didn't want people to hear things, because sound does carry, right? And on top of that, but he liked to keep all the windows open. When I say open, like the blinds up. So the windows were closed, but the blinds were open because he wanted, they said he liked people seeing. There ain't nothing but carpet on these floors. It ain't nothing but textiles. If you guys are joining me, we are touring Diddy's favorite freak off hotel circa 2008, 2009. It's the Mandarin Oriental in South Beach. Again, I know it looks like nothing now, but back then, imagine in 2009, this was popping. In 2009, the W was still popping. Remember how, like, you would walk in?
I stayed at the W.
Like, take the family on a family trip, and y'all would stay at the W, and you'd be like, wow. When you, at least me, I'd be like, wow.
But now you got, like, the Omni and shit like that now.
You saw Holiday, and you walk in, you're like, wow, DJ in the lobby, and then you see like a little whiskey blue bar. You're like, oh my god, people, there's like a club in there. And then you get into your room, and they had that. Remember back then, it was a lot to see, like, the wallpaper was like a giant flower or a city scene, and then they had the bed pushed up against it, and everything was decorated. And you're just like, wow, like it was just so immersive. And now looking back, if you have to be in a W room, you're like, where is this chick? Get this wallpaper off. Why is there a DJ in the lobby? What the hell? Now you look at new eyes, like you just see a bunch of drunk businessmen trying to get the courage to cheat on their wives with whiskey blue. You're just like, oh my god. But in 2008, 2009, for the family trip, you're like, wow, this is living. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so the Mandarin Oriental is kind of like that, right? RBH, thank you for the super chat, said, can we get a dive on Fahim Muhammad? He was head of security for him during the studio Pow Pow, and MJ and he was head of security for MJ with no real experience. He has been MIA. Let me tell you something about Mr. Fahim. Y'all can do that deep dive on your own. Fahim is very well connected, and Fahim is very well connected with the LA street. And Fahim, I am sure, is an innocent man. No, all jokes aside, y'all can do that deep dive if y'all want. Please, I still got to drive around LA. I ain't trying to get into too much stuff. Come on now. I ain't trying to get too much stuff. Anyway, y'all. But honestly, Fahim is very, very well connected. If you read Little Rod's lawsuit, he actually says that Fahim is Diddy's enforcer. Fahim is Diddy's fixer. Fahim is the one that, go watch my interview with Little Rod, but it's in this lawsuit too. Fahim is the one that, whenever Diddy did something or whatever, he made sure that he wasn't it, that the LAPD left Diddy alone. He made sure that both street factions left Diddy alone. Again, Fahim's well connected. He's not going to mess with. That's the deep dive, and I'm sure that's it. That's all I got to say on the matter. All right. RBH, I'm sorry, A22S said, hey, T said, this is the ghost of the matter.
Well, at least she's smart because, yeah, these type of situations, there are people that, especially if they're in your area, you better be careful.
Killed. Damn. It was $4.99 to pay for the blood. I was just trying to feed my chickens. All right, let's get into this. You guys don't know. I did a live.
So there was a chick here, a survivor here. There was a survivor here that put a book out, and it was all about you know, when she was in the life or whatever, and she named all kinds of names, and yeah, that shit. Nothing happens to them, and everything. Her whole fucking life got ripped apart. There is a way when you expose things. There is a way that you have to do it. You have to be smart about things. Because this shit's real life, dude. Like, people die over shit like this. It's every single day. Every fucking day. There are people that. There's probably people, unfortunately, in this case, that will not make it to trial. That's the facts of it. You know, and I think anybody in that, you know, team of people up there and around where all the victims and different things are, I mean, I think they realized that. That's why the feds came out so hard the other morning and clapped back when they started doing the harassing, you know, using his lawyers to basically harass victims. And they were like, nah, motherfucker, we're not dealing with this shit. So it gets pretty serious in shit like this. This is shit movies is made out of, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it can get dangerous. And there will be people that probably will not make it to the court case. Unfortunately. Allegedly.
Mosquito that was stalking me, and I literally had to fight for my life. And unfortunately, this is the ghost of the mosquito.
I talk about shit.
Anyway,
there's certain shit I don't talk about, or certain shit I don't do.
So here we go.
And most of my people that abuse me are dead. So
hotels. This is another one of the suites, depending on what floor you are, not floor, but what section you're facing.
They got their accountability.
Different than the sea view. Again, Diddy would rent all of these out, keep the doors open, do whatever. They all have balconies. Once you get to the penthouse level, there's two levels. They rented out both levels, okay? They all have balconies. They all have that. Again, Diddy spared no expense. Again, this was popping off in 2009.
I know, right? No, that always sucks.
Let's get into these reports. I thought it was really interesting, and I just wanted to come and read you guys a bedtime story because it's really, really, really interesting. Okay, hold on, guys. And this is what the actual employees are saying. They actually would go into different blind item things and actually drop tea about what was going on. But back then, everybody thought it would be insane that Diddy would be involved in some type of stuff and this would be going on, especially in the way
nobody would believe them.
They were first starting. It looked like they were always like, did you know people rent out hotels to be like,
so to all the people, hold on, let me pause. So all the people that are always like, why don't victims speak up? Why don't victims speak up? If it was me, someone actually told me this, and what was crazy is, and I had to hit him in the gut with it, but I mean, you know, he was like, well, what the fuck? Or this person, she was like, what the fuck? Why didn't they go? If they were victims, you know what I mean? They should have gone. And I was like, okay, well, when you were a victim, did you go? But shut them up. You know what I mean? Because why, if you were a victim, because you know what? A lot of victims don't go because people don't believe them. And half the time, the authorities are involved in this shit. Family members don't believe you. If it's other family members, I mean, like, come on, man. Whether it's, like I say, and I use this theory all the time, there are plenty of families that everybody knows that certain uncle or that grandfather or whoever the fucker is or woman is has for generations molested people. You know what I mean? But it's like we tell the kids, like, oh, don't go around him. Instead of going, hey, motherfucker, you have no place in this family. Get the fuck away from here. Don't come to family events. Don't do any of it. Instead of doing that, because you don't want the pushback from people that don't believe you or whatever it is, people do that because I don't get that. They allow that motherfucker to stay there, and we train and brainwash these children to go. And when I say train, we train them from that moment to accept the bullshit, to conform and continue to be a victim, and that's what we cannot do. So I don't give a fuck, like I said, if it's the family member or the friend or the pastor or the doctor. I don't give a fuck who it is. The buck stops with you. The buck stops with you. It is your job to call that out. Or don't ever look at a victim and go, why aren't you telling any people? Because I can promise you, I've had some of the most craziest shit said by my own fucking mother. And I love my mom, but it is what the fuck it is. So when people ask why don't victims do anything, well, these victims have been speaking out for a long time. Just in the clips that we've been listening to today, I have showed that there has been conversations about this forever. And it's way more than just the music or this, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. And we're going to keep listening because I want people to learn. I want people to understand. Because the more we learn and understand, the more we can stop this shit. Because we'll recognize it and we won't sacrifice our fucking self or our children for it.
So that baby oil, anyway, get into this, right? So this is a blind item that was written by the devil's assistant. The devil's assistant is someone that used to always talk about things that happened in the hotels in the Miami area. And oddly enough, Diddy was mentioned in this blind item. I thought it was important because this blind item was written sometime between, I think, circa 2010, 2012, right? All right. You've heard of eccentric rich people before, but this guy takes that, and then takes the cake. Or rather, a gallon of baby oil. Now, here's the thing. Even though he has this really funny public interest, this funny public image, his temper was the stuff of legend. It still is. And baby, he had appetite. And they could make even the wildest imaginations blush. Behind every outlandish request, his loyal assistant, let's call her Kay. Let's not forget that Diddy's assistant is Christina Coram, right?
Right, and she's turned feds on him.
There, smoothing things over. Her job, directly with us. Far beyond answering phones and scheduling meetings. She was his party planner.
Yep.
Confidant. And
she was his Maxwell.
Literal and metaphorical. And
you know, tell me these people didn't bring all this situation. Come on, man. He showed him exactly how to fucking do it, and he stepped it up on 50 steroids.
Did he? in circa 2010, 2012, Diddy was only a millionaire at that time.
Right.
So
he was
again,
being put in
and
position.
everybody in the comments said that this was 100% a millionaire. Now they said, when we got hired to work these jobs, we thought we were working just a typical weirdo parties at the Miami.
If you know anything about the Epstein Maxwell situation, right? That's what she did. She got girls, she set things up, anything that needed to be done to make whatever action happen, she was in charge of it. Well, this chick is the same thing. The only difference between these two is, well, I think Maxwell's talking a little bit now, but it took her going to federal prison to do that. This bitch is like, nah, fuck that. I'm flipping now. I personally think she still gets some fucking time. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but I think she should. I think she should be in fucking prison too. Fucking cunt. She's a fucking woman. Like, bitch. Come on, play. Everybody would be. I remember when the whole situation with Maxwell, people would make excuses. This. I don't buy that shit, dude. I'm sorry. I don't. Nope. Bitch, you were involved too. She deserves to be where she's at, and so does this bitch.
Elite
Damn it.
circles tend to love. However, his assistant told us very quickly what our duties were and what her duties were, and it involved arranging events that could only be described as the intersection of a fever dream and forbidden fantasies or nightmares, because we had to clean them up. These weren't just any parties. These were bacchanals, I don't know what that word is, held in the penthouse suite, always in the penthouse suites, the whole floor of penthouse suites. The Mandarin Oriental, right, was always a frequent favor of whenever there was any big celebrity. But the weird thing is, her boss actually lived in Miami. And while the elite of the Miami were notorious for wild behavior, Kay had to handle what Kay had to handle would even make the devil say, "Whoa, this is too much. This is too much." All right.
But she stayed around him for over 20 years. Fuck that bitch. She ain't no victim. She helped orchestrate this shit.
Okay. They said the bacchanals were held always in the penthouse suites. It was her job, and she told us we had to help to make sure everything was perfect for when the sun set and the beast within her boss was unleashed. Now, Kay rented out both hotels' floors, but it wasn't just about staging. She was preparing a stage, right? And the only way we can describe it was unbridled chaos. They would all pour in at the same time. It was always a party, music, drinks on deck. But they were also bringing out party favors. The music got louder. There was never food ordered. Now they're saying her boss, I'm just going to substitute. They said her boss was a notorious control freak, a man who had to have everything in its place, yet paradoxically loved to create a mess that would always take us days to clean up. When I say we had to wear rubber gloves and booties, we had to wear rubber gloves and booties. The scene was set like a twisted wedding planner's worst nightmare.
You're going down, Diddy. You're going down.
Oil. Furniture was covered in silk sheets, but it rarely stayed on. And air conditioners were purposely turned off to let the heat intensify that experience. The air was always thick, humid, and heavy. Now, again, this is a blind item. They can be talking about anyone, but let's not forget I found that vintage Conan O'Brien clip where Diddy was saying he loved to keep the air conditioning off. They're talking about the fact that baby oil was
Ooh, and again, Diddy, you nasty.
This mess.
All them people hot. Oh.
This mess is literally a decade ago. Oh, who else? Oh, also Harvey, really quick. Harvey girl 1813 said the devil fooled Diddy. God is in control. Oh, that's right. Let me get through this really quick, all right? And then there was the baby oil. Kay quickly learned it wasn't just a party prop. It was an obsession. It coated everything. The floors, the furniture, even the walls were slick with it by the time the guests were done. The amount of baby oil was insane. People practically waded through it like they were trudging through the waters of some otherworldly purgatory. And by the end of each party, it was as if they had descended into the depths of an oil-soaked underworld, right? Cleaning up what remained. Now the hotel staff would arrive, wide-eyed, faced with the impossible task of returning the suite to its former glory. Everything smelled of it, the scent lingering like a taunt long after the last guest had staggered out. We were paid overtime to clean up this mess, but we also needed people to come in and move more sofas and the heavier furniture in and out. On top of the baby oil soaked furniture and rugs, on top of that, I lost my place. On top of the baby oil soaked furniture and rugs, there was always things broken. Always. Glass was shattered, plates were broken. For whatever reason, they never ordered food. It was always alcohol. The alcohol, for whatever reason, was always sprayed out or poured into. Okay, let's get into this. They said the guest list would blow your mind. That's what drew the most.
Remember when they said, when she said, the person said, just keep this, take that little note and put it in the back of your mind, put it in your pocket, it'll come up. I don't know if later in this video or there's something, I know there's some other things attached to that. Allegations, let's just say. That alcohol was being poured out of certain bottles, so alcohol and certain things could be put in the bottle, so it could drug people. So, just keep that little piece of it. It may come up later. It's the first time I'm watching this one. Damn it.
International celebrities and athletes and models, people you expect to see gracing the covers of magazines, not literally trapezing through. This person loves using the Webster Dictionary. Not people you would see trapezing through a dimly lit penthouse in various states of undress. After a certain time, we weren't even allowed to bring in the food service deliveries, which were nothing more than cans of Red Bull and bottles of alcohol and ungodly amounts of champagne. They weren't even in various states of undress. They were just straight booty naked. For every 10 men, there were twice as many women, glamorous, radiant as they arrived, and unrecognizable when they left. They literally looked like a train they had been run over by a train. Their eyes, we remember when they went in, would be wide with excitement. But they left looking glazed over and hollow. They looked as if they walked through hell and black. Some we would find laying around in delicate lingerie, while others wore elaborate costumes that looked like they had been ripped off. It was scattered. It looked like a Halloween adventure. Angel wings, devil horns, and everything in between. And and each time, depending on whatever theme their boss wanted, it would always change. It would be all white one week, all latex the next, all black. And then there were the nurses, or at least they looked like nurses. They'd fallen after the party ended, their hands full of IV bags. They wanted to be discreet. We actually had to bring them in through the service elevator. They again would pull up to the cargo hold.
What's up, beautiful?
And their hands will be full of.
Hopefully you're feeling okay.
Sorry. I thought I saw that mosquito. Okay. Their hands will be full of IV bags. By the time they arrived, the guests were in dire need of hydration. There was vomit that you could find on rugs, in the tub. We would literally be vomit mixed with baby oil. And there was more. It got grosser. There were certain puddles that we refused to actually clean. Yes, we got paid overtime, but the weird thing about it is usually when guests have things that they need to be discreet about, there were always like there were always uh, white envelopes. There was always white envelopes. There would always be padded thick, and they would be passed out to the staff. It's not that they were buying our silence. It's just the fact that this was a thank you.
We're just sitting around listening to some stuff that's tied to the PGD case.
A hospice nurse throw up. Okay? However, this guy was so demanding, and they were so particular, and they were messier and grosser than any guest we'd ever had, and they were also the cheapest. I think one time we all might have gotten $20 each as a tip for our time. And you know what? Honestly, I think our managers just reached into their pockets and gave us $20 just to shut us up. But at that time, they would have been better off. They would have been better off just giving us nothing. It was insulting, actually, how you could literally see people that saw everything you did in the dark and the light over days at a time. The things we could have said and the way we could have sold these stories to newspapers, and the only thing they did was just give us $20, we could have made serious money. But maybe they knew something we didn't know. I heard a few times that a few people actually tried to sell stories to the tabloids, to the gossip, and they never had any buyers. We should have known something was up then, that when we tried to sell stories, any major news publications really didn't know about it and really didn't care. But anyway, let's get back to these nurses, okay? Like we said, the guests were in need of hydration. At one point, in some places, it looked like everything had come out from every end at the same time. The vitamin infusions, it said, but who could know for sure what were in those bags? Sometimes they left quickly. Other times they stayed, blending into the mayhem, always being on call. The thing is, they would come whenever we thought the party was over, but they would come multiple times. They would never stop. And they would make their final trip when the party was finally completely done. Now they said, now what happened behind the closed doors, okay? They said what happened behind the closed doors, okay? Hold on. Okay, let me hurry up. I gotta go some. Okay, they said what happened behind the closed doors of the penthouse remained a mystery to all, but for those who participated. But we had to let the nurses in, and we had to bring up the never-ending room service buffets of champagne of every kind, only Ciroc vodka, right? Only mixers for that vodka and water. Oddly enough, we did deliver food, but it was only for one person, and it was only for the boss. The thing is, right? Whenever we delivered, there was always noise. We always heard screams. We heard screams often. They were muffled, yes, but they were chilling. Whatever happened up there, it was enough that he occasionally rented out both floors with every room whenever he got the chance, just to make sure no one else in the hotel could hear the cries and moans. He demanded control at every
100%, I agree with you.
Orders at his assistants and guests alike. It wasn't enough that he had everything he desired. He wanted to watch everyone.
Please, y'all make sure y'all hit those thumbs up, and if you're not sub, we do listening things on this a lot.
Whenever we had to deliver something and we were scrambling to get out, he always seemed like he wanted to make a show for everybody. And the show always showed him acting crazy. Sometimes he'd even fling the penthouse doors wide open as room service arrived, literally wearing nothing but that weird smile, just to get a glimpse of the shock and horror on our faces. It became Kay's job to intercept, to open the door just enough to retrieve the tray or cart, right, before anybody could peek in. So Jamie has a comment. She said, I wonder if the nurses were bringing more than IVs. They said they would come. Oh, that's a good point, Jamie. So Jamie said, I wonder if the nurses were bringing more than IVs. They said they would come during and after the party. I've never seen people in Vegas need an IV during a party. That's a good point. What were in those IVs? That's a good point. And you think about these people, they have connections. Because, like, look at Kanye and the nitrous oxide. He had, like, some dentist giving it to them, supplying. So maybe there was, like, a cocktail in those bags that entered the system quicker and kept people up more, mixed with stuff. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, that's a good point, Jamie. Let's see.
Well,
Again, every single time he hosted or Kay hosted, the aftermath was always the same. Kay paid handsomely for the damages because the stains, paid the hotel handsomely. What they paid for were the stains that no cleaner could fully remove, the destruction of fine furniture, the lingering scent that clung to the air for days afterward. And despite the chaos, this was the weird thing. The hotels always welcomed him back. Why? Well, they hear him talk because money talks.
That's right.
And I think he knew how to make people look the other way, even if they whispered behind his back about what they see. To this day, no one knows exactly what went on inside the penthouse because every single room had something going on. Sometimes you heard women screaming. Sometimes you heard men screaming. Sometimes it sounded like in terror. Sometimes it sounded delight. He would ego trip sometimes. And if the room service person looked disgusted when they walked in, he would demand that they stay for the rest of the shift as his own private maid or butler. But they had to stand outside the main door at the elevator waiting for his command while he said some crazy stuff. Right? While he said some crazy stuff, okay? Jamie said, so they were shooting up, seems like. Wow, yeah. Somebody said, Jamie said they were shooting up. Cassie was basically like a crackhead. That's sad. To be fair, before we get back into this, Cassie actually said from her own mouth that when she left Diddy, she literally had to go into rehab to save her life. She said it was one of the toughest things she ever did. But of course, she did it because, she loves herself. Alex loves her. She always wanted to be a mom. But again, Cassie said when she left Diddy, she was, in fact, strung out. You know what I'm saying? They said,
and just not for anything, but he is detoxing in one of the worst federal holds, and he deserves every fucking bit of it.
Now, some employees say it was just wild partying.
Piece of shit.
But others, the ones that had to stand guard because they somehow displeased them, others hint at something darker, something ritualistic. Well, here's what's certain. Every event pushed the boundaries of excess, spiraling deeper into the madness. His parties were on Pandora's box, opened once a month, leaving devastation in its wake. But yet the moment the bill was paid, the room was clean, like it had never happened, except in the minds of those who witnessed this, who couldn't forget the glazed eyes, the IVs, the lingering cries. Kay, ever the loyal assistant, remained silent. Her lips were still tighter than the bolts that held her boss's many secrets. Y'all, now listen.
No, actually, she's talking. She's talking to the feds.
We don't know, right?
Or at least that's what they say.
Is the person mentioned in the blind item. But we had that little thing from the Conan O'Brien show. Hold on, let me turn my camera off just for a second. We had that little thing from, let's put this on the big screen. We had that little thing from the Conan O'Brien show, right? We have where Diddy basically admits that he likes to do what? He basically admits that he likes to keep. Well, you know, let me put it back on. Y'all can just see. He basically admits
We need alcohol. Right. Alcohol.
Here we go.
Right. Not just one alcohol. Alcohols. Right. Just different blend. You need the ladies. You need the booze. You need some water. For watering plants? No. I don't know if guys have noticed this. Like a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, you know, so you have if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. Right. Got to keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors. Yeah, this is sounding kind of dangerous. It's a little kinky. Yeah. Check it out. You need a lot of heat. Not heat. Yeah. Heat. You mean that physically the place has to be hot? You don't have no air conditioning. No air conditioning. No. Why is that? Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects like you know, everybody gets a little bit more comfortable and loose. Builds up a nice little sweat. That just sounds disgusting. Yeah. Depends on the way you look at it. You can start getting gets kind of sexy. Is that what you're saying? Maybe sexy.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, do we know if this is Diddy? No. Do we know that at the end of the day, it looks like it fits the bill? You have an assistant named K, you're renting out this, you're renting out that. Oddly enough, people are talking about what's going on with KK and if she is going to actually be indicted as his little
She should be.
Maxwell, okay?
She should be.
When you look at what was going on with Diddy, I just thought this was so interesting that the actual employees were saying that
her victims deserve to see her get indicted and arrested. 100%. Whether she works with the feds and testifies and all that shit, they deserve at least that. They deserve at least that. And I'm sorry, but even if she does work with him, she still should get time. I don't give a fuck. That's just my opinion. She's just like
the actual employees were saying that at the end of the day, they tried to sell stories. They wanted to sell stories, but for some reason,
100%
take the stories. Nobody would pick it up. Back then, Diddy was not a billionaire.
I believe so.
Be a little baby,
you know, just gotta wait for those indictments.
A little baby Epstein. So what do y'all think? Hold on, let me get into the chat really quick. What do you guys actually think about?
I mean, I think it makes sense. I think it makes complete sense. Let me see something. All right, I'm gonna do. Hold on. All right, we got the gist of that. So. Okay, I am going to play this video. This video was done a couple, let's see. There you go. So, to get you guys to hear and understand some of the things. Because we talked about how there's trafficking in this, right? I've talked about, so this next video that I'm going to play, you've heard me talk about a lady that got shot in the nose. It was when J-Lo and P. Diddy were together. They were in New York. There was an incident that happened in a club. Okay, a guy named Shane, something like that. I never get people's names right. Anyway, he actually went down for the shooting, right? But the lady that got shot in the face has been saying since the night that it happened, has been saying, that's okay, I can't change it right now, so it doesn't let me, yeah, it don't let me. It's all right. But thank you, Jonathan, for letting me know. Anyway, so I've talked about this. I've talked about how there was a guy that ended up taking the fall for it, and the lady that was shot in the face has said since the day one that Diddy is the one that did this, and he passed the gun off, and blah, blah, blah. There's a whole lot of stuff around that. Well, there is talks that might be reopening. So, because I'm trying to get you all to understand some of the stuff that I talk about too, and she goes into a lot better explanation and all that kind of stuff. But I want you to be able to understand and let this be fresh in your mind because, excuse me, there is going to be a lot of moving pieces to this case. There is going to be a lot of different situations. And this is nothing. Just a little bit that's out right now. This is nothing compared to how and where this is going to go, in my opinion. From what I've looked at, from what I've gathered, from what I've listened to my ear in places where I've seen other people also, you know, validate some of the stuff that I've seen as well. I think it's going to be a lot bigger than people think. So Diddy has many charges filed against him from years ago, and nothing was done. You're right. You're absolutely right. There's a lot of powerful people on this that's been playing with this. And so we're going to see. It's going to be a very interesting thing. I get excited because anytime somebody that's done this much, especially when it's involving human trafficking, um, I'm all for them going to jail. I've been very vocal about that. I don't really give a shit about other shit because it's just not, like it's not that's not my calling. But this kind of shit when it comes to messing with kids and children and selling people and all that shit, that's not, nope. To me, that's what exactly these jails are meant for. So, all right, so we're gonna listen to this because I want you all to like I said, get familiar. Some of this stuff has happened so long ago. There's things. I'm also gonna play probably a video of the whole Biggie conversation and Tupac. Because that's another thing I think people need to get updated in their brain, and for the ones that don't know, because people are like, sometimes when you're talking, they're like, oh, I didn't know about that. I ain't never heard about that. Well, here's some, and then what you can do is you can hear what you learn or whatever, and then you can go look and research it yourself, because you don't have to believe what I say. You don't have to believe anybody that we're doing listening party with says. You got a start. Go look for it for yourself. And I can promise you, you will find shit. Because now, I mean, back a couple years ago, it was still kind of hard trying to get shit. You know what I mean? They were even messing with algorithms of people that were speaking up. I've posted on my community page some people you should listen to. Gene is one of his bodyguards, long live, for a long time bodyguard. There's this guy that we're going to listen to about him. There's a lady named Jaguar. I mean, there's been tons of people. Tons of people. All right, so so what the title of this one is rapper Shane wants case with Diddy reopened, admits he was Diddy and J-Lo's fall guy. So cooperating with the feds. So he is another person that is cooperating. So again, we're not going to listen to anything that isn't. Rumors and shit are cool, but like when you're dealing with court cases, I like to look at shit that's actually factual, right? Like things that we are rumored or whatever, and there's enough proof in all these things because people have lawsuits, and I know some people are like, well, Summer, that doesn't mean people are proven. No, but if there's a bunch of people that are all fucking separate and there's a lot of things that's going on, you can also use a little common sense to say, shit's not what it's supposed to be. So, all right, let's go. One day. Make sure you like and subscribe, by the way.
Everybody, hold on. We just checking my microphone. Wake up. We got some breaking news, baby. This ain't no allegedly. Let's get into this. Didn't I tell y'all last week? I don't know if y'all saw my lives. If not, we had a good one last night. Make sure you go and check it out. That Shine was literally quietly approaching the expungement unit in New York City because he wanted to be expunged from his record that felony for the bang bang because he maintained he was not doing it. Now his lawyer was quietly doing it. This was all whispers and hush hush. You know, every time I hear something, I give y'all the DL, right? However, there is new leaked video where Shine goes on tape and says, among other things, I'm about to play it for y'all, but y'all know I got to give y'all the intro, right? Good morning, everybody, by the way. Wake up. Y'all the first people I talked to today, right? He says that he was the fall guy, right? He prays for Diddy's victims. He says, may justice be served. He says he is relieved people are finally talking about it, right? He said he always maintained his innocence. It never was him. They never did forensics and ballistics. Now, before I play this video, let me just put this in context. Why is that so important? Because Diddy
was paying some people in New York, baby. Long time.
Has been assembled. Some of his free-called victims. My guess is definitely Cassie, definitely Little Rod, maybe Tierra Marie if she is the anonymous person, but we don't know if that's her for certain, have 100% testified in front of the grand jury. but there are a lot of other people that are cooperating. I know Diddy got Stevie J and Little Miami out there, right? Shucking and jiving, doing the thing.
You too, Nar.
Hard, right? On some
That's right, baby.
Literally, the way Stevie J and Young Miami and Daphne are out there stunting for Diddy, every time I see them post something, do something, all I remember is that scene from Hustle and Flow with Terrence Howard when they was like, yeah, whoop that trick, whoop that, getting hyped off of some stuff. And then when Taraji P. Henson was like, it's kind of hard out there for a pimp. And they asked like the heavens was open up, like, yeah, we gonna be rich. Kind of hard out here for a pimp. That's the way he got DJ, Young Miami, and everybody else singing for him. But baby, Shine in this video, one, pretty much confirms all the rumors that Diddy paid him off, because he even said, I mean, thank you for all the help that Diddy's given to the Belize people. But remember, I did that video a while back about, yo, Diddy needs to be worried about what happens in Belize. Diddy has property in Belize. Diddy's private jet commonly flies through Belize without him on it, but with weight, with shipment, with merchandise that
Christine, are you here?
Are very, very, very interested in to know what happens in Belize, what goes on in Belize, and what's going on. Baby, Diddy might have paid everybody off, but let me just tell you, the roosters are coming home the nest.
Okay, I'm just gonna run to literally right to the corner, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna pick a cigarette. I'm gonna let it play though.
He did dirty. Everybody that when he was powerful didn't rise up. It's coming up against him, but it's also bringing to light why. Let's not forget, New York State, New York City. I reported this months ago. Y'all call me crazy, but look who's crazy now. Still me, but y'all get my point. I'm about to play a video. Can y'all let me cook for a second? Jesus Christ. Go do your own research if you want to see the video right now. I'm trying to cook. Anyway, right? New York State, New York City, and the Federal Investigation Unit of Homeland Security, I reported months ago, back in December, were investigating Diddy. A lot of people are wondering, well, what's going on? How come he hasn't been arrested? The Feds, Homeland Security, which is actually above the FBI, okay? The FBI bows down to Homeland Security investigation. They took over because for whatever reason, the streets were saying that Diddy couldn't exactly get Diddy couldn't actually, hold on a second. My mom, I tell her I'm on live. We talk to each other every morning. Usually I'd be in bed still being like, yeah, mommy, I'm taking my vitamins and stuff. But today I'm up early. Nobody knows that I'm working. A lot of people were like, why did Homeland Security, why did all these places actually take over the investigation? Because it has long been said that Diddy had local and state police, DA, and everybody in his pocket. Now, we can't confirm or deny whether that's true, but we do know that one of the reasons Jeffy Eppilator was able to get away with everything is because he had all the people down in Florida and in LA and in New York. A lot of people were in his pocket or seemed like they were turning the other way. We look at Ghislaine Maxwell, same thing. We even look at Harvey Weinstein. How many times did Harvey Weinstein's victims actually try to report him, and the district attorney, the police, or whoever it was like, nah, we don't see everything wrong. It wasn't until the feds got involved. Now, I'm not saying the feds are not above reproach, right? But we do know with the Southern District of New York, baby, if you are able to influence or even corrupt them, Diddy don't got enough money. Jeffrey Eppilator didn't have enough money. A lot of people didn't have enough money or influence to make it happen. Really quick, open book. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. That can be for my first morning cup of coffee. Thank you so much. All right. So are y'all ready to hear the Shine video? Also, this would explain why J-Lo has been going crazy, getting not just gossip people, but anybody that talks about her, getting their accounts pulled down, not just copyright strike so it destroys their livelihood. I said it a few weeks back. I feel like that case, when I heard what was going on with Shine and him getting expunged, I feel like that case is going to be reopened. Now, I know what you guys are saying, but Diddy was found not guilty. Baby, it's different for charges of lying to a grand jury, which, if this is true, J-Lo might have lying to the police, obstruction of justice. They don't have to bring you up on the same charges. You can't literally lie about banging someone, lie about deleting someone, and then when the police find out you lied, be like, well, I was found not guilty. You was found not guilty, but you still lied. You still obstructed. You still lied to a grand jury. Baby, we might not be able to send you away for life, but baby, you looking at a couple of decades in jail. That's what all those little laws are for. If what Shine is saying was true, the victim is saying it was Diddy. Shine in this video is basically saying if you do, it's not me, and if it wasn't him, Diddy was the only one with the bang bang. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? He also said they never did forensics, leading into, okay, listen, let's get into this really quick. Also, Angel Bionic Bully said, get some coffee, girl. Thank you for the tea spill. Stay safe out there. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm getting coffee and an almond croissant. Thank you. And also Michelle Washington, the keys that comes with the tea, crumpets, biscuits, etc. Thank y'all so much. All right, let's get into this, right? And thank you so much, Michelle. I appreciate you so much. Are y'all ready? Turn the sound up. And also, I'll play this uninterrupted at the end of the live, but y'all know we gonna do it the director's cut. We doing documentary. Okay, if you don't like it, go do your own research. You don't gotta be here. Okay, let's go. But I appreciate the fact of those of y'all who are. Also, Ann Evans, she said, gotta go to work, but I'm here. Thank you. Pop those headphones in, run the wire down your back if you got the wired headphones, just so your boss can't see, baby. He ain't talking, he or she ain't talking about nothing. Thank you so much for being a member for 21 months. Okay, let's go. Turn your sound up. Let me press play. Also, if you guys are watching the screen, I made 2 thumbnails. I didn't know which one was better. Hit 1 if you like this one with Shine saying he exposes Diddy, right? Or hit 2 if you like this one that says Shine exposes J-Lo and Diddy. And this is just one. Which thumbnail do you like better? Thumbnail 1, which is Shine and Diddy, or thumbnail 2, which is J-Lo and Diddy, with her looking scared, mad, confused, frightened, and ashamed all at one time. All right, let's go. Put 1 or 2 in the chats, and if you watch them playback, okay, let's get into this. Let's go.
These wounds.
By the way, this is a press conference that Shine did and believes when he was addressing his opposition, because they were like, how you going to elect a criminal? What's going on? When he says this, please keep in mind that I reported a couple weeks ago that Shine is trying to get his record expunged because he's saying it can be proven that it was not him that shot Natanya in the face. But let's keep going, all right? He's in the thing. I will say one thing. You know how you know Shine was not going to be on Bad Boy for long? Because Shine is not bad looking at all. But also, when you look at Craig Mack, when you look at Diddy, when you look at Biggie, they all had something in common. They were, It seems like Shine, Black Rob, everybody else is just like, well, you don't fit with these people. It seemed like they always got out of. Look what happened to Black Rob. Look what happened to Shine. I'm just saying. Anyway, I'm just saying. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The bad boy people. Let's keep going. So Shine is saying, let's start off. Let's go.
When you hear, the victim saying that it was Diddy that shot her, that is what is the most remarkable. You didn't see that? Okay.
Now, Shine think he's so slick. He brought this up out the blue. He was like, when you hear about the victims, and the victim saying, Diddy shot her. And the reporter was like, huh? He's like, oh, you didn't hear that? Now he about to go in. Shine cracked me up. Oh, you didn't hear that? Let's go.
And that was triggered by a lawsuit from a producer that produced on the Love album, who is making accusations, and in those accusations, he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what's...
So he's talking about Little Rob, and in Little Rob's lawsuit, I really wanted to call Little Rob a liar. Little Rob said that Diddy confessed to him, and he has Diddy on tape confessing to him that he was the one that shot Natanya in the mouth, not Shine. Okay? Natanya says it was Diddy, Little Rod says it was Diddy, and Little Rod said, I got tape with Diddy saying it was Diddy. So this is what Shine's addressing. Let's keep going.
stands out to me the most because, I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political.
What? Shine is on video saying this confirms what he's been saying all along, that what everybody's known all along, that he was the fall guy. Tell me this man ain't cooperating with the feds. I double dare y'all to say that this man ain't cooperating with the feds. Y'all, let's rewind that one more time because we got to hear this.
But it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political enemies and, detractors tried to make me into, this criminal. But everyone knew that I was a young kid that took the fall. Everyone knew that was the story. I'm just saying that.
You guys, this is breaking news. First of all, can we just say Diddy's going down? He's going down to Pound Town, which he actually might, right? He going to Pound Town. He might appreciate that, right? But let us just say that Shine has just said on video, thank you to the Belize News thing, when he's talking about the way he was the fall guy. He was just a kid. Everybody knows that it was Diddy. He talks about the victim. He talks about Little Rob. But let's keep going because we're going to rewind this into the director's cut.
I maintained my innocence all this time. I said I was defending myself. I didn't get into who did what. But the victim is telling you who did what. And I understand that there are other witnesses. Is she accurate?
He said, the victim is telling y'all who did what. The victim is saying it was Diddy. Okay? He's going, listen what he said, he's accurate. Now, here's where he tries to, kind of step, because at the end of the day, Diddy is Diddy. However, keep in mind, the streets are saying he is 100% cooperating with the feds. One, this is also why J-Lo is probably trying, in my mind, get all these accounts pushed down, because she knows. I've also heard that J-Lo is paying into helping Diddy with not legal fees, but PR stuff. I heard that. Diddy and J-Lo are linked in this. And I think J-Lo is trying to scare everybody into saying her name so nobody's going to drag her into the Diddy mess. But the weird thing is, after that TikToker, Kyle Marissa, passed away, and everybody is dragging her on TikTok, girl, all this backfired. Let's not forget, J-Lo had training back in the day, I think after she broke up with Ben Affleck, because she was so unlikable and such a nasty person that she had to have likability training so she came off as likable. Baby, this is like a time capsule. We going back to when nobody liked you but Diddy. But let's keep going.
I'm not going to get into that, but it does open wounds, and certainly I am relieved that people are saying what the truth is. That I did not shoot those people. I maintain that I never shoot nobody. That there were other guns there. I always said that. That has not changed. And that is the testimony that came out. Fragments were never removed, so there was never any forensic testing to say who it was. But the victims are vindicating me. Witnesses are vindicating me. But I have moved on. I'm not trying to relive that. And so I am appreciative of whatever contributions Diddy has made to help the people of Belize.
Now, let me just say this before we go. And right after I'm done, I'm going to play this in entirety. It's only 2 minutes, so y'all can listen to it in entirety. And then we are going to talk about it, right? But first of all, Shine's a key. Oh, you didn't hear that? Oh. And then he's like, but the victim's saying they are vindicated. Me. They are doing me. I don't know. He seems like he's a key to hang out with. But also, did you hear the fact of he basically confirmed that Diddy has been paying off him, but also flooding money into the government of Belize? Do you hear how he said, listen, I'm very grateful to what he did for the people of Belize. What is Diddy doing to the people of Belize? What's going on in that airfield on Belize? What is going on? I'm very grateful. But at the end of the day, he's putting Diddy on notice. Let's keep going.
Well, I pray for him and I pray for the alleged victims. And if it is true, may justice be served. If it is not, it's a tragedy because a global icon would have been destroyed.
All right, y'all. So we have. Hold on. We're going to play this in its entirety for you guys, and then we're going to discuss because, baby, I got even more tea. But listen to this in this entirety, all right? It's just 2 minutes, okay? But listen and take notes. Diddy is done. Diddy is going down. Shine has
Shine, there we go.
Not just him, but also J-Lo. In that shooting. That's what I don't understand. Why didn't Diddy just settle with Cassie before they went and gave statements to the feds? Because they didn't have to. It's because Diddy was messing around for so much, right? At least the way I see it. And she was probably like, listen, in order to sue somebody for something, right? You can do the investigation yourself, or you can go to the police, the feds, and be like, yo, and be like, yo, I know this information. Can y'all investigate? And the feds will pick it up, just like Little Rod and what happened with Diddy with the feds. You don't want to go to state and local because Cassie didn't, because she remembered when she was with Diddy and he was doing all those horrible things to her. The police and everybody seemed like they were looking the other way. It seemed like he had connections. So they went straight to the feds because Douglas Wigmore and Tyrone Blackburn knows you might have money, you might have power, you might got influence, but you don't got more money, power, and influence than the U.S. government. And baby, the Southern District of New York bends for no one. Everybody takes a knee to that, especially with Homeland Security investigations. Even the FBI takes a knee to them. Okay? However, right? When that stuff happened with Shine, that was J-Lo. When Little Rod asked for his $50,000 or however much he wanted and his publishing rights, which he deserved, he basically asked to get paid for the job. Diddy, after doing all this, having him waking up naked, doing all this stuff, laughed in his face. Him and his Justice Squad, right, thought they was literally going to run game on him and just run a Sean Hawley play, like what they did with Megan Thee Stallion, messing the blog, attack the black lawyer, do this, do that. All you had to do was not be so arrogant and pay that man that 50. But you know what they say? Your demon will always be your undoing. If Diddy hadn't been so arrogant, hadn't been so depraved. Now, this is my opinion. Diddy maintains his innocence. He says none of
I wholeheartedly agree with her opinion.
Smears. He will be vindicated in court. His lawyers say that everything is lies. This is all salacious propaganda. They're googly-eyed, like not. I wouldn't say people they paid off, but I realize a lot of people don't even need to be paid off. They just want access, right? Whether it's reporters on Twitter, whether it's whatever, they want access. They want to take a knee. Okay, they just want access. Imagine they just want access because at the end of the day, everybody a groupie, even the people not pretty enough or not enough money to be groupies, men and women. There's a whole segment of groupies in life. No, and they can be highly educated. They can look intelligent. They can look whatever you want. They can be people you admire. But baby, when they take a knee, you a groupie. You a groupie. You a fan. You a stan, and that's cool. But I ain't never taken a groupie, a fan, or a stand word. I don't care how many letters you got found in your name. I don't care how much you've been educated. I don't care how much money you have. You're a groupie in the stand, and that's what I'll take it with. Anyway, right?
Right.
When all this thing Shine, Cassie wasn't around there. But Little Rod is the reason most likely that this thing with Shine is actually being reopened. He is the main reason, at least in my mind. And Diddy could have avoided basically life ruining for 50,000. But again, like I said, your demons will always be your unrest. His arrogance, his cruelty, his alleged power hunger, the way he felt and thought that he was untouchable. Baby, let's go. Cat Williams wasn't joking when he said, I wonder if God came down and gave him a vision. He was sitting in bed talking about something, speaking in tongues, and Cat Williams got a vision of what 2024 was going to look like because, baby, he ain't live once. All right, here's the uncut. All right, for those of y'all that don't like the soothing sound, let's go uncut.
When you hear, the victim saying that it was Diddy that shot her, that is what is the most remarkable. Oh, you didn't see that? Okay. And that was triggered.
He said, you ain't see that? The victim seen, and she said it since the night she told the doctors.
Produced on album who is making accusations, and in those accusations, he says that the gentleman confessed to the shooting. And that is what stands out to me the most, because, I've done my best to put it behind me and to move forward. And so, but it certainly reopens the wounds that I've been saying this all along. Right. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. But my political enemies and, detractors tried to make me into, this criminal. But everyone knew that I was a young kid that took the fall. Everyone knew that was the story.
Listen, I was watching, so when I watched, well, there was another commentator that was showed the interview of this, right? And there was somebody in the comments, and I was like, man, the comments said, this man's done prison time over this. This guy that's speaking, the Shine guy, he's done prison time over it, right? Well, now he's like gonna be a leader, he's like running for office to be a leader of a whole country, right? He's kept his innocence the whole time. Like, I don't know. If you believe in bigger things than you, the devil collects, but God also rewards to the faithful.
I'm just saying. I maintain my innocence all this time. I said I was defending myself. I didn't get into who did what. But the victim is telling you who did what. And
listen, I came on, and anybody that's followed me went but listened to any of my videos, especially when I'm going through shit, and especially the last couple of years. Shit. Our local police department, like, I can't, no. I've been on the fucking tyrant for the last couple months because half of our sex crime unit is under investigation for sex crimes. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's so fucked up. And anybody wants to do research on LMPD, like Vice in them, like all kinds of people have done deep dives and stories into them. They're fucked up, dude. So we can't get local half the time. There's times that we can't even get them to answer the fucking phone. But luckily, most of the work I do is in anti-human trafficking. So, I mean, if I have to go up the rail, I can go up the rail.
There are other witnesses.
And I will. And I'll take the shit to court as well.
It does hold in wounds. And certainly, I believe that people are saying what the truth is.
I don't claim to know everything, but one thing I know is I know certain basic things that are supposed to happen. And when they don't, and local and shit, when they do shit like that, it's because they're corrupt too. Which, I mean, most of us know that.
I did not shoot.
Like if you live in Australia or if you're in fucking Canada or anywhere in between.
It's not changed. And it is the testimony of the table. Fragments were never removed, so there was never any forensic testing to say who it was. But the victims are vindicating me. Witnesses are vindicating me. But I have moved on. I'm not trying to relive that. And so I am appreciative of whatever contributions Diddy has made to help the people of Belize. I wish him well. I pray for him, and I pray for the alleged victims. And if it is true, may justice be served. If it is not, it's a tragedy because a global icon would have been destroyed.
Y'all, he prays for Diddy's soul. Now, baby, what do we know about this? Okay?
I think he'd have got a lot more.
You guys have a
little bit more petty if he wasn't like in the literally trying to run to be the head of the country he's in. Most cities are corrupt, in fact, especially if they are all by family. The city, the town, 100%.
Confess to everything that happened with Diddy. Everything
that's why I was like, Randall earlier was like, oh, well, seems to be some corruption. Oh, yes, those of us in Kentucky are very aware of what goes on here in Louisville, or in Kentucky, period. There's, and that's why I say, like, when I met the Attorney General, which is now governor now, I didn't understand, like, how all this shit worked, right? And he got me to understand certain things. And how that happened was because I first-handedly watched sheriffs. I first-handedly watched judges. Hell, my organization got a settlement from one, because here in Kentucky, if you're a trafficker and stuff, all those fines and things, they go to victims and they go to programs that help women or victims get out of, not just women, victims get out of human trafficking. I got a phone call from Frankfurt. They were like, listen, you're going to be getting a donation. Don't worry about, sending a letter or anything like that. This is what it's for. Da, 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 da. Remember when we were all talking about that happening? And I was like, yeah. And they was like, well, you're a recipient of that. And it felt really weird, to be honest with you. But, I mean, shit, we turned the money into helping people. So that was when I was running my shelter. So, yeah, we are very aware of the shit that happens. Teachers, and we go all over the state that we possibly can to try to do as much as we can. But shit, this is fucking Kentucky, ran by Mitch McConnell. I don't need to say no more. Do a deep dive on that nasty motherfucker.
We know he has, he's pretty much confessed with it. So where are we going? Diddy, we can pretty much say, is pretty much done. Yeah. Anybody that would be dumb enough to stand by Diddy's side now, if he's not paying your rent, baby, you were a part of it. If he's not paying your rent, baby, then you are one of his freak off vids. Then you are a fan. You are a stan. Let me just get into these real quick before I go into the next thing. Let's see. Ooh, thank you. Holly W said, come for the shade, stay for the arrest. Thank you so much for the super chat. Vita said, good morning, T. That's early in LA. Good morning, darling. How are y'all? Amanda, thank you so much for becoming a member. And T, the goddess, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. You know, Kiana, you make a good point. Diddy really did think that he was untouchable. Diddy did think he was untouchable. I will say this, right? This draws Jennifer Lopez deeper into it. Sure does. Cassie said that she used to always carry around Diddy bang bangs, okay? Back then, Jennifer wouldn't be, but Diddy would. They was both young and wild. Jenny said she was from the Bronx with the orange drink and the ham and cheese and the bag of chips. If you know, you know, right? That's what I said. Does Shine always have this accent? Because he got some star power. I'll give the man that much. Hold on, y'all. I'll give the man that much. He got some star power. He got a nice voice. Like, I'll give Shine that much, right? I will say that, listen. He has star power, but he is bringing light to everything that's going on. So what do we know right now, right? We know that a grand jury has been assembled. We know that Diddy's victims have testified. We know that Diddy's team is scrambling for their criminal defense. If they're not, he needs to fire. We also know that Diddy's team, one lawyer, he got 4 of them, is costing him estimated $1,750 an hour. We also know that if Diddy ain't broke, he gonna be broke in a few months. I don't even know if Diddy can afford to actually mount a defense against the U.S. government. It is expensive. It's costly. But at the end of the day,
he better get some of them motherfuckers he's protecting to help him, because he's done.
It's costly. It's this and that. But
they're going to try to separate, and they are trying to separate themselves away from him big time.
Things, not just his freedom. He's ruined his reputation. Right. Even if you get out, you're going to be worse than Bill Cosby. Diddy, to me, is the next OJ. Not in the fact of what happened to Nicole and whatever, right? If you believe OJ did it. But in the fact that OJ was one of the most beloved people. He was a symbol of Black excellence. The way all the communities loved him was one of the reasons he got away with it, if you believe he got away with it, okay? We're not going to say whether he did or not. I don't want to go down that road. But OJ, at the end of the day, died in disgrace. His legacy, which was a huge one, overshadowed to the point of Caitlyn Jenner, someone that actually...
Well, there's definitely been, and like I said, I haven't had the chance to really look into it, because I've been dealing with shit up here with, like, we have a DV victim that we're trying to help. Anyway, and when I heard about it, I was like, there was a couple of people on Facebook that was talking, and they were like, yeah, I'm from that county, and there's a lot of corruption that goes on. And there was some people that were like, the judge wasn't going to let him get away with it, so that's why he killed him. Some people say the judge is in on it. And so I just, you know what I mean, until I really, like, get a chance to look at shit, And it's not, I mean, it's not going anywhere. The judge is dead and the sheriff is in jail, so whatever's going on in between will be there in a day or two. And I know that sounds crazy stupid, but if only you all knew everything that was going on all the time.
69-year-old here. Lady, because she was busy, Caitlyn was busy texting on the phone, was there taking shots. Yeah, the world gonna know. Even though I will say, and I said it once and I said it again, Caitlyn knew who to play with. You was sitting there on mute while OJ was alive, because OJ knew all your dirt and Kris Jenner's dirt. You was sitting there on mute. You waited till the Goliath fell before you opened your mouth to say anything, because you knew if you said anything before OJ passed, he was going to come with that fire.
Well, I agree with that.
Because, baby, he knew you when you was Bruce, and he knew you when Kris was spreading like mustard, baby. He was like, don't play with me. You can have this rebrand. Don't play with me. Really quick, let me just say thank you to Jackson Legacy. Say thank you to Gene Thurnip. You guys, can y'all hit the like button? Y'all got me out here working early in the morning. It's 4,529 of y'all in the chat. And I probably got, let me see how many likes I got. I swear to God, I better not have 220 likes. How many likes do I have? Let me see. You know, this is better than I thought. I have 1,100 likes. Thank y'all for the 1,100 people that show me love. I appreciate it. You can try to hear my voice. You know, hit the like button at least on your way back, or if you're watching playback. Also, turn on your notifications. Well, subscribe and turn your notifications on, because I'm having a lot of lives, y'all. My sources are up and at 'em, and they are, since this Shine thing, they are giving so much people. Let's get into this. Open Bake, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate you so much. Also, I want to give a shout out to Jessica Reyes. Thank you for blessing me this morning. You said good morning, Tita. Last time I wanted to mention.
It's always funny when it sounds like that when it's speeded up. She's on my community page, y'all. Go support. Go subscribe.
Membership, the newest title tells me.
Because she's dope.
Maria Clinton, thank you so much for me. Sunny London, pizza, saltine. In the house, y'all know I love calling London saltine islands. They be proud to be dry and saltine. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And also, Tiffany Shell, thank you so much for this. Coming. If you've been watching my lives, this is what we know. China is 100% cooperating with the Fed. The Fed have been, if you believe it, Jonathan Adi is cooperating with the Fed. I believe he's in witness protection. When you look at his jail record, when you look at what's going on with his cases, nothing else makes sense. I believe that Jonathan Adi is actually
100% KS. Those of us that are local, well, even, again, if you deep dive into this political shit, that motherfucker, Mitch McConnell, y'all. The victims that have stepped forward in our state because of him, now, of course, no one ever. It's power, control. It's those elite. They get away with whatever. And his wife's worse than him, from what I hear, allegedly. I hope Diddy makes it to trial, but I don't think he's going to either, but we'll see. There'll be people that I think don't make it to trial.
Again,
and he's one of them.
The are going back to things that did.
Allegedly, but we'll see.
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. The feds are looking at things that Diddy did in Black Mafia Family. I know a lot of people are like, well, Black Mafia Family ain't been it for a while. That is not true. They might have shut down operations in New York, in Atlanta, in LA, but in the Midwest, they are still alive and well. As a matter of fact, just in September of 2023, or the fall of 2023, and I think in the Eastern District of either Missouri or Minnesota, I think it's Missouri, they actually did a sting operation and arrested on RICO charges 35 members of the BMF because they were moving pills, they were moving pills,
they're definitely active in the Midwest.
Through the Midwest. Don't let them believe you. Don't let them believe that the BMF ain't nothing. The BMF is alive and well. However, they're going back to Diddy's ties to the BMF through that 2008 all the way up to present. They got Diddy on confession, on tape with Little Rob admitting to all this stuff. Natanya, who I'm hoping I can get on my channel, right? Natanya actually has fragments.
Hey, after this, we'll listen to this for a little bit longer. Got a question.
Never did forensics.
Okay, question for you guys. So, do you all want to listen to another video? And if you do want to listen to another video, would you all like to listen to Jaguar or Gene? They both bring the heat. So, just let me know if you do. I don't have no problem. We can do another listening thing if y'all want. I told you I ain't doing shit. So if you do, let me know. Jaguar or Gene. Because they bring a different aspect as well on some other things. Come on, you stupid ass screen. I hate that I fucking broke my phone.
In fragments in the jaw, right? They never did forensics, but it's almost as if they didn't want for it to come out that it was Diddy. It's almost as if Diddy had the police in his pocket. It's almost as if maybe Diddy was an informant on the
Maybe
federal, state, local level. It's almost like, sorry,
let me know what you found out.
Me out here, put my morning lotion on. It's since we friends, we just lotion up everything. But it's almost like, right? It's almost as if
I definitely say that. I will definitely say this.
And the thing is,
there's a distraction.
Look at Clive Davis. If you
yeah, it's 79.
Then you look at Ron Burkle.
Hold on,
if you look at that, you to look at French Montana and his little Arab connection, his French Moroccan connection.
I wanna, because I was rewatching just itty bit. I was talking. What the fuck's I gonna say? Shit, I forgot.
Y'all, my sources are up and at 'em, and they are, since this Shine thing, they are giving
okay, sweetie, most definitely
into this. Open Bank, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate you so much. Also, I want to give a shout out to Jessica Reyes. Thank you for blessing me this morning. You say good morning, Tisa. Last time I wanted to mention Sloan Bella in her video when she channeled JB and Jaguar White. I would love to see you guys connect. The conversation will be awesome. I would love to have Sloan Bella on my channel. I gotta watch her stuff. Y'all know I'm so busy working. I don't got time to see anybody's videos, but I'll make an exception if you say that it's good. Amanda, thank y'all. You guys think Amanda, she just gifted 5 memberships. The newest title tells. Make sure
I did rewind it a little bit because she was naming some names, and I want y'all to hear that part.
London, Tisa. Saltine. I love calling London Saltine Islands. They be proud to be dry and saltines. Barry Moon, thank you so much for becoming a member. And also, Tiffany Shell, thank you so much for the super sticker. Okay, so what do we know? We know that we saw this coming. If you've been watching my lives, this is what we know. Shine is 100% cooperating with the feds. The feds have been, if you believe it, Jonathan Oddie is cooperating with the Fed. I believe he's on witness protection. When you look at his jail record, when you look at what's going on with his cases, nothing else makes sense. I believe that Jonathan Oddie is actually working with the Feds. He is cooperating. And again, the Feds are going back to things that Diddy did in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. The Feds are looking at things that Diddy did in Black Mafia Family. I know a lot of people are like, well, Black Mafia Family ain't been it for a while. That is not true. They might have shut down operations in New York, in Atlanta, in LA, but in the Midwest, they are still alive and well. As a matter of fact, just in September of 2023, or October to the fall.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
She headed back to her office world.
Or October to the fall 2023. And I think in the Eastern District of either Missouri or Minnesota, I think it's Missouri, they actually did a sting operation and arrested on RICO charges 35 members of the BMF because they were moving pills, they were moving deals, they were moving everything through the Midwest. Don't let them believe you. Don't let them believe that the BMF ain't nothing. The BMF is alive and well. However, they're going back to Diddy's ties to the BMF through that 2008 all the way up to present. They got Diddy on confession on tape with Little Rob admitting to all this stuff. Natanya, who I'm hoping I can get on my channel, right? Natanya actually has fragments in her jaw. Shine did say they never did.
I'm gonna play a video next of about Puff Diddy. I mean, the night Biggie got killed and the Tupac stuff.
Come out.
Shit's crazy when I heard it.
As long as maybe Diddy was an informant on the federal, state, local level. It's almost like, sorry, y'all got me out here putting my morning lotion on. It's since we friends, we just lotion up everything. But it's almost like, right? It's almost as if the feds are coming for Diddy to take him down forever. And the thing is, if you do that, then you got to look at Clive Davis.
Yep.
If you look at that, then you got to look at Ron Burkle. If you look at that, you got to look at French Montana and his little Arab connection. His French-Moroccan connection, I got some information on that. If you look at that, you got to look at Rick Ross. If you looked at that, you got to look at what Diddy, who he hangs out in Miami, who does his landscaping, who does his, and why do I say that? You got to look at the booby trap.
Right.
What is the booby trap? The booby trap is the agency that Diddy said Little Rod had to wear a bad boy hat on to let all the girls knew that their best client, Diddy, was in town. Now, the the booby trap has been rumored, and we'll see if this comes out in the federal papers, all right? Has been rumored to be run by the cartel. They've been rumored to be run by, sorry y'all, we're friends. I can put lotion on. Run by the cartel. They've been rumored. Again, Diddy's landscape company that he uses for his properties has been rumored to be owned by the cartel. We do know that when you look at historically, the cartel is getting away from moving weight. These are all cartels and criminal organizations, and moving.
Oh, there's some people that's been connected between the both of them.
Why? Because blank trafficking.
Most of the major hitters.
Less jail time than if you're caught with a load of 20 people in a car, right?
Yeah, they're definitely connecting the dots.
And you're caught with 20 kilos. You're doing way more time for the kilos. The blank trafficking laws have not caught up. They're also moving into cybercrime. This is just, okay? It makes sense that these rumors will be true, that the booby trap and the other agencies they use were actually run by the whatever. Which brings me to my one point, right? I always say this. Why would Diddy do this? Why would Diddy be so sloppy? Why wouldn't he just settle with Little Rod?
Because he's arrogant.
Cassie. Why would he want this whole thing just blown up? Well, I think I know why. And again, this is just my opinion, right? I just have to say, Diddy, if I haven't said the disclaimer, baby, it's YouTube. Read the description box. You know how this goes. But also, Diddy does maintain his innocence. Nothing has been proven in a court of law. Diddy's team still asserts that Little Rod is nothing but a big, fat, dumb liar. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what they're saying. He's big, dumb, fat liar that was hater and media. Like, they're always saying all this stuff, right?
Yep.
Whatever they can do to throw dirt on Little Rod's name. They also maintain.
But you have to think.
He's going to go after every. No, do I believe Little Rod?
But you have to think, because they're using things that were in people's civil cases to now go after in federal charges. So there had to be some substantial shit there for them to be able to do that. And I mean, just the shit that's been released, like some of the stuff that's been released, I think that people can say that, yeah. But of course, they have to go to court law and prove it.
Cassie and all those other people,
I don't doubt it for a second.
But we will see what's proven in the court of law. Okay. I say all this to say that this stuff happened with Cassie. And I started thinking, I've talked about this before, but once I saw the rumors that there was some criminal organization involvement and that Diddy basically washes money, if you don't,
yeah, there's pictures of
that. Usually people.
There's pictures of government officials. There's pictures with people overseas, higher up people overseas. There's pictures with, I mean, almost, it seems like I said, even the Fed said this is not just, the trafficking stuff in the music industry. There's shit from Wall Street all the way to government to powerful. It's going to be interesting to see how this falls out.
Wash money, you get 18 cents on the dollar for washing money, because without you, they would have zero. So imagine if you wash 100 million. That's 20 million. You wash 300 million.
And that's another thing. They're going after people that basically cleaned his money for him.
That's like what? I don't even know. My math stops going after that. 100 million or whatever. When you wash money, you can live that lifestyle. If they estimated that Diddy's lifestyle was 35 million a year to maintain. That yacht everybody thought he owned is chartered. By the way, do you know that Diddy has been, so it's like rental, but don't get me wrong, it's like $300,000 a week to actually rent that yacht. But do you know that Diddy has been kicked off of multiple, banned from using multiple charters because of the parties, after Kim's nose got broken, after like seeing women pass out? A lot of people are like, we don't want nothing to do with this, okay? The feds are looking into that charter company. How do we know? Gracie filed a lawsuit about what happened. That's the girl from the yacht that she says Christian did some stuff to her.
His son. So you guys have heard me say that as well. You guys have heard me that his sons, not all of his sons, because he has a couple sons. I think he has like four, maybe five sons. I can't remember exactly, but I know there's a couple of them. And I know a couple of them don't have anything to do with anything. But then there's two particular, and the one that she just named is one of them. He is the young man that has the lawsuit against the girl on the yacht that was supposedly drugged and assaulted.
Investigating Diddy for a year
So
or 2 years.
Not only was this sick motherfucker grooming and a perpetrator to victims and women and all this, right? But you've groomed your own children to follow in your fucking footsteps. That is disgusting to me.
All the way back to the beginning. Clive Davis should be very...
Yeah, that's the one. That's what she's talking about right now. And their names are in the indictments as well.
Would love to take down Universal Music Group. They would love to take down whatever.
And in all honesty, this is why I'm playing these videos today. And I'm gonna play one more video. I'm gonna play because I want people to hear the Biggie stuff. And yeah, but I'm doing this because there's a lot of things, like I said, that I sit here and talk about, and a lot of people just don't know. And I get it, because there's a lot here, and there's a lot of different avenues here, right? But today we've talked about the one guy, Jonathan, that is the dude that one of the male prostitutes that said that he was a sex slave, that P. Diddy and them made him be a sex slave, allegedly. We've heard about Little Rob and his lawsuits. We've heard some things about the Cassidy stuff. We've heard some things about, some government, people that have government ties. It's a lot, man. It's a fucking lot.
And we got to start asking this, because I think any reasonable mind will say it doesn't make sense him not paying off Cassie, but then paying her the next day. It doesn't make sense Little Rod asking for $50,000 and him telling Little Rod, we ain't doing it. And then spending all this, because if with the $50,000, I would assume Little Rod would have told him all the tapes back, all the footage, everything he had. He would have settled and got his publishing rights and just went along his way. Because let's be real, I'm sure it is very embarrassing for Little Rod the way people are side-eyeing him. If he does not identify with the LGBTQ, and ain't no shame in being gay. No, don't get me wrong. I'm saying in a highly misogynistic way, you opened yourself up to ridicule by very narrow, evil people. Ridicule that might even, and also ruining your career, because Diddy has a lot of power back then. Nobody will want to work with you. And also, let's just say other people are doing the Diddy stuff. Nobody wants to work with you because they know that you will snitch. And they're just like, we having our own freak off, right? We can't have you around. He basically sacrificed his career to go after the $50,000, to go after his publishing rights. I'm sure Little Rod, if Diddy had just paid him, would have let this go. So again, you got to ask, why did Diddy do it? Why didn't he just settle? He had the money to settle. He settled with Cassie the day after. Why didn't he settle with Cassie the day before? You guys, this is just my own thinking, and I'm going to put it out there. And y'all let me know if you agree in the comments, and I'll go to the comments for once and read what y'all saying, right? We got to actually ask ourselves, we got to ask ourselves, with all this mess, did Diddy want to get caught? I'm being serious. Did Diddy want to be caught? I know everybody's just like, what? That makes no sense. But it does. Diddy was, you know how it is with money laundering. And if he is involved with criminal organizations, you know how it is with money laundering, right? If this is true, I
don't think he wanted to be caught. I think he's so cocky that he thinks he can get away with whatever.
In the beginning with the freak offs, or even like Young Miami. At first, when somebody is down with the ish and giggles, you might be down with it. You might be like, oh, we being young, we being wild. You might even be like, I don't like doing this, but I can at least like stomach it enough because I got a goal. Maybe when he started working with, and then as time goes on, you're like, I can't do this. Like, this is tearing me apart. Like, it started tearing Cassie apart, right? But with Diddy and the cartel, think about it. Once the cartel has you, baby, they have you. Ain't no leaving unless you leave it in the box. Ain't no rest unless you sleeping 10 feet under.
Right.
Once you get involved, I mean, if all the shows I watch can be, if Narcos season 1 can be believed, once you get involved with these people, there ain't nothing else, and I mean nothing else, that you can do to get out. What if the reason why Diddy settled the day after Cassie filed? What if the reason he let this go to court with Little Rod is because what if Diddy became a prisoner of his own thing? And what if Diddy actually, and this isn't an excuse,
I don't
right?
think
Because
so.
he needs to pay. This is an explanation. What if Diddy wanted to get out? And what if he didn't see a way out? And what if the only way he saw out was to actually let something criminal come into play? Diddy has one of the best criminal defense attorneys, Jonathan Davis.
Yeah, I don't think he
with
did this because he was. All right, I'm gonna end there because it's kind of the same thing stuff. Fuck, damn it! I just had the damn video I was gonna play. I don't think that he there it is. I don't think that he at all did this because he's just gotten himself over too much and he didn't know what to do and blah 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 blah, right? I don't think that. I think he was so narcissistic, psychopath, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that he just thought he was untouchable. I think he's still convinced that he's still gonna weasel his way out of this. I really truly do. But as all these videos, and you can go back and you can rewatch it, you can go and look at the people and watch and hear it from them yourselves. You can do your own research like we have, or I have, and all these other people have. There's plenty of court papers. There's all kinds of stuff out there. There's plenty of people that have spoke up and consistently spoke up for years, decades. All right, so this next one that I'm going to play, you've heard me talk a lot about, and not just me. Listen, I am nobody compared to the millions and hundreds of thousands of people that have talked about the Tupac and Biggie situation, right? Well, Gene was a bodyguard, and he was there the night that Biggie got killed. And he had been with Biggie. I mean, he had been with that whole entourage for a very, very long time. So we're gonna listen to some of the stuff that he has to say, because I think it's
the Gene deal to come on his show and everything.
Kind of needs to be said. We'll watch that and then we'll call it a night. I've spent some hours with y'all today, but it's been good. I think we've kind of covered a lot of shit.
Here we go. Today we are honored to welcome Gene Deal. Gene did extensive security work for Bad Boy Records and was on scene as Puffy's personal bodyguard the tragic night that Biggie was murdered, and in fact was the one who actually pursued the car that shot Biggie and pulled Biggie out of the car after the shooting. Welcome to Vlad TV.
Oh, it's good to be here, Vlad. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad to be here, brother.
Long time coming. We've been talking about it for a while, so I'm glad we finally managed to make it happen.
Well, MREC got in touch with me because, he the one got me started in this whole YouTube thing. It was kind of against my, what I usually do. And he told me that you wanted to get in touch with me way back when. And I told him that Chaz told me not to do it until I had a book or something that was ready to come on your program because it would be a great thing to promote it. And then it went back and forth. You got these internet clowns that come up and they was posting stuff. Vlad said it don't make sense for Gene Deal to come on his show and everything like that. And I was like, these half homo cats out here just doing crazy stuff, just to get attention. But I've always said when two men talk and meet each other as men, some resolutions will come out. There you go. And rest in peace to Chaz. I got a chance to interview him before he passed. Very stand-up dude. I've always respected him a lot. And condolences to people like you we're close to. For sure. Appreciate it.
Okay. So let's go ahead and start at the beginning. So you were actually born and raised in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, Missouri. And I was raised and I grew up on Vanderbilt and North Market till I got 12 years old. And then my grandfather was dying. I found out and realized my grandfather, the grandfather who I thought was my father, was my grandfather. And then I met my mother, and then she lived out in Wellston. And when he passed, I moved out of Wellston until I graduated from high school and went on to college.
And you were actually doing some security work in high school.
Oh, yeah. We had Future Shock Music Productions and Dynamite Disco. There were two DJ groups out there, and I did the security along with DJ. was trying to DJ at the time.
Okay. And I guess you had a girlfriend that was coming out to New York, which you followed, and you ended up basically.
Right. I met her at school and ended up following her to New York. And then I met Jackie Knowles. Jackie Knowles, he was a great basketball player here. He went to Niagara Falls, University of Niagara, I think Niagara Falls. And I think they were.
And what I'll say is he's good on baseline, but try to remember some of the names, because some of the names throughout all of this case and learning about all the different things will come up. You'll see the overlap of things.
They had made it to NCAA or NIAA, something like that. He was a great guard. He was trying to get me overseas to play ball. But I decided to rip my knee up, and I decided not to.
Okay, so you get settled in New York, and you start to hang around Harlem, and you're part of the original guys that formed a crew called the Same Gang.
Right. I was playing basketball, and I met this guy named Slick, and he was playing against this dude named Alpo on the east side. And I started playing basketball for him, and I didn't know they were paying guys at the time, you know what I'm saying, for play basketball. So he would ask me after the game, after we won or something like that, yo, what you want? And I was like, I just need an orange juice. And they was giving guys 500, 1,500, you know, for playing in the games. I would have, and I was always one of the guys that had like the most rebounds, or you know what I'm saying, or did real good in, you know, scoring stuff, because I had a little scoring game too. But I didn't know that they were paying guys at the time. So I started playing ball at different places. Then I got with the Courtsmans. Then I got with the ball team. Then I became a counselor at St. John's Cathedral, and I met a guy named D. Ferg. D. Ferg, that's A$AP Ferg's father. And I was playing ball there. Then I started playing with the Same Gang. Well, it wasn't the Same Gang at the time. I just started playing ball with D. Ferg, and then he, you know, we started the Same Gang.
Okay, and D. Ferg actually worked with, you know, the music companies. I guess he actually designed the artwork for Uptown Records, like the actual cat.
Yes, he did.
For Uptown Records. Then later on, he went on to design the Bad Boy logo.
Yes, he did. Yeah, D did.
So, okay, and then at one point, Puffy actually became part of Same Gang with you guys.
Yes, he did. We were outside on 144th and 8th Avenue, and Puff used to always come and try to go to the parties with us. At that time, we was going to Tim Dog and Corey, I think, I don't know Corey last name, Corey Jacobs or something like that. He was, they had the Butt Naked crew. We was going to their parties. We was going to Peter Shoe party. We were going to Black and Gold, Sparkles Entertainment, the skating rink, just everything that was happening. Willie Burgers at night, and then we were also going to the Apollo Theater. So he wanted to hang with us. He wanted to hang with us because he was an intern for Uptown, and he wanted to, you know, get to know people from Harlem. So because D. Ferg did that logo for Uptown Records, and we knew Tim, we knew Heavy D, and everybody like that, he started wanting to hang with us. So then he just was there too much. And then somebody said, yo, man, we're just going to jump him in. You know what I'm saying? So if he got out of his car this particular day, he got out of the car, he was driving those Volkswagen Cabarettos, with the
Cabriolet.
All right, the Volkswagen Cabriolet with the sunroof on it. They said once we get around and grab him, and then we just gonna torture his ass. So you know, like when that torturing was like, we was right there next to the store. It was outside. We'll get a bunch of Little Debbie cakes and everything, smash them in the head, sprinkle them with champagne and everything like that, and make them Same Gang and everything like that. So when Puff came out the car, the little cats grabbed him, but Puff wiggled away from him, and they didn't catch him until we was on 144th Street. They didn't catch him until he got to 127th Street. So that's like that was like close to 20-something blocks. So they caught him, brought him back. You know what I'm saying? They roughed him up a little bit and say, now you Same Gang. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. And Puffy I mean, not only was he an intern at Uptown, but he started doing his own parties, and he was really successful at the parties.
Yeah, he was doing.
And
he was actually doing upside hype. Did you know unsigned hype on Monday night?
Yeah,
that was when leaders of the new school where Busta Rhymes was in and different groups. You know, they would come there on Monday night and perform, and then on Wednesday night he had the Red Zone doing parties, what he called Daddy's House.
Right, and you were doing security for these parties.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So, and that's how you kind of got with Puff in terms of the working relationship.
Well, yeah, basically. You know what I'm saying? Okay. He needed somebody that was strong, that was going to, you know, look out for his best interest, and because he was same gang at the time I was doing that.
Well, then in 1991, there was the Heavy D and Puff Daddy celebrity basketball game.
City College Tragedy.
Right. You were doing security that night.
Yes, I was.
That day, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So, from what I understand, and I've talked to a few people about this and read articles about it, that the event itself was oversold. There was all these kids who bought $20 tickets, and some of them were having trouble getting in, even the ones who had tickets.
Okay.
And then at one point, Mike Tyson shows up, LL Cool J shows up, and everyone starts going crazy and is trying to get into the building.
All right. What happened was that Puff first hired 18 of my guys to do the job for the outside. That's what we did, the outside of clubs. You know, people, we did it for Tim Dog, them, all the uptown parties and everything. My crew was thorough. I had Powerful, Slick, Noah, TJ, Bunny, just dudes that was known in the city. Then I hired some correction officers and a few cops also, that you don't have problems with people online. This particular day, Puff calls me the day before we supposed to do the party and say, yo, Gene, I don't need y'all to do the security outside. I got the FOIs to do it. All right. So I said, man, I just told 18 guys. He said, I just need 8. I just need 8. I said 8. And Slick, you know, who was at this time I had left the same gang and went over to Slick and the Family, and I started Slick and the Family with my man because me and D Ferg and them, we was cool and everything, but they was not allowing me to get the money that I was thinking of, all the things, the picnics, the parties and everything. So they didn't allow me to, they just only wanted to pay me to do the security. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to, you know, him and Mike didn't want to break me into the fold and me put up a quarter of the money so we could do it together, so we could, you know, break down the things that I was thinking of. So I started the own group with Slick and the Family. So Slick said, don't worry about it, Gene. We just go there with the 8 guys and we just take the money and we just come back to the game room and just have fun. I said, yeah, all right, cool. So we shows up and I see that the people was already crowded out there and it was crazy. So I finagled my way in there, me and Slick and them. I said, yo, I told Puff right then and there, I said, Puff, if they don't do a boxing one outside and get these kids off the door, somebody gonna die tonight. He said, Gene, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. You just handle the stars once they come inside. So I said, yeah, all right then. So I did a walk around. So I walked around the top of the floor, went down the steps and went in the gym, and then came across the gym, and I seen that you can go up the steps and be right there at the front door. So everybody was coming in. You seen Dougie Fresh, Red Alert. They was on the mic. People start coming in and everything. It was cool. And then when LL Cool J and Mike Tyson showed up, that shit must have went pandemonium. They must have broke through the first doors where the FOIs was and came to the door where we was inside at. And it was a glass door that they were crowded at in the glass door, and people were steady pushing the people through the door, whereas that they pushed the people so hard that the glass broke and people fell through the glass doors at the top of the stairs. And when people fell through the door at the top of the store, we grabbed this girl. You know, she was pregnant. We later found out that was Father MC's baby's mother. And she died that day with her baby inside her. and you could see that she was pregnant. You know what I'm saying? She had to be like 6 or 7 months pregnant. So we grabbed her and helped her up, and then she ended up going downstairs when we had got her out the way. So they got trapped down the stairs after they broke through the first glass. They got trapped downstairs through the second door because Jessica had got scared. That was Puffy partner at the time, Jessica Rosenberg. She got scared, ran downstairs with the money box and shut the door behind her. And all those people got shut down in there and got trapped.
Right. 9 people died that day. 29 others were injured. And I guess Nice and Smooth's bodyguard was one of the people that got killed.
My man, let me tell you something. That dude was about 6'4". He had a white t-shirt on, I think, with khaki pants. I was over there trying to resuscitate him, and I was like, this shit is crazy. So it was just that crazy. That big dude died there too. So you didn't have to be a certain size. He was about 6'4", man.
Yeah, sad. A very sad day to see that much death and destruction right in front of you.
Right.
Was that the first time you'd actually seen people dying?
Nah.
Okay.
Not at all.
But in that fashion, though.
In that fashion, yeah. In that fashion. I've never seen, you see people get shot. You see people, situations like that. But in that fashion, yeah, that's crazy.
Well, 7 years later, a judge actually placed 50% of the blame on the people's deaths on the City University of New York and 50% on the promoters, which is Heavy D and Puffy and Jessica Rosenberg. But I don't think anyone actually went to prison or anything else like that over that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. And because of that incident, Puffy got fired from Uptown.
Yes, he did. We put him on suicide watch.
Oh, he wanted to kill himself.
Yeah.
I mean, I can imagine. I mean, you feel partially responsible for 9 people dying, including a pregnant woman, which is technically 10 if you think about it.
Yeah. I think that he was on suicide watch because he thought he lost everything.
Yeah, that too. And then you kind of separated yourself from Puffy at that point?
I separated myself from Puff. I wasn't dealing with him no more. But he still was a part of the same gang, and D. Ferg loved him. D. Ferg had some kind of genuine love for this cat. Like, we got to look out for him, man. He talking about committing suicide, and he talking about, doing crazy shit to himself, man. We got to watch him, man. He don't know how he going to feed his baby. I think Tim Dog and Eddie Up from Heavy D and the Boys was paying his bills or something at the time, and D. Ferg was helping him out. I was like, if that's the way you feel, let him kill himself.
Well, ultimately, him leaving Uptown allowed him to create Bad Boy Records. And he ended up launching that, I think, with Arista backing him.
But see, Bad Boy Records were going to be created anyway. That was with Corey Jacobs. That's the guy who, L. Lamont something, they got caught in Virginia. They was all part of Butt Naked. And this is all documented in federal records. They got 9 16 to life sentences. And they was the money and the backing of Bad Boy Records. You understand? So that's before he even got with Arista. You know what I'm saying? So they gave him the avenue to buy the studio time to give the money to the artists and the people that they was going to be a part of. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of crews back at that time was.
So like this is just the build up to, before Diddy was Diddy, what happened right, what happened wrong. I think this gives a lot of people understanding of shit.
Doing, they was washing their money either in doing the record business or either they were doing it and doing promotion and parties.
Right. Okay, so you separate yourself from Puffy. Right. You're doing your own thing. And then there was a situation where there was an event that the Lost Boys were at, and you and Wolf, who was one of Puffy's bodyguards, ended up getting into it.
Right. I didn't know Wolf at the time. Wolf actually got into it with Slick because Wolf was trying to shake down Tim Dog, who was actually doing the party with him. We didn't know what the circumstance in the situation was. And my brothers and them was all from St. Louis. They were up and we were all partying. We were having a good time, even though we were working for Tim that night to watch them and the Lawson Boys. And I see from a distance that Slick got Wolf trapped over, got him in the corner with his hand on his chest up by his throat, telling him to chill out. They knew each other. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? So then we kind of like broke it up, and Wolf and Slick told me that Wolf was trying to grab up on Tim, and I told him that I got him tonight. I'm bodyguarding him tonight. I'm with him tonight. Just chill out. And Wolf wouldn't chill out, so he snatched Wolf up. So then next thing you know, Wolf had walked away, and I walked with Tim when we were going over to, I guess, where they were shut the front door, where they was, the people were coming in there. And then next thing I know, I heard a shot in the air, a loud shot, and it was like, now what, Slick? Now what, Slick? Slick, now what? And I looked over there. It was this guy, Wolf, that I didn't know at the time, in the middle of the party, and everybody running crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it appeared to me that he may have did the shooting in the air, but I didn't know for sure. All I could hear him say was, now what, Slick? So I just ran as fast as I could towards him and put my elbow right on the side of him. He fell down and he got shook, and I just stood on top of him, grabbed him, and next thing you know, NYPD was there.
Oh, okay, so that situation happened.
Right.
And then a bit after that, in Atlanta, Suge's best friend, Big Jake, gets killed in a club.
Right.
And this part's kind of fuzzy, but there was
I don't know if they're necessarily, it might be just, I don't know, maybe a little bit, but I think he's telling the story the way it happened, if that makes sense. Sometimes you have to tell things the way that they happen, which can sound like you're victim blaming or whatever a little bit, and I'm glad that he explains it the way he does, because especially in the music world, or, you know what I mean, like, it's just, certain shit's glamorized, and people don't even realize that it's wrong because you're brainwashed, you're gaslighted, you're all this different shit. And then I think sometimes what happens is when you get older and you start realizing shit, either you realize some of the shit you participated in wasn't okay, or you realize that, or you go down like Diddy did because he thinks he's untouchable. So, but yeah, I don't think it's something that's intentionally done. I think it's just how the story sometimes has to be told, and sometimes it sucks. But I promise it'll make, if you listen to everything he's saying, and then you understand the start of P Diddy. This is where before he was anything, you know what I mean. This is the build of Bad Boys. This is the build of everything, and people were talking back then. You know what I mean?
rumor that Wolf was the one that did it. Puffy got blamed for it, and so forth. But I guess Wolf wasn't the one who did it, but still there was some sort of blame that Suge had on Bad Boy over that situation, right?
I don't know if Suge had blamed Bad Boy for that, because the situation never came, when I got with him, the situation never came to us like that. Now, I've heard Wolf talk about it, and Wolf told me personally that he didn't do it. And I know everybody knew the guy who did it. It was a dude, he's dead now. He got killed in Atlanta about 2 or 3 years ago. His father was from the Bronx and he owned the cleaners. Now, did Wolf and them know him? Yeah, they probably knew him. He was from the Bronx, his part of town. His father owned the cleaners. They knew this guy. You understand? Him and Jake was arguing over this chick or whatever. Now, did Wolf do it? How could Wolf do it when he was next to Suge? He was right next to
Right.
Suge when Jay got killed. But everybody want to say Wolf did it because that glamorized the situation.
Right. Right. Okay. And then after that, Wolf actually reached out to you and asked you to come back to Bad Boy and help out with security.
Well, I told Wolf he had to straighten out his thing with Slick. We met on 125th Street, me, Slick, Rico, and Wolf. Him and Slick talked and everything, and it was cool and everything. So he said, yo, Gene, I need you to come because we need somebody who was in law enforcement or legal that could carry a gun and everything to be with us. He said, and if you ran after me, and this was his own words, because I didn't see it and I didn't know it at the time, you know, he said, if you ran after me and I had a gun in my hand, I want you on my team. I said, I don't fuck with Puff like that, bro. He said, from the city college shit. He said, yo, you're going to have your own contract. You're going to have your own days. All you got to do is listen to me and make sure he good. I said, all right, man, we'll see. And that's when I went back.
Okay, so you joined the security team
Right.
at Bad Boy with your own contract.
Right.
Right. And Wolf was already over there, and Big Paul was over there as well.
Paul, yeah.
Yeah, Paulie.
Yeah.
And Paulie was kind of Puffy's everyday guy.
Yeah, Paul was the guy who Puff helped him set up a security company, had him set up a security company. So he did the security at the house, the apartment building or whatever, and Sean John, and over at Bad Boy and the studios. So he set up all the security for those places.
Okay. And when you joined, you were Puffy's personal security as well?
Puff. That's all I did was Puff.
Okay. And I guess every so often, Puffy will put you with Big during certain events and so forth, right?
Well, like if we was on stage or Big was on stage, he felt threatened for Big, I guess. He said, yo, Gene, go watch Big. I said, all right, cool. Do what I'm about.
Okay. So you doing some work for Biggie, did the two of you kind of form a relationship?
I think me and Big we formed a relationship on two occasions. One when we was in D.C. doing Howard University. He made Puff shut the door down, and the people shut the door down. And it was D-Rock. I think D-Rock's birthday is the 17th, mine is the 16th of October. And he made him shut down the place. And just me and D-Rock bought like 5 outfits together, and then everybody else bought an outfit. And then Big used to just give me all the clothes that he didn't want. Like, you know, you had Nike, Lugs, you had Mecca clothing line. They would bring big boxes to Big everywhere we was at. And then he was like, yo, whatever he didn't want, he'd say, yo, D-Rock, you want this? D-Rock was like, nah, I don't want it. He said, yo, Big Gene, you want it? And then I was like, man, I'll take it and give it to the guys on the block, you know, who was our part of our crew or whatever. But the kid was just good like that. And then we had a situation when we were in Atlanta that something was bought, and he thought I was going to lie about it because Puff was trying to say it was his, and it wasn't his. It was Big's. And you understand? And when he said, and they had made a bet that I was going to go on Puff's side. So when I got to the studio, I said, nah, Puff, you had that one, and Big had that one. And that's what it was. And Big looked at me, and you could see a smile on his face like, yo, this nigga's honorable.
Okay. And before all the drama began, did Tupac ever come around? Did you ever see Big and Tupac interact together?
No, I never seen Big and Tupac interact together. I seen Puff and Pac interact together, but I didn't see
really?
Big. Yeah.
In what capacity?
Like we was at Roxy. They used to give functions and parties there. And then one time me and Puff walked up in there. It was this was after Pac got shot and everything like that. And it was Pac and like 4 other guys. And Pac put a cigarette in his mouth, and the dude lit the cigarette. I started laughing. I was like, who the fuck like a cigarette for? Like that. So then him and Puff talked, and that was it. It was nothing.
Okay, and then the incident happened at Quad Studios.
This was after the incident at Quad, when I seen Pac with Puff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when the situation happened at Quad, Biggie was recording, I think, with Lil Sean. And I think Puffy was there. Lil C's was there. Probably some other the Junior Mafia guys.
I think Big was recording with the Junior Mafia, and Lil Sean was recording on his own. And Puff was in there with Puffer came down there, but he was with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell and them in another part of the studio.
Right. And Tupac was over there, I guess, to lay a verse. And as he was getting ready to go up this, the elevator, two guys ambushed him, shot him, robbed him, and then started some level of friction between Bad Boy and Tupac at that point.
Well, I don't think it was between Bad Boy and Tupac at that point. Not at all. Pac knew where that came from. You know what I'm saying? This is from the streets and over the years. Pac at that time knew where it came from. He knew Bad Boy had nothing to do with it because I'm going to just say his name is Zeke. He was Pac's friend who was actually there with him. He's a good dude of mine. You know what I'm saying? And I know him. Me and him have conversations. He's a good brother, spiritual brother. He personally told me, he said, yo, I was there. You know what I'm saying? He was there with Pac that night that it happened. And he said to me that the next day, he went with Big, and Big got the gun out the piano, and he went to the hospital to see Pac the next day. So Pac knew that had nothing to do with Big at that time because his man told him and made him understand that.
After the fact, I remember Pac did an interview about it, and he was like, look, this dude is supposed to be the king of New York. This happened in New York. I didn't expect me to tell, Big to tell me who it was, but I expected a certain level of support and help. And he kind of compared it to the situation when Tretch got into it with the Rolling 60s. Pac went out of his way to try to kind of remedy the situation and so forth. And I guess he just felt like, as his friend, Biggie wasn't really trying to stand close to him during the situation.
Brother, you can't expect another man to do what you do. And the way that you roll as an individual, you can only hope and pray that somebody would do the same for you. But everybody ain't built or cut from that cloth. You understand? Big had told y'all his man got killed on his block. He didn't go around his own block no more after that. You understand? He knew that King of New York shit was only a phrase that came from the movie. What was that?
What up?
Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, y'all. I'm scrubbing bathrooms and cleaning my house. Cleaning shit.
It's nobody the King of New York.
I'm just going to say, my kids have their own bathroom. They do not know how to clean a freaking bathroom.
You understand what I'm saying? New York got too many boroughs. New York got too many spots. And some of the guys in Brooklyn won't go to the Bronx. Some of the guys in Bronx definitely won't go to Brooklyn. Manhattan, stay clear of both of them. You understand? So it ain't no King of New York. You know what I'm saying? So you have guys that are strong in their areas, are known, but he knew that was a bunch of bullshit. Big could not give Pac any money when Jasmine and Jada Pinkett came to him. Because he didn't have no money to give Pac. And nobody was smart enough to say, yo, Big, do a show for your man. Get a club, and all the money you make on the door, let that go to Pac defense. You understand? He couldn't get nothing to Pac for his I guess when he was trying to
a child
get his since what Suge did, he was trying to get the money to get out of jail. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So Big didn't give him nothing. So Pac probably used that, and then now he was messing with Puff heavy. He doing the whole Bad Boy thing, and him and Puff didn't like each other.
Okay, so that situation happened. And, and from what I heard also was that when Pac got caught up in that rape case, right around that same time, Biggie had left his guns in Pac's room, and Pac ended up, taking that charge. He didn't say that it was Biggie's gun and so forth. So there was some friction going on between him and Big on a personal level.
Well, when I spoke to Big when we was out of LA, he didn't know why dude was acting like that. And that's what he said to me. I don't know why dude is acting like that, man.
Okay, so Pac ends up getting convicted of the situation with Ayanna Jackson. He ends up getting locked up. And then things sort of escalate in their own way. So Biggie releases Who Shot Ya? And I remember speaking to the producer of that song, and he told me it had nothing to do with Tupac. But from your point of view, you felt like that Puffy knew putting that song out right after Tupac got shot would create that level of controversy.
Well, anybody with any sense know that if your man just got shot, you understand, and there's a little beef, that the people who are involved, they tell guys records that they can't do. You understand? You'll do a record, and here it is, not the producer, but you Clyde Davis or Diddy or something. No, you can't do that record. You can't do that record. They knew that wasn't a good time to put that record out, but they knew that record would bring on a lot of controversy. That record would bring on a lot of emotions from the people, because people would automatically think, oh, he talking about Big, he talking about Tupac. Everybody thought he was talking about Tupac. Why wouldn't they? You understand? So it wasn't a good idea for us streetwise to put that out there, but business-wise, it was great. Big wasn't doing that well. Big's first 6 months wasn't that well until he did the song with Craig Mack.
Well, right after Who Shot Ya comes out, the Dog Pound is out in New York with Snoop recording New York, New York, which originally was supposed to be an homage to New York rappers, right? Because it takes the same title as the Melly Mel song and so forth. But as they're out in Brooklyn somewhere filming this music video, and I've talked to people who heard this, who were with the Dog Pound, like Trey D and Corrupt and all them, Big gets on the radio and was like, yo, New York, we looking soft out here. The Dog Pound is shooting this music video out there. We're looking soft. And then a shooting happened on the set of the music video. No one actually got hit, but, the actual music video set gets shot up. And then when the music video finally comes out, Snoop is like kicking over a bunch of New York buildings and stuff like that. So now the thing escalates again. Right. Do you remember that time?
I remember.
Okay, why did Biggie go on the radio and kind of escalate things?
Me and you, I couldn't answer that. I couldn't answer what the next man, why he did it. You know what I mean? It was his choice. He come on, man. When you young, dumb, and full of cum, and you're just...
I can tell you why. Because as long as there's beefs going on, there's money coming. If there's video drops, if there's music that's going to drop, if there's any of that kind of shit, that's why. Just saying.
Testosterone levels up that high, you might say anything. But as you get older, and if he had the opportunity to have gotten older, he probably wouldn't have said it then, or probably regretted that he said it.
Yeah. So my point is that the escalation is kind of, between Bad Boy and Death Row is now getting a little more serious. Now there's shootings and so forth.
Right.
Well, when Hit 'Em Up dropped, and hip hop fans can argue, but I think most people would say that is the greatest diss record of all time.
Nah, not at all.
Okay, I would say that. Like I said, people will argue. Some people say No Vaseline. Some people will say, Back to Back, whatever. Like, there is an argument, but it's in that conversation no matter who you talk to. How's that?
But if you want to talk about diss tracks, the GOAT, LL Cool J.
Also in the conversation.
He was a massive in a diss track is when you can end somebody's career. When LL got on the track and he dissed you, he ended your career.
Okay. Fair enough. But I would say that up until that time, Hit 'Em Up was the most vicious and personal diss record that I'd heard. He started off talking about I fucked your bitch. Like he really popularly crossed a lot of lines with that particular record. When that dropped, and it was a hit song on top of it, it was being played in the clubs and the whole nine.
Right.
When that record dropped, how did Puffy take it?
I don't know how he took it, but nobody really even discussed it or said anything about it. It was like, because they knew Big could have got back at him if he wanted to, but they took the high road.
Yeah.
But he wasn't, he didn't discuss it that much, you know what I'm saying? He was upset when, like, we went in the clubs and places that people played it and everything like that. But,
right.
He didn't do nothing about it.
Right. From what I understand, Puff was telling Biggie not to really go back and forth with Pac and start a whole, back and forth rap beef during that time, which, and Big kind of touched a little bit on Pac, like if we had twins, they probably have two Pacs, get it, two Pac. But he didn't really go hard at Tupac the same way that Pac went at him.
Well, Big had to listen to Puff. He had to listen to Puff because Puff owned his publishing and his marketing and marketing, and he wanted it back. He found out how important that was for artists and somebody in this business. So he had to listen to him. He had to, go against what he may have even thought was right or wrong. This nigga on my marketing, on my publishing, I gotta listen to him. I gotta do these things. You understand? But when I was in the Winnebago with him, he said, man, next motherfucker mention my name on some wax, I'm gonna cut their ass up.
On a 12-minute video.
Right. I remember Biggie did an interview about it. He said that when he was still recording his first album, he was broke, he was fucked up, and he approached Puff for some extra money. And Puff was like, well, you can sell me back part of your publishing for like, I don't know, I think it was like 25,000 or some small amount. And Big did it.
18 in a couple hours, sir.
200,000. I don't know how much publishing that entails, but I bet you was more than 25% or 50% of it for 200,000. And he told me, he said, yo, listen here, man, the people who were managing me didn't know what the fuck they were doing at the time. But they all work for Puff and they got their schooling from Puff. So what else they gonna do?
Yeah. Okay. So Hit 'Em Up comes out. Things are becoming, more heated between the two camps. And then they run into each other at the Soul Train Awards.
Right.
And you were actually Puff's bodyguard that night.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you guys weren't actually part of the altercation when Big and Tupac ran into each other.
Not at all.
Okay, so
we were running. We heard it over the radio. So me and Puff is running and trying to get there. The next thing you know, this little light-skinned Muslim guy stops Puff. And we about to get into it with these Muslim guys. And I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I'm not going to let them touch Puff. And they wanted to talk to him, so they surrounded us. You understand? And it was about 6 of them. And this dude was trying to talk to Puff, and I'm moving him. I got Puff in one arm, and I'm moving him. Come on, let's go right there. Until Mustafa saw us. Mustafa is Farrakhan's son. And then Mustafa said, brother, back up. Dude didn't move. And then Mustafa said it again, said, yo, brother, back up. They with me. Dude, was crazy heated. And then Mustafa got in his face, hard body, like, brother, real hard. And, and I was like, oh, shit, this shit about to go. You know what I'm saying? The next thing you know, Nation of Islam guys start running, coming from everywhere. So they backed up, and me and Puff took off running to the corridor. As we was running to the corridor, I see Pac and Suge and the rest of them come like that, and we're at the end of the edge where if you take this left, you have to jump down into where the televisions and the media was at. It was like a little small embankment or whatever like that you could jump down into. So Puff was on my left. Puff was right here behind me, and they coming, and they talking amongst each other. I see him, and I looked at Puff, and I just said to him, I said, yo, Puff, don't worry about nothing, bro. I got this. Just take care of my family. You know what I mean? And when I looked the other way, next thing you know, he jumped down the embankment and took off running. And I just put my back against the wall, and they just walked past me. And that's when Pac got that award for album, I think, or something of the year, rapper of the year, or whatever like that.
I did a really extensive interview with Keefe D, and Keefe D is associated with the Southside Crips. Now he was saying that around that time, Keefe and the Southside guys were around Puffy, going to some of his shows and having various meetings and so forth. Before Hit 'Em Up, was Puffy approaching y'all for security and protection?
No, he had a West Coast tour coming up.
Okay.
San Diego, San Jose, the little areas, Anaheim, LA, stuff like that, Vegas. So he called one night, man, Zip. I don't know whether they had set this up or not, but Zipper came pick me up. We rolling up Greenleaf in our neighborhood, and his phone ring, boom, and it was Puff. And he like, you think it's cool to come out here and do concerts? I'm like, why wouldn't it be cool? So he like, big CEO dude. So
Shook.
yeah, I like, damn. What's going on with y'all? He like, man, shit, you think this is cool? I'm like, shit, just let me know the dates and give me some tickets. We had a Crips there, but I see he was trying to play us against each other. Crips, Bloods, you know what I'm saying? Sugar Blood, we the Crips. So I guess that was his protecting thing going.
Okay, so he just gave you guys some tickets to a show.
Yeah.
Now, how did you see, Keefe and the Southside guys, from your point of view?
Well, I would only see the head knockers. Keefe D and whoever he brought with him, and they usually meet up in the hotel and come. He didn't bring the whole Southside Crips and everything. It'd be like one or two of them.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because I want to get to the
upstairs,
actual thing
They
with
love to
Biggie.
gamble. So it'd be Zip, D-Mac, Puff, couple of Crips.
Driving and Tupac in the passenger seat. And you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah.
What? And as Puff was walking up the steps, I said, yeah, he ran, man. And he said, why you tell him I ran? Why you ain't tell him I took a left? I was like, I just took a left. He said, Chad said, what'd he say? He said, why I tell you he ran?
Passed away. Was it a sense of relief, or was it like, oh no, everyone's living their best life? And then in the lobby of the MGM, Trayvon Lane points out the guy that jumped him and tried to take his death row chain. Tupac makes a beeline towards Baby Lane, attacks him. A big fight happens, and then shortly afterwards, the shooting happens, and the car that Tupac and Suge was in gets shot up. Suge gets grazed. Tupac gets killed. And, I did a very extensive interview with Keefe D about this, where he admitted that he was in the car that killed Tupac. He didn't say who the shooter was, but, it could be one of four people. Him being one of them. We're not sure. 3 of them are dead right now. Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually see a gun?
Oh, shit. Once he got the reaching, I got the ducking.
So someone from your car started shooting at Tupac and Suge. When you heard the news that Tupac got shot in Vegas, what'd you think?
I thought he was dead. Tupac got shot. They said they got them niggas. And that's what I heard. I heard that night. It was about 4 or 5 o'clock. We were sitting on the stoop on 112th Street, and got a phone call from somebody who was actually with Keefe D and them. You know what I'm saying? Because what happened when Keefe and them saw them, and this is what I've heard from another individual who was there. He said, Keefe said, we're going to go through, I'm going to talk to them niggas right now. You know what I'm saying? And they took a left and the other people took a right going back, whether to the hotel or whatever like that. And the individual said he'll tell us what happened when he comes back to New York. But he called us that night.
Are you talking about Zip?
No, it was a dude that was with Zip.
Okay, got it. I mean, according to Keefe D, Zip was the one that provided the guns for the actual murder.
I don't believe that.
You don't
I don't believe that. You know, for the simple reason is that when is it the Southside Crip have a problem getting a gun? When are you going to you traveling somewhere, you know for a fact that you're going to have artillery there when you get there or whatever like that. And how is it that Zip could come all the way from New York or California and have guns and they can't?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and they were driving. It's not like the Southside guys were flying and couldn't bring guns with them. They were all in a Cadillac, and that makes sense. Okay. And then, Keefe in our interview claimed that after Tupac got shot, Puffy called and said, was that us? Mm-hmm. Which, at this point is just hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay. When, and it took Tupac a few days to actually pass away. In the beginning, everyone thought that he was going to make it. And then as the days progressed, you kept hearing worse and worse news until finally you heard that he passed away. Okay, so after the situation happened and Tupac eventually passes away, with Tupac being the main spokesman of the beef, the one that was doing the songs and the one that was doing the interviews and kept attacking everyone, how did everyone at Bad Boy feel when Tupac passed away? Was it a sense of relief, or was it like, oh no, this is about to escalate even further?
Well, we knew it may escalate it further, but a sense of relief, I don't think relief. Big was devastated. He was so devastated that he got smoked out of his mind, gave Lil C's the keys. They got smoked out their mind, and they had an accident, and Big went through the car window. Could have killed. He could have been dead then. He broke both of the fibular bones in his body.
So you're saying that accident that happened between Big and Lil C's, the car accident, was almost like a side effect of Tupac dying?
Yeah, that night. It was like when he heard the news, it was that night. Or you know what I'm saying? He gets smoked out of his mind because, the kid was hurt. You know what I mean? Behind his Pac, behind his relationship with Pac.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, and then, it wasn't going to get any better until people sat down. And still in all, it wasn't Big that needed to sit down with anybody. It was Puff.
Yeah. Well, Keefe talked about, various meetings he had with Puff, and there's words thrown out, according to Keefe, that Puff said, well, I'll pay $1 million to make this problem go away and so forth. And then after, Tupac passed away, there was a rumor that a payment went, from Puffy's camp, and it was supposed to go to Keefe D and the Southside guys. And according to TK Kirkland, Zip got that money and he kept it for himself. Well, the story that has circulated was that after Tupac got killed, Puffy allegedly gave the money, I heard, to Zip.
Yes.
And Zip was supposed to give the money to Keefe and them.
Yes.
But he never gave the money to him.
But thank God he never gave him the money, right? Think about it. If he gave the money, Puffy will be in prison now, money for hire, a murder for hire. So thank God. It's just a true story. I'm not saying yes or no, but if he would have gave them the money, it'd have been a murder for hire, and Puffy would be locked up.
Now, you had mentioned something about a check. Mm-hmm. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I could talk about it. I mentioned it on Doggy Diamond platform, and I had, I told MREC, and some other people. If anything happened to me, this is all what happened. They got the whole tape. They got everything that that went down or whatever like that I said, and I've already said it. What happened is that you had to understand who Zip was. Zip was a mastermind, a gangster, a pimp, a hustler, and he had more game than Kellogg's had flakes, brother. You understand? So, just for instance, before I break this check thing down to you, Zip used to do shit like that. He have 20 guys in the club with him, right? And he gonna say, yo, we got all these girls, we got chicks, we gonna get 20 bottles of champagne, 5 bottles of Grey Goose or Belvedere, and we gonna get 5 bottles of Hennessy. Now, he'll tell all 20 of the guys, I need like 400-500 from each one of y'all. You understand? Because they know in the club bottles are $200 and better. You know what I mean? So we could drink all night and we can show how the girls like that. Boom. Zip already went to the manager, and most managers and people in the clubs thought he was Puff's uncle. He already went to and made a deal with him on the bottles. You understand? So these guys are giving him $200 to $500. You know what I'm saying? Giving their money out. He's getting the bottles at cost. You understand? Because he's getting so many. You understand? And when he go to get the manager some money, there's only a tip for the bartenders. Because you already paid for that. You know what I mean?
Right. And to expand on that, when I interviewed Mike Tyson, he went into this whole story about how he was hanging out and Don King showed up with $600,000 in cash for a fight, and Zip basically finessed Don King out of that $600,000, basically grabbed the money and shooed Don King out the room before any contracts got signed, and basically the two of them spent that $600,000 themselves.
Zip took like took the $600,000.
Really?
Yeah. Nah, but he came in with the money, he tried to do something, and then Zip thought, let's come back later and we'll talk about that. He just walked him out the door and said, hey man, let me get some of that money to pay some people. I got to pay the people. WBC, the thought, come back, just come back. And Zip, you never met Zip, have you? I haven't. No. Zip is such a gentleman. Please come back. Not right now. Now he's just not feeling well, dog. Click. Right. And then we figured the money, like, wow, we're going to have a party. Let's get some bitches. Let's get everything. We got to do it tonight.
So Zip is known for just robbing people in various types of ways.
Robbing them, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
because ain't nobody took them to court.
Right. Finessing people. Basically.
Finessing people. I told you he had more game than Kellogg had flakes, man. You know what I'm saying? He can talk a well out of water. So now, after Pac got killed, and we heard about, somebody got a check or something like that. Zip came up on my man's spot because, he used to always try to, show him new cars and everything. Every time he got something new, he would come on our block and show it to us, either to the game room or on the block when we was cooking or whatever we were doing. And he came up there, and I heard TK Kirkland interview with you. He said he got a check for $5. It wasn't no check for no $500,000. Zip had a check in his right back pocket, and that check was for $1 million. He said he got Jimmy Henchman got him the check from Barry Hankerson or something like that. Barry Hankerson, I think, there was a Leah uncle or manager or something like that, gave him that check for Black Ground Records. That's what he said. Follow the paper. I didn't know he had a record label. I didn't know he had a record company, Black Ground label, but that's what he said he got the check for. You understand? I'm not the only one that's seen the check. There's other people that I'm not going to mention their name, but they know, they know well because we already discussed it and talked about it. You understand? And I told people that I was going to let the people know. He had a check for $1 million. But he said that Jimmy Henchman got it for him from Barry Hankerson for Black Ground Records. I didn't know he had a record company.
Well, ultimately, Keefe D and them never got the check, which in the grand scheme of things probably worked out best if Puff actually did write a check for that, because otherwise you'd be connected to that situation. So Eric Von Zip keeping the money kind of shielded everyone from the situation in its own.
So he's a savior
type of way. Yeah, in a way. In a way.
He's a savior.
Yeah, and rest in peace, Eric Von Zip. He ended up passing away some years later, I think, from cancer.
Right.
So whatever stories Zip has essentially died.
But that's crazy. That cancer, that cancer didn't show up until after he got shot. Yeah. It was crazy. I used to work this club. See, everybody trying to say I didn't know Zip. I knew Zip just like I knew the back of my hand. I think I even told you how for my birthday he brought 2 prostitutes up to me and be like, "Yo, here go chocolate, here go vanilla." He was holding them like this. Be like, here go chocolate, here go vanilla. It's your birthday. You can have them both and be greedy, or you could take one, or I could take one. I say, "Yo, Unc, I'm good. You can I'm good. You can have the room." And I went down to the tour bus. He was general like that. He ate my food. I love to cook. I used to cook for everybody on the block. You know what I'm saying? He used to come and eat our food. We used to make fried turkeys from macaroni and cheese, greens, cornbread, all that shit like that. And Zip used to always come there. We knew him. You know what I'm saying? When he had an issue or problem, you understand, it's people in Slick and the family that he called to make sure that he wouldn't have no problem. You understand? So I knew Zip very well. You know what I mean? I worked at his club.
Well, the situation with Tupac happened. Tupac passes away. Biggie and Bad Boy are still moving forward and doing their thing. Biggie ended up dropping "Hypnotize," which was a massive hit. If anyone thought that Biggie just had one solid album, that pretty much changed the whole playing field. Big, huge budget video and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So then, leading up to March 9th, 1997, I guess Biggie had already finished his album, and he went out to L.A. to work on Puffy's album.
Correct.
Oh, okay. And I guess leading up to that night, Mace was at a celebrity basketball game with the Dog Pound and Death Row guys, and I guess he was told that, hell, the beef is still on. There's still a lot of tension. There's still a lot of bad feelings over this, right?
Correct. Yes, you were.
Okay. So then Mace told that to Big, to Puff, to both?
I don't know if he told it to Big, but I know he told it to Puff.
Okay. And when Puff heard that, how did he react?
I think Puff didn't really give 2 shits and a shake for it. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to realize this kid was a young kid, and I'm going to just be straight blatant. He got his girl, Kim Porter, out there. He fucking Sally Richardson. You know what I'm saying? I'm staying in the room. Next to him, we got the presidential suite. I got a room. He got the room. I'm right there. I'm the one who answered the door and everything. So he's fucking Sally Richardson and everything like that. So he's the man. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't give a fuck. Man, we was running around. Me and him was running around L.A., going to the House of Blues. We were going to the movies. We were just going out there. We see Dre and them sitting out there on Melrose eating. We were going over like he didn't have a care in the world. So, I don't know if it was because he was young, dumb, or he was stupid. I don't know what he thought it was. But when Mace told him that, I thought that we wasn't going to go around, because I never was ever the individual to say, "Yo, let's not go here, let's not do this, let's not do that." I'm young, dumb, tuned in, and I'm for the bullshit. If it whatever it is, I'm for it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna make sure you're gonna be all right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why Puff was like on some shit like he didn't give a fuck.
Okay. So you guys are out in L.A., and I guess Biggie is not really going to any of the clubs at all.
I ain't seen Big.
Pretty much.
You know where I seen Big at? I seen Big at the studio after the fight with Charlie Baltimore. You understand? And I seen him at the Peterson Museum. He didn't go none of the places we were at, and all the video shoot.
Okay, so you mentioned Charlie Baltimore. So I guess right before the incident, him and his girlfriend, Charlie Baltimore, get into like a domestic dispute where I guess he put some hands on her
Yeah.
She had seen some pictures of him with some other girls. I guess she threw his Rolex and his ring out the window, and
you must have seen my program, Vlad. You was looking at the Gene Deal show, man. Stop that bullshit, Vlad.
Yeah, man. I've been doing research, and I guess you know, police showed up and potentially could have arrested Big for that.
Right. And me and Puff talked him out of it, and Charlie never gave up no name or said anything. They rolled Big out the hotel, and I feel kind of fucked up behind that, but it's life, because if he got arrested, he wouldn't be able to go to no parties under that new OJ law that they put out for domestic violence at the time.
Right. When the police show up for domestic violence, someone has to get arrested.
Yeah.
Because when they didn't arrest OJ time and time again, Nicole ended up getting murdered later on, and LAPD got blamed for it. Partially, of course. Okay. So then the night of March 9th, 1997, there was a big vibe party at the Peterson Museum in LA. I guess Puffy talked Biggie into actually attending.
Yo, that whole week, man, Puff was like, yo, man, Big, you got to come to this party. And he was like, yeah, all right, because now I know why he was calling him Diddy. So, saying, yeah, all right, Diddy, all right. He said, yeah. So then Puff was like, yo, Big, you got to go to this party. And he wasn't getting a response that he needed from Big to make sure that he was going to the party. So this was real odd.
My bad, y'all. I had to run to the store for my son.
Person, chick, I think. And he said, yo, I need D-Rock to ride with me. And then he said, Gene, you stay here with Big. And I was like, which was weird. So D-Rock stayed gone the whole day with Puff. And that never happened, So I guess the chick liked D-Rock or whatever. That's what Puff wanted her to do. And next thing you know, I've gotten phone calls. I got a phone call from Unique from Mecca Audio, right? And Unique from Mecca Audio say, yo, vest up. Those guys are coming to get y'all. I tell Chaz, the day of the party, I spoke to Chaz. He said, yeah, it's going to be some street shit, bro. I'm letting you know that. So now I called my man. I forgot his name, D, but I called him. He used to fuck around with Jodeci. I asked him, was they coming to the party? Because we going to the Vibe party. And he said, nah, we ain't going. So I come in the house because I was at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and I go directly upstairs. I say, Paul, what Puff at? He upstairs with Kim. So I call him. I say, Puff. He comes to the top of the staircase. And I say, yo, Puff, I got some intel, brother. You understand? Now, Puff, no. He ain't never heard me ever tell him not to go nowhere. And I didn't tell him not to go nowhere that night. I said, Puff, I got some intel. The guys are coming to kill us tonight at the museum party. He said, Gene, I don't want to hear that shit. He said, you ain't got to go if you don't want to go. You understand? But I don't want to hear that. So, quiet as it kept, I'm the only one with toast. You know what I'm saying? I know Paul don't have nothing. I know D-Rock don't have nothing. I brought 3 with me. So, I'm thinking all kind of crazy shit. I was like, yo, damn. This motherfucker said I ain't got to go. So I went in Andre Harrell's. He had this long wooden table in his like dining room setting. Oak wood, a beautiful table. And D-Mac, couple Puff kids from the street team, and one of his best friends, what's his name? Charles. They call him Charlie something. They was all at the table and stuff like that. And I just start bamming on the table. Boom, 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 boom. I said, fuck, man. And he said, because I had that feeling inside me, and something just came over. I said, yo, but I had my vest on, Alex. I said, yo, this shit's gonna go down. And then I said, somebody said, yo, Gene, what's wrong with you? I said, my man, niggas is coming to kill us tonight, and y'all niggas is joking like it's a joke or something. Y'all niggas acting like this shit is a joke. Y'all talking about some fucking party. And D-Mac said, nigga, we lock and load together. We lock and load together. I said, I don't see nobody locking. I don't see nobody loading. I called the block, because back then you used to call on the payphones. They had the payphones. I called my block on 112th Street. Sean and Shay. I think Shay picked up the phone first, or I think Sean picked it up. One of them picked up the phone. And I said, put Slick on the phone. I said, yo, Slick, I got a call from Unique and Chad and told me some niggas gonna come, get at us tonight. He said, listen, brother, don't fuck with them. Don't go then. Puff said he told you not to go. Don't go. I said, nah, I ain't gonna leave them kids out like that. I'm gonna go. So then I hang up the phone and I just realized I walked outside. Guess who's outside? It's Big, Tone, D-Rock, and Lil C's and G-Money. They in the car right there. Tone and D-Rock is outside. They had a Nerf basketball playing on this little basketball goal. And so then I say, Big. He said, yo, what up, Gene? I said, yo, man, niggas gonna try to come kill us tonight, Big. I just got some intel. Lil C said, Gene, go ahead on with that old cop shit. You think you know everything. So me and Big had a big conversation that night that day in the Winnebago, all the time that Puff and D-Rock was gone. And I said, when Lucy said, go on with that cop shit, I said, yo, what you need to do, Lucy's, is get you a GED. You know what the fuck that is? He said, what's that? I said, a good enough degree. So they don't cheat you out your money like they did your man right here. And I was pointing at Big. You know what I'm saying? Because we used to snap at each other, you know what I'm saying? With the Harlem and the Brooklyn shit like that. So he said to me, yo, Gene, go ahead with that bullshit before I have Tone and D-Rock hold you while Lil C's get his shit off. I said, man, let me tell you something, bro. All that shit sound good. It may make you feel good, but it won't be healthy. And Big said, started laughing. And then next thing you know, Puff come walking out the door. Let's go. We all hops in the car and we go to the Peterson Museum.
So all you guys go to the vibe party.
It was 23 of us.
23 people go to the vibe party. And then at one point, the fire department starts to shut it down.
Now it's only 12 of us. Because them motherfuckers that left, they must have felt something. What's his name? Chuck Bone. That was Puff's friend. Yeah, he that was with us, Chuck Bone. They must have felt something, and they left and went to Steve Stout's house in the hills. Because Steve Stout was giving a party that day, too.
Okay. So half the entourage leaves. Half is still there. You go and grab all the SUVs and have them pull out in front. So when Big and Puff and all them come out, they can just jump in their cars.
And we can leave.
Okay. So tell me about the scene outside as you're waiting for everyone to get in their cars and start to take off.
So first we lined up parallel to the door in which they have to come out. Right? You follow me?
Yep.
All right, we lined up parallel to where the doors they have to come out. So if they come out right here, the car's right
Lines
there.
are some of the worst things to clean.
So then, Big is taking his time because his fibula bones and his
I know that there's some, and I'll find a video, not today, but because this will be the last video I play today. But I'll find a video. There's actually a video that talks about like their relationship and their fallout and all that kind of stuff, and we'll play that. But I mean, anything we've learned today is this motherfucker's a snake, and he'll throw his own fucking people under the bus
You know,
to get ahead, and he did.
so it's taking a long time to come out. So they get out, Big gets in the car, everybody get loaded up. I said, come on, let's go. We ready to go. Puff is running back and forth like, yo, he'll see a girl, he'll go grab a girl. He said, yo, Gene, remember her? She coming to the party tomorrow. I'm like, remember her? What the fuck is you talking about, bro? I never seen him act like this ever, because he don't act like that. Because even in New York City, once Puff get in the car, he'll leave his mama. We gone, we out. So Puff is like looking, and if you see the cameras, you see him running back and forth, looking and everything like that. So I said, Big man, what we standing around here for? He said, that's your man. That's your man. And I said, yeah, all right. So then I said, Puff, what's going on? He said, yo, Paul and them ain't got their car yet. I said, this guy's a cop out here and they can't get his car out the garage thing. I got all these cars. I got these cars out of. What are you talking about? You understand? So now we pull out the driveway. When we pull out onto the driveway, now this is the driveway. We pull onto the driveway, and I don't know the street. Is it Wishaw or Fairfax? Which street is right there on the side?
No problem. And Chill, that's what I want. I want people to know what's going on. This particular video that I'm playing was done 2 years ago, right? But Gene's been speaking out for years about this. And there's a lot of people, and that's, I can tell you guys all day long. I can tell you all from a survivor's point. I can tell you all, even from some of the knowledge that I know, just being in the game. But these are people that were around him. You know what I mean? And this is remember what they're going to talk about is Biggie getting killed. That's what they're talking about right now. Biggie's getting killed. We talked about Tupac getting killed. There's a lot of shisty shit that Puff Daddy is involved in. And like I said, I mean, it's disgusting to me that he's groomed his own son to follow in his footsteps. But at the same time, does it surprise any of us after all the shit we've listened to today?
Not sure.
And I want people to really understand, like, this motherfucker's evil.
Fairfax.
So thank you for listening today.
Whatever street is right there, when you come out the driveway, you got to make a right turn. So we parked up in the driveway. So it's Puff, it's Big's car. And I still think we're waiting for Paul in them car. So now they get people coming by. Now y'all seen a lot of videos, and in those videos it seemed like it was a lot of people right there, when Big got shot and everything like that. That's on the other side of the venue, where all those people was walking back and forth right there. Because on our side of the street, it was nobody over there. You understand? So this guy in this blue and white shirt comes walking down. So he walks down and he just goes through the garage, you know what I'm saying, while the cars is lined.
Sorry, y'all. Someone's gonna have to share an easy way to clean blinds, because God, I'm cleaning my blinds, which anybody knows that cleans blinds is just the most, it sucks. But it needs to be done, so I'm doing it. But sorry, y'all, I didn't mean to interrupt y'all. It goes deep. It goes very deep, Fry. It goes very, very deep.
I have my gun under my shirt. With my hand, sideways to the trigger, like this. You know what I'm saying? You don't put it on the trigger or nothing like this. I got my gun on like this. So the guy walks through, and now I see Paul. I say, yo, Paul, what's up? He said, yeah, and the guy just kept on walking. I said, Paul, you see the guy in the blue and white shirt? He said, yeah, I saw him. He said, yo, he puff all right? I said, yo, puff straight. So just keep your eye on him. So the guy.
Yeah, I do that usually to maintain, but like every 2 months or so, I like to actually wipe them with the, cleaner and stuff, because even when you dust them and stuff, it's still, if you smoke and I smoke and stuff, so I just don't like getting that buildup and shit on stuff. So I just, every 2 months, I go through with my cleaner and my napkins, and I do that. But, I do have a duster on a daily to clean it. 100%, Chad.
Walked away. You know what I'm saying? So then next thing you know, less than 5 minutes from that, hear this guy come down. He dressed in a blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie. You understand? He comes and he just, it's a pillow right here. Puff is in the driveway. If you walking down the street, you can't see me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm standing right by the pillow, right? So you can't see me. So when he got to the point, because he was walking closer to the curb than he was in the middle of the sidewalk, he was walking close to the curb, close to the cars, I see him. And Puff is about, I would say 10 to 15 yards from him, right? And I'm about 5 yards from him. So the guy, when I come from over the pillow, he stops immediately. And he just looked at me and I looked at him. He didn't say nothing. So I lowered my arm and he could see my gun. He looked me in my eye and turns right back and walks down the street. So when he got far enough from down the street, maybe 4 or 5 car lengths and everything like that, I said, yo, y'all ready? He said, yeah, we ready. So we pulls out the driveway and now we lined up beside the street. There's cars parked there.
100%. And we don't have to agree on every single thing. And I think sometimes all of our life choices, right? My life choices, your life choices, Christine's, everybody's. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should have done that. Christine. I think that the where we live at, what we've seen, I think that has a lot to do with the way our points of views on life. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if we agree politically or not. It doesn't matter. I think we all agree that one, human trafficking needs to fucking stop. That's for sure. Children need to be protected, but all victims need to be protected. Young, old, it doesn't matter. Men, women, gay, straight, I don't give a fuck. Human trafficking is horrible. But I think, in the gist of it, when it comes down to it, all honesty, I think all of us want the same thing. We want a safe house. We want our kids to be okay. We want them to have a good education. We don't want, you know what I mean? We want our people in our communities to, be okay. So yeah, we may not agree, but Chilled, I've always respected you because you came, and when we've went back, when we had our little back and forth or whatever, it's never been because like you're being a asshole or anything. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's because I don't understand, sometimes it's because I don't agree. You know what I mean? But I think that I've always respected you coming around, and I've liked that you've stayed around because I don't want a fucking echo chamber. But when the gist of it, we may vote differently. Some people may pray differently. Whatever, you know what I mean? And that's okay. But at the end of the day, we all know that human trafficking is wrong. And listen, like I've said, today in this video alone, and in this 5 hours, almost 6 hours, I've been showing videos. I didn't show videos that just supported like the left side or the right, tore down the right side or none of that. No, because it's happening in both. And there's so many powerful people. The side shit, dude, that's just a way for them to keep us all divided. You know what I mean? If we can look past that when it comes to very serious shit, especially stuff like this, you know what I mean? Like like in some worlds, people understand the Epstein case, right? They understand because they understand the community. They just get it, right? And some people didn't even know about the whole Puff Daddy thing. But I want to be able to show both communities that, or all communities, because this is affecting, just those 2 cases alone affect all kinds of different communities. You know what I mean? That it's wrong, and it doesn't matter who does it. If you think you can buy and sell people and abuse them for your fucking gratitude, some of us are not going to do it. Why? Some of us are not going to be fucking quiet. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, girl, I definitely respect you for sure. It's never been taken personal levels. That's the key of it all. Yeah. And, and because I'm not gonna. I know I'm not the best communicator. I get that. Like I'm learning how to do all that shit. You know what I mean? But like, and I get really emotional and passionate sometimes. But I'm never wanting to do it. From a harm aspect. It's just you know, like shit I've been through, dude. We didn't talk about left or right. Like it was left and right people that harmed me. It was left and right politicians that bought me and my friends. It was, you know what I mean? Like it was. So it's for me. It's just there's certain things that I just don't give a fuck about. Like any of that. I care about the humanity of it all. Um, you know what I mean? Like that's really what I stand on is humanity. And I think some of you've been following me for a couple of years now, you know what I mean? Or even a year. My stance doesn't really change. It's always take care of people. And I don't just tell you all, go take care of people. I say, come with me while we go take care of people. You know what I mean? Like, let's do this together. Because I care about people at the end of the day. So, all right, let's get back to this because this shit's getting deep.
Opening of the museum all the way down to the corner. So we park right
Thank
there.
you, Fry. And I'm so glad you come around too because I think you're cool.
See Paul and them. Big's man is across the street. He has a white Land Cruiser. He's from Philly. I think Charlie Baltimore.
No, not at all. Like I said, Chill, I really have to say the way you not everybody you can talk politics with, right? Especially if you guys don't agree on the same side, right? Like it sometimes can get and I'll own my part. I'm emotional. I get it. I mean, sometimes I am. I'll own that. But again, it's when you've been through certain shit and you've seen it with your own fucking eyes, you're just like, ugh, you know what I mean? But I'm very clear. It's never left or right for me. It's not. And Chill, I think you've always been very respectful, even when you've been, you know, when you stand on what you believe, and I respect that. I don't need you to switch up or anything like that. I think we can meet in the middle in a sense of have a better understanding and learn from each other. Hopefully, I've taught you guys something today about some shit that definitely needs to be learned. And I learn, believe it or not, I learn from you guys in the chat all the time, whether we vote the same or not, whether you criticize me or not, whether, you know what I mean? Not that Chill's ever, I'm not saying that you've done that. I'm just saying I look at that kind of shit. So yeah, no, you good.
I'm not for sure. So
I'm glad you're here.
when we pull out the driveway, Paul comes up to me. I say, "Yo, Paul, you good? You good? Y'all ready to go? They ready to go?" I say, "All right," because Puff had already made the decision that we're going to Steve Stout's house now. So when he gets up there and he said, "Yo, we were just leaving," no, we were going to Steve Stout's house.
I fight for everybody's freedom. That's right. For our time.
From Chaz, I had called Chaz and I let Chaz know. I said, "Yo, Chaz, we about to go to Steve Stout's now." I said, "No, I'm coming down there, man. Y'all don't go to Steve Stout's house. Y'all don't go to Steve Stout's house." And he didn't say anything on the phone. He said, "I'm on my way down there." You know what I'm saying? So he had left Steve Stout's in the house. So we parked on the side of the Peterson Museum. So when I said to Paul said we was ready to go, I said, "All right, follow us." I tried to ride on the side of the car. Puff said, "Yo, Gene, what you doing?" I said, "I'm riding on the side of the car. I'm having my gun out. I'm on the side of the car. At the time, I'm 265. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the street 30. You know what I mean? So I was a little slimmer back then. So he says to me,
I think Gene's a good looking guy.
"Gene, if you don't get in this car, you ain't gonna never work for Bad Boy ever again." I said, "Man, how the fuck you gonna try to tell me how to do my job?" He said, "Gene, we don't need that look. We don't need that look. Get in the car." As I go to get in the car, this motherfucker reached down and let his seat all the way back. So now I got to put my legs sideways. I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck is you doing?" And so then Kenny said, "You ready?" He said, "You ready?" I said, "Kenny, run the next 3 lights. Run the next 3 lights, Kenny." Kenny said, "For what?" I said, "Motherfucker, run the next 3 lights, Kenny, or I'm going to drive. Run the next 3 lights." Kenny just took off. When he took off, we got past the light because it was a flashing red light.
Mm. Such sad.
We got past the light, and we got across the street. Tone, who was behind me, said, "Yo, Somebody in the car pointing a gun at Big and them. I goes to open the door. Fucking, next thing you know, you hear it say, pow! Pap, 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 pap. Yeah. There's 5 or 6 guns, like, pap, 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 pap. Right? Fucking Kenny guns the car going forward. I said, Kenny, what the fuck is you doing? He said, they shooting at Big. He said, we don't know who they shooting at. He then goes up the block, stops, and do this 3-point, something like that, U-turn, comes back. And as we coming back, we see the guy turning the corner from the corner. He was parked on the corner. Because there's no way he could have got on the side unless his car was already parked there. You understand what I'm saying? So now, we stops right in the middle, right in front of Big's car. We stops. Puff jumps out the front seat and runs around there to Big's car. All that shit running around the block. I ran down the block and shit like that. That's bullshit. When we got in front of the car, he jumps out the car, ran over to the Big side of the car. So now I'm behind Puff and I'm looking down the block and everything like that. Those girls who was right there on the corner talking to Puff and them, they had talking to Big and Lil C's and them. I don't see them. The street is clear. Tone said, G, come on, let's go. Me and Tone hopped back in the car. And we try to take after the guy. Tone is trying to floor it, but it had one of those government chips in there, the car. So every time we get close to 100, it go all the way back down. So we can see the guy at the top of the hill. Oh, it was a top. We see the guy up at the top where he had to make, when he made a right. When he made that right turn, when we got up to the top of the hill, we ain't see shit. So I said, Tone, let's go back, man, to make sure everybody all right. Because I'm the only one got a gun. I got 2 of mine and I gave Paul 1 of mine. So we get back. And as soon as I get out the car, I go down to the Peterson Museum. And I just, that little corner where I said that I was at before the Muslim came out, right there, I just chilled right there, like it was nothing. While they was all at the top. You know what I'm saying? Now they got ambulance, fire department, and the police department on the other side of the museum. Wasn't thinking. Should have ran over there and got the ambulance guys to get it. Wasn't thinking, man, at all. So that's when I see DJ Quick come up the block.
Yeah, when you're in a situation like that, you're not thinking clearly at all. You're not, your brain's not working, cooperating at all. I can speak on that. I obviously wasn't there, but I've been in situations similar to that. And yeah, your brain doesn't fucking work.
Coming from up the block. And he said on his phone, he said, yo, I think they got one of those bad boy niggas. They said they was going to get him.
That's why he
said they was going to do what?
That's why so for those that may not understand, maybe like, why are you standing there? Why did you decide to stand there when everybody was up there? Because of the scene and shit like that. One thing, there was people around, and if he wasn't standing there, he wouldn't have been able to hear some of the stuff that he heard, which then led to some other things.
And then Paul come running down the street. Yo, Gene, we about to go. We got to go. What are you doing down here? So I looked at Quick looked at me. I went away. I went, ran up the street with them, got in the car. Puff got in the car with Big. And he was sitting behind Big, right? D-Rock had came back because they all had ran down the block once Big got shot. All that shit Lil C said we was behind the truck. He was a lie because you guys come running down the block because D-Rock was like, yo, they shot my man. They got my man. And Puff got in behind Big, and I said to Puff, whatever y'all do, don't let him go to sleep. Don't let him go to sleep. Whatever y'all do, don't let him go to sleep. And Kenny jumped in their car because he said he knew where the hospital was at. And now Tone was driving our car. So Puff said, "Can you know what hospital is?" He said, "Yeah, I know where the hospital is." And Big said, he said, "Yo, Big, I'm gonna get you to the hospital. Big, I'm gonna get you to the hospital." And Big said, "Just do it before I close the door." He said, "Just do it." Lucy said he didn't say nothing. But I see he's a 17-year-old kid, he in shock and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? When those shots went off, I heard somebody was on your program say everybody ducked down in the car. Only one person ducked, and that was Puff. Everybody else was trying to look back or was looking back at the situation.
Why'd Puff duck?
Kenny was driving forward. We all was trying to look back.
Why was the only person was Puff? Now, I understand some people say, well, Summer, there was gunshots. You're gonna duck when you hear gunshots. Maybe. Or you might be trying to figure out where the fuck it's coming from so you can get the fuck up out of there. I don't know. I guess you gotta ask yourself, which person are you? But, considering there's a lot of fucking rumors that P. Diddy has something to do with all this shit, I question why he ducked and everybody else was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, the car was shot 4 times, with the 4th shot being fatal. By the time Big got to the hospital, he was pronounced dead. He was 24 years. Yeah, he was 24 years old.
I knew he was dead.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna make it up.
Yeah, he was only 24 years old. Still a young kid, honestly.
Right.
Literally half my age right now. You know, when you guys were outside, did you see Keefy D, any of the Southside guys in front of the museum before you guys took off?
I seen Keefy D when he came upstairs. Because I was the one to introduce him to Big.
Oh, okay.
Called like, "Yo, Big, you know him?" Big was like, "Nah." I said, "Big, you don't know him? This is one what we used to call him back in the day? Head, it was a terminology we used to give to guys who were bosses. You know, back then, I say, "Yo, Big,
a headhunter?
just one of the bosses from out there. Keefy D, one of the Crips."
Headhunters
He's like,
that.
"Oh, yeah, all right." They gave each other dap, and that was it.
That was it. Okay. So, the Muslim guy that you saw that night before the incident actually happened, you know, later on there was police sketches. They're saying that the guy's name was Amir Muhammad. Does the police sketch look like the person that you saw?
No. It's similar. Like I said, the bone structure, I had told them that. I said the bone structure was a little higher. You know what I'm saying? Vlad, you know, this is what I do for a living. You know, I'm a New York State parole officer. We had to go to school. We had to take classes. We had to take things with the DEA, with the Secret Service. We had to take classes with NYPD, you know, state corrections and all that stuff like that. So when I told them, I said, "Yo, the bone structure was a little different." You understand? He had everything right: the blue suit, the white shirt, the blue bow tie, the whole 9 yards. And how we found that out is that little C's at the hospital, he said a Muslim shot Big. And I said to Paul, with the blue suit, white shirt, blue bow tie, he said, "Gene, how you know?" I said,
"Hey, how you doing?"
But let's go a little further than that. You know what I'm saying? This is your interview. I'm gonna let you ask the question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go further.
No, but everybody's trying to say you got to take the witness of what they said that night, that week, or whatever. Whenever they gave their first statement, listen to what they said. You understand? Now, the guy walked up to me in Puff's car. There's a picture that the LAPD, when they came to interview me with my lawyer, Eloise Nurse there, and they made a mistake and showed me that picture. How they make a mistake? They were taping me without my consent, without my permission. New York is not a two-party state. You have to have an individual permission to tape them. They were taping me, and the tape clicked off. When they clicked up, when the tape clicked off, they had pictures under the sheets, under the cover, right, with the tape recorder. So they had to move the blanket now, the sheet now, to get to the tape recorder, right? Then my lawyer said, "You taping my client without his permission?" They give this excuse, "Oh, we can't remember everything, so we're." She said, "No, we're not doing that. He's here to help y'all, and y'all sitting there, infringing on his rights, breaking his rights, whatever terminology, legal terminology used at the time." And then they had a bunch of pictures on the wall. I said, "What these pictures is?" And I grabbed the picture, and the picture was the Muslim guy, me, and Puff in there, and it didn't come from no videotaping somebody, because they had the Muslim guy facing me, had Puff on the side and the side of me. So it came from some kind of camera from the Peterson Museum, but they had the face of the Muslim guy messed up where I couldn't see it. You know what I'm saying? I'm clear, Puff clear, his suit and all we had on was clear, but his face wasn't. And then they're giving me this shit that they gonna have the computer regenerate some kind of photo and stuff like that and show it to me at a later time, that they were going to come and show it to me in 2 weeks or fly me out to LA. I never heard back from them ever until the deposition.
Well, Amir Muhammad, who they say is the Muslim guy in that photo, is I believe a mortgage broker somewhere in California, claims that he has absolutely nothing to do with this, does not want to do interviews, basically is trying to separate himself away as far as possible. C's said what he said, but ultimately there's other stories that have surfaced on this. There was a guy named Poochie who was one of Suge's guys, who they say was paid to kill Biggie. Go ahead.
What did the witness that night say? Who was there? The eyewitness that saw his mentor, the eyewitness that saw his big brother. What did the eyewitness say that night? He said that a Muslim shot Big. I placed the Muslim at the scene. I don't give a shit what nobody say 10 years later, 15 years later. What? Because they rappers, they black, that what we saw, what we experienced don't count?
Right.
You want to make up something? Everybody ducked down in the car. Nobody ducked down in the car. Who ducks down when they hear a shooting? Nobody. We looking to see where the shots coming from.
That's right.
First.
And I've been in that situation too.
That's
Trying
what
to figure out
we do.
what the fuck is going on.
We want to know where they coming from. End up ducking into something. So my whole thing about it is they not taking what the eyewitnesses has said into accountability. Why would we say don't have no leverage? What we say don't mean a damn thing. Come on, brother. We were there. If I placed the guy there and Lucy said that's who shot Big, then why don't y'all show that picture of me, Puff, and the Muslim guy?
When you finally got to the hospital and you found out that Big had died, how'd you feel?
I knew he was dead.
You already knew.
I already knew. When we pulled him out the car, and I know people going, because you know how the internet is. Yo, you didn't have to say that. When he had soiled himself, let me just put that way, and I grabbed him, and you had the stent, I dropped his leg, man. It's like all my strength had left my body. You know what I'm saying? And then I heard somebody say, "Gee, what you doing?" And I just grabbed him. And we put him up on that damn stretcher. That's a lot of dead weight, bro. But I was like, Paul said,
Later. What's up, sweetie?
What's wrong? I said, that nigga dead, Paul. He said, "No, dog, he just was hit. It's trauma." I said, "Nigga, he pissed."
So we are listening to one of the bodyguards of Puff Daddy, and this is actually the night that Biggie got killed. I've been playing different videos from people that are in the circle, out of the words out of their mouth, and other videos that have court documents in them as well, because I want people to understand that this P Diddy thing that's been going on is much bigger than even just human trafficking. There is human trafficking that is going on, or has been, whatever. But there's a bunch of things, and that's why, like, that's why he's not getting bail. That's why he's not. I don't believe he's going to get out. I don't even think he's going to make it to court, but that's my opinion. Um, but it's one thing, and these conversations have been going on for a long time. These conversations have not changed since like the nights of the incidents of these things happening. We've listened to a young lady that was shot in the face. She has said from the day that it has happened that P. Diddy was holding the gun, allegedly. This was the night that Jennifer Lopez and him were at a bar. We've heard all that. That guy went to jail and everything. Now he's, now he's testifying for the feds, and they're going to be reopening some cases. There's a lot of shit that's going on with this case, and so I'm just playing. It's so out of hand that I don't even know if they're going to be able to get everything. It's just so much, you guys. It's so much. But I'm trying to get people to understand a little bit better, because I understand that not everybody is gonna maybe come across the same things or hear the same things or see some of the, and these are people that, like the next time I do this, we're going to listen to a chick named Jaguar. She's another one that's been speaking forever. She was been around them for a very long time. Inner circle personal people. So, and there's a lot of talk that, this whole thing, especially with Biggie and all that, that P. Diddy possibly may have had something to do with all that. And, I mean, I ain't got to tell you anything. If you've listened to anything we've listened to this last little bit, I mean, how could you not think he does it?
This shit on himself, he dead. And so then I walk in the hospital, Puff coming running out the back door, and he grabbed my arms. He grabbed both of my arms, because they was giving the people in the hospital a lot of problems, because now fans and people in there who the entourage like that, I was like, yo, y'all get the fuck out this hospital right now. Now I'm in my beast mode. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody, I hate to be like that, because it's hard to come back from that. And that always got me in a lot of trouble. But Puff grabbed me both of my arms. He said, "Gee, we gotta pray. We gotta pray." And I pushed that nigga hands off me, and I said, "Pray for what? That nigga's dead."
Mm-hmm.
Call Chaz. Chaz said he on his way. Chaz bring the whole crew to the hospital. That was it. That was like, it F with me for, and it still F with me when I hear his music. It still F with me because you was around and you was a part of hip hop greatness.
All right.
And to see that kid go out like that, when he has so much love, man, when Big was showing me his contract and talking to me about his artists and everything like that, and we was laughing and joking.
And you have to understand, this is also on a part that and he may touch into this here in a minute, but like Biggie was starting to realize some things. He was realizing that like everything wasn't what it claimed to be. Everything wasn't what it seemed to be, right? And he was trying to figure out slowly but surely how to break away from this. Now, throughout history, the bad boys and all this stuff has been around. There are a lot of artists, tons of artists that have came out, or their career has been ended, or they have died, some crazy way, whatever. There's just a lot of history that you got to understand. It's not, you can't, and things like this, and even the Epstein and all the other situations, nothing is what it seems sometimes. I don't know how to explain it, but you have to look at everything, and you have to understand a little bit of everything to even begin to really understand what the issue is. And this is and that's why this situation is so crazy, because it's not just hip hop, it's not just the music industry, it's not just actors, it's not just sports people, it's Wall Street, it's people overseas, it's politicians, it's the 1% of the fucking world that is powerful and don't give a fuck. And it's gotten so out of hand and it's gotten so messy that I don't know what the blowback from all this is going to be.
Okay. It was like it was like
The devil may give you, but God, he will always get justice. Know
it
that.
was like spiritual.
You ain't got to be a believer to know that.
Level. You know, I see this kid right here. He's on a whole nother level. He knew he was going to be, that God had afforded him the opportunity to be greater than anybody ever thought he was going to be.
You know, I mean, quite a loss. I mean, to this day, still considered one of the greats. You can't have an all-time great rapper conversation without throwing Biggie in that conversation. It's just not
Bro, he wrote 6 albums.
Yeah.
People don't know that he wrote 6. He don't get credit for the 6 albums, but he wrote 6 albums.
Yeah, he was writing for Kim, for C's, for Puffy,
Junior Mafia. You know what I'm saying? He did his
Junior Mafia
albums and everything. He wrote the whole Junior Mafia album.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He did 75% of Kim's album. You understand? Well, he couldn't take claim for none of the stuff he was doing because somebody owns his publishing.
Right.
Puff owns his publishing. If he take claim to that, that money goes to Puff, not him, or the people that he put in place.
Well, after the incident, law enforcement showed up at your job, and like you said, you know, you were law enforcement yourself, so you start to cooperate, you know, as any other citizen would. And from what I understand, when Puff caught wind that you're actually working with the investigation, he stopped working with you and stopped contracting you.
No, Puff had already said when I called the office to get my money, but it wasn't for the big thing. It was for 2 jobs that I did with him for Arista, because Arista was looking for my social security number. So Puff told Kirk Burrows that he didn't want to use me no more and everything like that. I was cool with him. It really, listen to me. They had been trying to get me to quit my state job and retire out, because after you get tenured in, you can retire with your weapon and go like that. Man, I'm not doing none of the above. You know, I got a dental plan, I got a health plan, I got eyeglasses, and and I'm getting, at the time it was 75 to 100 and some $1,000 a year working my job and still running a elite security company and still doing parties. And I was that dude. If you look at that, everybody think that I was so-called just a security personnel. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with working law enforcement. But Puff, if you listen to that SNS Volume 4 at the 20-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, Puff is calling out all the crews in Manhattan and New York.
I would love.
And he called out all the guys that he felt they was.
Oh, did you?
Then. And he called up, yo, Slick, what up, Big Team? You know what I'm saying? So
listen, there's a lot, being in the industry that I was in, right? Like the music industry and the adult industry just kind of go hand in hand. So there's been all kinds of rappers and musicians and rock stars and all kinds of different shit, big time celebrities, sports people, all that kind of shit. You get to, you see this shit. And some of them are cool. Some of them are, not all about this crazy shit. And then some of them are. So yeah, I know, I've been in some videos, I've hung out with tons of people, like, I don't know, it just kind of comes with the territory, I guess. So when I say I understand this shit, and may not been in that particular circle, but the shit is, I don't even know, man. I can tell my story, I can I can advocate and I can try to yell and scream and cry and all that kind of stuff, but I still can never. Sometimes I just feel like, as much as I try to express and let people know how bad this stuff is, I can't even put into words really what it is. Does that make sense? I don't know. I mean, there's just so much.
About it in New York at that time.
And then if you don't go through it, you might know other people that have gone through it. You know other people that might, I know, like I said, I know a survivor in the Epstein case. You know what I mean? Like it's insane. I was never involved in the Epstein stuff. I'm an advocate against it 100%. You know what I mean? But like through the work of doing what I do, I know one of the survivors very well, actually. And it's just, whether it's your story, whether it's somebody else's story, whether it's a news article you read about, you see it on TV, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, you don't have to be involved in that particular case to understand what that person's going through. And I think that's the beauty and the nightmare in some sense as an advocate survivor advocate. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Sometimes I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying, y'all.
So when you get to this,
yeah, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of musicians that are dope as fuck and cool as hell. You know what I mean? Like, and there wasn't, I didn't see any crazy shit, and they weren't disrespectful, and they weren't, none of that. Like, everybody had a good time, and everybody looked out for each other. There was more of that than the really bad shit, but there was really bad shit.
Years ago and stuff like that, people want to try to put like, yo, this cat was just some jealous security guy, stuff like that. No, bruh, I worked hard. I worked hard to put myself in a position, you know what I'm saying, to be that dude out here that I was linking the streets with the record industry, because a lot of guys in the record business were scared of the streets.
Right.
I introduced Chaz to the record business and to the people like that. You understand what I'm saying? They was terrified of him. Because you know his background. You know he's one of the nicest men in the world. But he was a terror back in the day. And they knew that. Yeah.
You said that Biggie had showed you a contract that he was going to sign with another label after this next album?
Yeah, Big had a contract. And what happened was, when me and Puff rode on the plane coming back down there, Puff gave me his briefcase and everything like that. Like, yo, here, like, me carry this shit. Say, all right, motherfucker, I got 5 hours, 6 hours on this thing. Let me see what's in the briefcase. And I seen Big contract, and it was talking about, well, you get $250,000, for signing. You're going to get another $250,000 if the thing go gold. Then you're going to get this much, and you're going to get that much. And then at the end of the contract, I was skimming through it. At the end of the contract said, we're going to discuss.
Well, and that's why I said earlier, I think somebody had came in and said, this person's in pictures and that person's in pictures, right? And there's going to be a lot of people in pictures. There's going to be a lot of people in pictures. And that's why you have to be careful and you have to do your research, because the way that you can, there's always new hitters, right? There's always new hitters in anything that you're looking at, right? But you can, if there's people that are overlapping in situations and in cases and in communities and you know what I mean, all this, they're popping up in all the same fucking places, right? So if I'm looking at a human trafficking case and there's a certain individual that I've seen this person on other things, and I've seen this person here, and I've seen this person there, and I've seen, whatever, that's the person that needs to get their attention. But then look and see, because some people just be in some circles, you know what I mean? I know people that maybe aren't, by some society standards, aren't the best people in the world. But if you ask me, I think they're the most amazing people in the world, and I know them, and they're not going to give you anything that, you didn't ask for. So, you just have to really check. And when you start digging and you start looking, there's victims, there's stories, there's voices. Then you got to go through all the grass and see what's what. But not everybody that are in these pictures, not everybody that, even once is it there, because some of these parties, from my understanding, they were regular parties. And then after a certain time, it was like, all right, all the regular, whatever folks are leaving. And now it's whatever the fuck this all was.
About you getting your publishing and your marketing back. right? So I was asking Big's questions about that because I didn't know what publishing was. I didn't know what marketing was. And Big was showing me a contract because I was saying to Big was like, yo, Gene, I like you. I would take you with me, bruh, but you love that nigga too much. I said, love that nigga too much? What the fuck you mean I love a nigga too much? He said, yeah, you love him too much, bruh. I would take you with me. I said, nigga, how you gonna take me with you and you broke? He said, I'm broke. I said, yeah, nigga, you broke, man. You owe Mike Gadget 30,000 for the system and them drop boxes he put in your truck. And he was like, yo, how you know that? I said, niggas talk and run their mouth big. Yo, he said, oh shit. He said, but I'm about to get this money. So he showed me, I said, you about to get that money? He said, yeah, look at this. It had Charlie Baltimore, Cameron, Little C's, Little Kim, Junior Mafia, Tracy, I don't know, Tracy Murray,
Tracy Lee.
Tracy Lee, and the commission. And I think the contract was for so many years for like 62 million. It comes out to like $62 million. I was like, that's what I said.
God damn.
I said, big. He said, big, because he was smoking those soft pack Newports. I said, big, you want a Newport? Because I wouldn't give him a Newport at first, because I had the box Newports. You know, so like I said, big, you want a Newport? He was like, yo, Gene, my man. You know what I'm saying? He said, yo, oh, now you want to give me a cigarette now. I said, nigga, you gonna be the man with that. He said, yeah, man. He said, but listen, I'm gonna get rid of the whole Junior Mafia. They're gonna have to start writing. The people who want to be there gonna have to know it's a business now. You know, they're gonna have to start writing and holding their own. He said, I said, what's up with Lil Kim then? He said, that's my bitch. She good. She don't mind working.
Right. Lil Kim put the work in.
So then his mother had called. And she was fussing with him on the phone. I could hear her because she.
And for those that don't know, Lil Kim's another rapper.
$60,000 for a house that she was
really big rapper
in Philly. So then when he got out the phone, I said, "Motherfucker, I told you was broke." Because he was telling Mom, don't worry about it. Give me the number. Just give me his number. He ain't gonna stop building nothing. He ain't gonna stop building nothing. I'ma handle it. I'ma take care of it. You understand? I was like, yeah. I said, I told when he got off the phone, I said, nigga, motherfucker, I told you was broke. You know what I'm saying? And then we was just talking. I said, yo, Big, can I get in the video tonight? He said, yeah, you can get in the video. And so then I got a phone call. I had to, I don't know if I had to be in court or I had to testify or something like that, but I had to go back to the city for a couple of days. And I got on the jet out that night, the red eye that night, and came back to New York. Then I came back out that Wednesday.
Well, we're now nearing 25 years since this murder, and it's still unsolved.
I don't think it's unsolved. I don't think.
Well, I mean, officially, according to law enforcement, it is unsolved.
Right, according to law enforcement, unsolved. But if you got all the information and you are stopping the public, you are stopping FBI agents, and you're stopping people who can solve the case, you understand, and bring it forefront to the world, then it had to be a reason why. Everybody know that if they find that the LAPD, because, bruh, you and I both know, you've been to Beverly Hills, right?
Mm-hmm.
What gang member is doing a murder in Beverly Hills and making it back to Compton, or making it back to Watts, or making it back anywhere? Ain't nobody doing no murder in Beverly Hills and making it back nowhere.
Well,
helicopters, everything is out.
Right.
Everything is showing. You know, they put helicopters out for somebody jaywalking. How the hell they not going to put helicopters out when somebody is being shot? And then there was a shooting in the air prior to Big getting shot that brought the police and the fire department on the other side of the museum anyway. So why wasn't the helicopters and things out then? You understand what I'm saying? So my whole thing about it is that it had to be some people that had some influence,
right,
to get that murder done and get away with it.
Yep.
There had to be people, because you and I know who was at the vibe party that night, Black?
White people?
Right.
Black people.
Black people.
You know, black people. They got cars up in there that cost hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in that museum. What the first thing they're gonna make sure is working? They security cameras.
Yep.
Inside and outside. Right? What they're gonna make sure that they have enough security, enough police, enough presence that nothing don't go wrong. It's no way that you're gonna tell me there was a bank across the street that they didn't get the LAPD didn't get the footage from the nearby places when it was told to them that car was parked on that corner all night. You understand? They have the evidence to make this case. They just not giving it up.
Right.
And that's real talk. They don't want to,
I agree with
because
that.
if they find they own
I
have
agree with that
something to do with
100%.
it was going to cost the city $400 to $600 million.
Easy.
Easy.
Easy. Because of Big E's future earning potential.
Correct.
Which was massive.
Right. His clothing line, you know, say his marketing, his clothing line, his not only just the music thing, just him as a person. You know, he had Biggie shoes, sneakers, and all this other shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
I agree, Shield.
2003, Wolf gets killed during a situation with BMF.
Right.
Which he...
Biggie Smalls was a very talented artist. I got cold chills on me right now. Because that shit's just fucked up, man. It's just so fucked up. He was such a good guy, and I mean, you know, like, a good artist and shit. And I just really, and it's crazy because, like I said, he was trying to pull away. He was trying to pull away. He got a no contract. He was going to be good. You know what I mean? He was about to be good. Because he wasn't making shit with Puff. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, yeah, he got a little starter or whatever, but he knew there was shit that wasn't right. He just knew that it wasn't right. It wasn't okay. And he was trying to pull away. And again, after hearing all of what you just heard, everyone that is listening, everybody in the truck was looking where the fucking bullets were coming from, but Puff. He knelt down. Because he knew the shooting was coming. Allegedly, in my opinion. Just saying. Alright, let's finish this.
Shooting first. And they returned fire, ended up killing him. I was actually I actually ended up being flown out by BMF like right around that time, and I was at Big Meech's house while you saw the ankle monitor. And from what I understand, which was kind of crazy, was you know, the standoff happened. Big Meech and those guys in self-defense ended up killing Wolf. And then once Big Meech gets off house arrest, Puffy throws him a big party.
Bruh, you know, I don't know where you get that part of it from, man, but we were all cool. You understand? Terry was more friends with Wolf, but Meech partied more with Wolf because Terry didn't really do all that partying and stuff like that. So I even spoke to Meech about this in Cancun. This was about some gangster shit, you know. Some like this girl knocks Wolf hats off in the club. She was actually pregnant by Wolf. You understand? Pregnant, and Wolf thought it was his, and he was trying to get her to get rid of it or whatever like that. But she was with this other dude, and she 3-4 months pregnant by Wolf. So she was with this other kid, fronting with this kid when she actually really wanted Wolf. She comes, knocks his hat off. He grabs her. So Meech said something to him, but when do you start talking to Wolf? You know, like that. You understand? Or whatever the circumstance situation was. But see, what people don't know was Puff was putting a battery in Wolf's back, talking about, I don't need you no more. When I get this Universal deal, I'm going to give you $300,000 and leave you the fuck alone. Wolf said, you could never leave me alone. You understand? He said, but them guys ain't tough like you think they are. So he putting a battery in this kid's back.
100%.
You know, listening to all this shit right there. but Wolf don't care. He said, yo, them niggas ain't.
Trust me, Sheldon, I wish to God that I don't, I wish I didn't make any sense. I wish everything that I said was full of shit. I wish, you know what I mean? But like, it's not. And I don't know it because I went to school. I don't know it because I watched a couple documentaries. I know it and understand it because I've lived it. And so, if I get emotional or passionate or whatever, this shit's because it's so fucked up. Like, so many people die because of this. So many people, and the people that are left alive, like, I don't know, dude. It's just fucked up.
He ain't like that. You understand? Paul talking about, I don't need you no more. I don't need you no more. You understand? I'm good.
And let's just remember also, real quick, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep interrupting him. But this is just like one circle ring of Rico and all trafficking and all the shit that is going on, all right? That's just one. How many do you think groups of people that are doing the same shit in all different communities? It may sound a little different, it may look a little different, but I'm just saying. I can guarantee you a lot.
Happened to them in Atlanta. Happened to them in Atlanta. Wolf decide to
100%.
When they come outside, he shoots at Meech and them, which caught Meech in his buttocks. If you get caught in the buttocks, you're going in the opposite direction. So you didn't want it. Meech ain't want to do nothing to him because Meech had enough people and he had enough crew outside that he could handle that stuff. But the dude who got close to Wolf was the dude who killed him that he put down with BMF. It was this dude from Brooklyn that he put down because he needed some money. He was a shooter. Yo, Meech, look out for my man. Put him on your payroll. You need somebody to do work for you just like that. Whoop they whoop. He did that. You understand? And that's the dude who shot him in Riz.
Yeah, man. Just a lot
His
of
own man.
A lot of tragedy, a lot of sadness. G&D, I appreciate you coming in and sharing your story, man. I'm sorry for your loss. With Big, especially, being there and seeing the events unfold and having to deal with, what you could have done a little bit differently or had you done this or that and having to basically live in your own head for all these years because, it's been 24, almost 25 years since Biggie's passing and, he's bigger than ever. It's as if he's still here. You still hear his songs on the radio. You still people referencing him. People are still discussing him. And he really, although there were other artists on Bad Boy, really I feel like he was the root of the Bad Boy tree. And everything that happened after him, I felt was based off his success.
Right.
Based on what he put in.
Somebody would say that, but if you were there from the start, the root has to start with a seed, and the seed was Craig Mack. You understand?
Yeah, that's true.
Craig Mack started the success, and because they pattern themselves after some of Pac shit, to be honest.
Be honest, come on.
He became famous from it. You know
right.
That Pac formula. You know what I'm saying?
Another very talented man. Tupac was very smart as well.
Cooking and conversation has helped me. You know what I'm saying? Meet people out here, talk with people. I met a lot of great people that have helped me while I don't have to sit on nobody's couch and, tell them my stories and shit like that I can get on here and discuss things. I would hope to come back and maybe I'll tell you that 50 Cent in that Ja Rule beef on the next one.
On the next one, man.
Yeah, Tupac was like, if you listen to his music, if you listen to any of his interviews where he's conversating, anything, he was him and Biggie, I believe, were born before their times. You know how people say that people got old souls and they just have this wisdom and intelligence in them that probably against all odds. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just not against all odds, but against It's just having like an old soul. Like they're wiser before their times. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Um, so it's crazy, dude. And this is nothing. I mean, okay, so today this is what we've listened to. We listened to about the one, and I'm gonna leave this video public for probably the rest, for a little bit, and then I'll stick it to members or whatever. If you're not a member, become a member. Because we have some videos. That's where I'm. If you're like, damn girl, where's all your videos at? They're in the members, or that's where they're at. I leave this one. I am gonna leave up just for a little bit, just in case people want to go back and listen to any of things, whatever. But it started out with Jonathan. Jonathan is a victim and a witness in the P Daddy case, P Diddy case. And you hear in the indictments and stuff about male prostitutes and stuff like that. He says that he was a sex slave for them. And so, and then there's all kinds of, I don't know, dude, there's all kinds of crazy stuff like that's entwined in that. So maybe if you didn't listen to that, go back and listen to that. Also, we took a dive on the hotel chain that allowed him to put these parties on. So we seen the rooms, and we heard from some statements from some of the employees on just how insane it was. And so you can go back and listen to that. We obviously talked about Biggie and them, and we also talked about Shan. Shan is the guy that went to jail, basically was the fall guy for P. Diddy shooting a lady in the face. And that happened when P. Diddy and J-Lo was in a club together. So on my days off, what I'm going to try to do, we're going to have just listening podcasts like this. And I'm going to be sharing information that I find so you guys can hear, because I really want people to understand all of this. Because I think if you understand all of the puzzle pieces, when it finally does all come together, your soul's not going to be as completely shocked. It's still going to be completely shocked because you're just going to be like, what the fuck? And again, it's not just music, it's not just sports, it's not just, Wall Street, it's not just politicians, it's the whole fucking shebang in this. So and we also talked about speaking of somebody that, has some political ties to things. So all that's in this video. It's almost 6.5 hour video, so I get it, it's long. You can go back, break it up, listen to it if you didn't listen to all of it, but it's very interesting. I think you should. And I'm going to try to, on my days off, which are Fridays and Saturdays, and it'll probably be Saturdays because Fridays I still go, that's my day that I finish and I go help everybody that I couldn't help while I was working. So Saturdays will be my kind of my chill days. I clean, and so we'll start doing some videos like this, and it'll just be kind of like today, an all day thing where we just sit and listen and we learn. Because not only is this going to educate you guys about this case, it's going to educate you about just how trafficking works, how RICO stuff works, how organized crime shit works. It's going to educate you on a lot of things, and it's going to educate you on some people that are participating in all this that you probably should know about. So anyway, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I will talk to y'all soon. Everybody have a great day. That is cool. I will definitely be here. This has, yes, well, yes, so we'll do that. Cool. Friday and Saturdays are my days off. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yay. So yeah, Saturday, we're just gonna get your notebooks, get your coffee, get whatever you need. We're gonna just sit down and we're gonna chill together and we're gonna learn. And because there was even things in some of these videos, as much shit as I know and as much shit as I've researched, there were some things I didn't know. And the people that I listen to they're not just, oh, let's gossip about what's going on. You know what I mean? Like Gene, that was his bodyguard. He was there. These are coming out of their mouths, what's happening. Some of these victims, they've done interviews. Some of these, it's just a lot. And then whatever is not coming out of their mouth will have court document. The people that we're listening to will have court documents to prove that. And the reason why, even though I know obviously we can just hear from today how corrupt everything is, it's important to understand what is going on those court documents, because that is what's going to be talked about in these trials. And even though we hear all these different stories and all these different victims and all these different things, that stuff may not be a part of the court case. So we're keeping an eye on different court papers and different things that are, you know, being released and happening and moving around and all that shit. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. But Saturday will be dedicated just to this. So anyway, love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Make sure you hit that thumbs up, and if you haven't yet, make sure you hit the subscribe. And if you want, become a member. Holler. Talk to y'all later. Bye.